Chapter 1414. Each of the 7 great forbidden grounds had its own mysteries. As for which one was the most dangerous, there was no conclusion. However, if one had to ask which place had the most stories, it had to be the savage battlefield. In ancient times, during the peak of martial arts, this place was already a famous land of fortuitous encounters. There were immortal graveyards, ruins of immortal Tao sects, ancient divine mountains, and various ancient beasts and king spirit veins. This place had always been a holy land for martial artists. However, it was during the peak and most prosperous era of martial arts that 100-clan war broke out here. In the end, the abyssal demonic world also joined in. This war eventually evolved into a catastrophe, causing the decline of martial arts to this day. Even the strongest Qing emperor 10,000 years ago had a prerequisite. He had to be the strongest person in the post-ancient times. During the peak of martial arts, when emperors were as common as clouds and saints were everywhere, the Qing emperor was not the strongest. The battle had turned this sacred land of the martial way into a desolate land. Its geography had changed completely, and today, it had become one of the 7 great forbidden lands. It was filled with danger and countless forbidden areas. Regardless, this place was still filled with fortuitous encounters. Merely, compared to the ancient era, this place was far more dangerous. The corpses of the various great emperors, the blood of the sovereigns, and the resentment of the demon monarchs had already changed the geography of the Holy Land, turning it into an ominous place. Now, in the golden age of the post-ancient era, this place was once again stirred up, attracting outstanding talents from all over to attack. This time, where would the Kunlun realm go? Would it be glory or decline? No one knew. When Shaochen was still a martial monarch, he had come to the savage battlefield with his first senior sister and the others. At that time, he had been weak. Shaochen could only walk at the periphery and had to be careful. There were too many places in the vast savage battlefield that he did not even dare to look at. Now that he had snuck in, it was like revisiting an old haunt. Compared to the past, the difference in power was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, he was even more careful and cautious. The higher one stood, the more reverence one had for the world. Shaochen was here to look for by Wuxue. If possible, he would not participate in the fight for the demon sword. It was going to be a huge mess. Once they got involved, it would be very difficult for them to escape. There were countless places in the vast savage battlefield, and the environment was very complicated. There were desolate plains, swamps, hills, deserts, forests, and everything else. Finding Bai Wuxue would not be easy. Without a good plan, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. However, Shaochen was not afraid of looking for a needle in a haystack. He was afraid that he would not even have the chance to do so. Bai Wuxue better not die. In the war chariot, Shaochen looked at a map. The place he wanted to go was the Dragon Burial Mound. Right now, most of the people of the Winged Demon Royal Hall, the Blood Demon Royal Hall, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall should be at the Dragon Burial Mound, wishing that they could find that demon monarch's corpse. Shaochen had been to the Dragon Burial Mound once before. He remembered that the place was very special. If one took the initiative to look for it, one would not be able to find a dragon cave. Only when the dragon cave appeared on its own would there be a chance to enter. At that time, he did not know the reason behind it. From the looks of it, it must have something to do with the demon emperor's corpse from 10,000 years ago. To be more precise, it might have something to do with the demon sword, Evil Shadow. The appearance of more than 10,000 dragon caves was clearly abnormal. It was not hard to understand why the demons wanted to use this opportunity to obtain the demon sword. As for Shaochen, he wanted to force out Bai Wuxue's whereabouts from these demons. At the very least, he needed to know if Bai Wuxue was alive or dead. The Black Cycle war chariot turned into a graceful figure as it flew. Along the way, Shaochen saw many war chariots, warships, and groups of cultivators of the various races of the Kunlun realm. However, these people's cultivations were not very high. Presumably, the outstanding talents of the various places had not rushed over yet. Only the cultivators of the Tianwu domain had come. Shaochen's war chariot did not stand out among them. He even saw several war chariots that were decorated exactly the same as the cycle war chariot, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After a while, they arrived at the dragon burial mound. When Xiao Chun peered through the curtains, he felt startled. The original dragon burial mound had been hidden under endless mountain peaks. However, now all the peaks had crumbled. The boundless mountain range had vanished, turning into a boundless land of shattered rocks. Many true dragon caves were exposed in the shattered ground. There were so many that it was flabbergasting. Above every dragon cave, there was a huge dragon-shaped chi current shuttling through the clouds as if it was alive. The strangest thing was that the dragon chi was all black. Dragon chi was originally an auspicious thing. However, it seemed very strange here. When Xiao Chun looked around, he saw that the various dragon caves in the boundless shattered ground seemed to follow some sort of pattern. Together with the dragon chi in the sky, Xiao Chun vaguely felt that the scene before him resembled a certain geomancy. However, the boundless shattered ground was too vast. There were so many dragon caves that it was flabbergasting. Xiao Chun could not see them clearly, so he could not confirm his guess. After the Tianwu domain cultivators arrived at the periphery of the dragon burial mound, they gathered at a mountain range, not daring to enter rashly. A stone stele stood at the periphery of the dragon burial mound. The corpses of many human cultivators were stuck in sharp rocks around the stone stele. If one looked carefully, they would discover that these were all the elites of the Water-Moon Alliance. Their deaths were very miserable, a ghastly sight. For large, bloody words were written on the stone stele: "All who enter will die." Looking at the many corpses, the Tianwu domain cultivators gritted their teeth in hatred. However, no one dared to charge in. Some of these people were the friends and relatives of the dead. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and they wanted to charge in without a care for their own safety. However, their companions held them back. The people of the Water-Moon Alliance died really miserably. I heard that the Water-Moon Alliance was originally surrounding the Blood Demon Royal Hall. Who could have imagined that the Winged Demon Royal Hall and the Fire Demon Royal Hall would suddenly appear and surround them instead? They got tricked badly. These Demon Crown Scions purposely spread false news before this, planning for an entire month. They even purposely killed several Demon Emperor Wu. Otherwise, Bai Wuxue would not have fallen for it. How hateful! To think that our Tianwu domain is so large. After such a big thing happened, no one stepped forward. The sons of the three holy masters joined the deity Dao Union and followed Di Wuk's lead. If Di Wuk does not say anything, they will not make an appearance. Furthermore, Shui Lingling is in closed-door cultivation, and Enjuanxi is wandering the starry heavens. There really is no one left in the Tianwu domain. If only the Blue Dragon King were still around. How could these demons be so arrogant? Don't mention that person. This is no longer the era of the Blue Dragon King. Back then he jumped off the Emperor's road. Who knows if he is still alive or not? Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chun listened to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators and gained a rough understanding of what happened. Four demons stood on a rock not far from the stone stele. Their eyes showed some mockery as they looked at the Tianwu domain cultivators from afar. Of the four demons, two were from the Blood Demon Royal Hall, one was from the Winged Demon Royal Hall, and the last was from the Fire Demon Royal Hall. They were all royal clan disciples with purple marks on their foreheads. With these four people guarding this place, the hundreds of Tianwu domain cultivators did not dare to move. There were even several greater heavenly Emperor Wu among them. This was really ironic. This was the Kunlun realm, the territory of the human race. Yet, these demons became the masters. With so many cultivators charging over, no matter how powerful the four demons were, they would not be able to kill them all. It would be impossible to defend this place. However, this was reality. Everyone feared death. No one dared to move. Boom! On the rock, a demon from the Blood Demon Royal Hall felt bored and pointed. The corpse of a human cultivator hanging on a sharp rock immediately exploded and turned into a splatter of blood, looking extremely cruel. Ha! Qin Yun, unexpectedly, you have such a hobby. People are already dead, yet you still want to dismember their corpses. However, this method of yours is not very brilliant. Watch me." The demon in flaming robes from the Fire Demon Royal Hall laughed loudly. Then he snapped his fingers, and a human corpse immediately burned to ashes. "That is nothing. Watch me." The blue-clad demon from the Winged Demon Royal Hall became interested. He stretched out his hand, and countless wind blades descended, slicing a corpse into thousands of pieces. "Bastards! I'll fight it out with you." A Tianwu domain cultivator in the crowd roared when he saw his friend's corpse being trampled on like that. "Don't go. If you go, you will fall for it. When the experts of the other domains arrive, we will settle the score with them." Although the person beside him was furious, he was still rational and did his best to hold the other party back. The blood demon Qin Yun sat on a rock. When he saw this scene from afar, he smiled and said, "There is really no one left in the Tianwu domain. Bai Wuxue fled like a dog. You all are not even comparable to dogs." After saying that, the four started laughing at the same time. As they laughed, their heads flew off at the same time. The headless bodies slowly fell over, and a war chariot descended, crushing the four corpses to dust before flying off again. Clang! The flying war chariot happened to be in the air, catching the four flying divine weapons. The resonant sound of sabers lingered in the surroundings, lingering for a long time. However, the black war chariot had already vanished without a trace. The saber does not touch the hand, and the person does not leave a shadow. It is the shadowless saber sovereign. Someone cried out hoarsely only after a long time before he reacted to what happened. Chapter 14:15. Originally, Xiaochen wanted to leave one alive and interrogate him about Bai Wushue's whereabouts. However, these four people had gone overboard. So, he could not be bothered with them. Since they had already been killed, so be it. He had always been decisive in killing demonic dwellers. If he could kill them in one move, he would not use a second move. After entering the dragon burial mound, the unusual aura became even more obvious. The black dragon chi swimming in the sky and the invisible feng shui layout made people feel extremely uncomfortable. It seemed like the rumor was most likely correct. There was indeed the corpse of a demon emperor buried here. Furthermore, this demon emperor had a powerful background. "Who are you? How dare you barge into the forbidden area?" Soon, the cycle war chariot was discovered. A group of demons blocked Xiao Chen's path. This was also what Xiao Chen had done on purpose. He had slowed down. If he had advanced at full speed, it would have been impossible for this group of people to stop him. The chariot stopped on top of a pile of broken rocks. Xiao Chen looked at the group of people in front of him through the curtain. To Xiao Chen's surprise, he discovered that the leader of the group was actually quite strong, much stronger than the four demons guarding the entrance. This person was Wang Tian, one of the Blood Demon Royal Hall's four protectors. He had once appeared in the mountain manor where the ice-fire monster lived. "Kill him." Seeing that Xiao Chen, who was in the war chariot, did not say anything, Wang Tian instructed coldly. The 10 martial emperors of the Blood Demon Royal Hall stood behind him. He turned into a streak of crimson light and flew into the carriage. In the blink of an eye, he had passed through the curtains and entered the carriage. Wang Tian revealed a cold smile. These days, the shadowless saber sovereign was too famous. There were many imitators who liked to stab a saber in front of their war chariot. However, Xiao Chen hoped that this was not an imitator but the real shadowless saber sovereign. Right now, the shadowless saber sovereign's head was already worth a lot in the deep abyss demonic world. The two demon monarchs could use his head to exchange for 1,000 primordial pills. If Xiao Chen fought with his true body, he would definitely not be a match. However, with the four protectors and the crown prince, even a sovereign martial emperor would have to submit. Ah! A series of screams came from within the carriage. What was going on? Wang Tian was shocked. 10 elites of the first layer of the Emperor Wu, even if they couldn't defeat one person at the same time, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Bang bang bang. The curtain of the carriage swayed amidst the strong gales, and corpses flew out one after another. When it fell to the ground, the mountain rocks exploded into fragments, and dust flew everywhere. The 10 Blood Demon Royal Hall elites all died. In that instant, Wang Tian's heart bled. Even in the Golden Age, there were people who succeeded in passing the tribulation from time to time, and Emperor Wu was emerging one after another. Compared to the peak of ancient times, there was not much difference. However, Emperor Wu was still in existence that stood at the peak of the martial arts world. Emperor Wu represented the strength of a faction. Furthermore, these 10 people were Emperor Wu of the Blood Demon Royal Hall. The Blood Demon Royal Hall had an extremely high threshold. Those who could enter were all elites. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Wang Tian said through gritted teeth. Yes, it's me. You are really bold. The various outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm have not arrived yet, and you dare to barge into this dragon burial mound alone? Do you really not place our 3 demon royal halls in your eyes? Inside the war chariot, Shao Chen said indifferently, as far as I know, your 3 demon royal halls are ranked at the bottom, right? Otherwise, the 18 demon royal halls would not have sent you to be the vanguard, to be cannon fodder. Whether I am cannon fodder or not, you will know very soon. Right after Wang Tian spoke, his aura suddenly soared. A scarlet sword appeared in his hand, burning with a dense flame. This was the result of him activating the Blood Fiend demonic technique. Shao Chen watched coldly. He did not believe that the other party would dare to attack him. Indeed, it was as Shao Chen expected. The ferocious Wang Tian looked like he wanted to fight it out with Shao Chen. However, when Wang Tian's aura reached its peak, he swung his sword and turned to flee. Shao Chen, who had expected this, smiled coldly. The 2 horses revealed their true forms, turning into mutated flood dragons. The cycle war chariot carrying Shao Chen moved in an arc, dodging the other party's scarlet sword chi and blocking Wang Tian. Where are you going? This startled Wang Tian. This shadowless saber sovereign seemed to have seen through him. However, he calmed down in the blink of an eye. Wang Tian was a 5th heaven martial emperor. Even if he faced a sovereign martial emperor, he would still have a chance to survive if he got severely injured. I know that I am not a match for you. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, if you let me go, we can pretend that we did not see each other. Let's just pretend that we did not see each other. Otherwise, I will risk my severe injuries to escape and inform His Highness of your appearance. With the encirclement of the 3 demon royal halls, you will definitely die. Wang Tian threatened Shao Chen as he stood upright while holding his sword. You are overthinking. Do you think that I snuck in? I already killed the 4 demons guarding the pass. Even if you do not say anything, the 3 demon royal halls will find out soon. Oh no! Wang Tian thought to himself. Then he instantly executed the blood shadow evasion, turning into a scarlet beam of light and fleeing far away. The blood shadow evasion was an innate skill of the blood demons. Powerful blood demon cultivators could use this evasion technique to move 5,000 kilometers in an instant. However, this blood shadow evasion drained a lot of chi and blood. Most blood demons would not use it unless they had no other choice. Ding! Amid a melodious sound, Pride shot out. The resplendent saber light made the saber look like the bright moon. A sharp, miserable shriek rang out. Pride pinned Wang Tian to the ground, and he vomited a large amount of blood. Bang! Wang Tian shouted as he grasped the saber with both hands. He revealed a pained expression as he endured the intense pain and pulled out Pride. After Wang Tian stood up, he continued running without looking back. The shadowless saber sovereign was stronger than he had imagined. He was not a match for the shadowless saber sovereign at all. Pride returned to the front of the war chariot with a clang. Then, Shao Chen looked at Wang Tian's departing figure. Shao Chen felt somewhat astonished. The life force of the blood demons was really strong. That earlier saber strike pierced through his heart of an emperor, yet he still had the ability to flee. However, the stronger this person was, the better. The stronger this person was, the more the Blood Demon Royal Hall would know. Knowing that it was by Wuxue would increase Shao Chen's chances. Otherwise, if Shao Chen had to search for them one by one, this dragon burial mound was astonishingly large. Boom! Shao Chen's aura was like the wind, knocking aside the curtains in front of the war chariot. His vision widened, and he clearly saw Wang Tian fleeing. Come back! Shao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed. The 1,000 strands of primordial energy in his body spun rapidly in his palm. A strong suction immediately pulled Wang Tian back. It was like teleportation, so strong that Wang Tian could not resist at all. After Wang Tian was sucked in, the curtains in front of the war chariot were still falling down slowly, not closing completely. This showed how fast it was. I don't have time to speak nonsense with you. Tell me, where is Bai Wuxue? Xiao Chen asked expressionlessly as he sat in the middle, holding Wang Tian with one hand. This was the first time Wang Tian saw this mysterious shadowless saber sovereign in the sealed space. The shadowless saber sovereign wore a mask, had black hair, and a strong aura, putting immense pressure on others. When Wang Tian heard Xiao Chen's question, an indiscernible change flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly covered it up. After coughing a few times, Wang Tian smiled with much difficulty. So, you are here to save someone. In that case, you better behave yourself. Otherwise, it will be hard to guarantee your friend's safety. Xiao Chen looked at Wang Tian and said, "Behave myself to you?" Xiao Chen's gaze made Wang Tian's hair stand on end. He quickly said, "There's no need, there's no need. I already said it. You just have to let me live. Don't try to bargain with me." Xiao Chen exerted some force with the hand holding Wang Tian. Wang Tian immediately felt an intense bone-piercing pain, causing him to cry out. Half a minute later, Wang Tian could no longer endure. He shouted, I'll speak. After he was injured by the 3 Crown Science Dao protectors, he fled to the savage battlefield's Death Sand Dune. The 4 protectors of the Fire Demon Royal Hall are chasing after him. Not dead? That's good. I can give away the eternal ice now. Xiao Chen knew that the Death Sand Dune was a boundless desert. The corpses of the 100 races of the past were buried under the desert. Now they were already eroded by the wind. Rotting divine weapons, tattered armor, and demonified skeletons could be seen everywhere. The environment of that place was complicated, with sandstorms everywhere. It was indeed suitable for fleeing. Bai Wuxue should be able to hold out there for some time. I already said it. Can you let me go now? Wang Tian asked, unwilling to give up even though he knew that there was not much hope. Xiao Chen did not answer. He still had to consider whether the other party was lying to him or not. Xiao Chen did not say anything under the mask, giving off an unfathomable feeling. The sealed space was scarily quiet. Wang Tian, who was hoisted in the air, felt very uneasy. You are lying to me, Xiao Chen said suddenly as he narrowed his eyes amid the oppressive atmosphere. His killing chi burst forth. Wang Tian's expression changed dramatically. How did he know? Just as he was about to say something, he understood. Xiao Chen was tricking him. Indeed, you are lying to me. You are really bold. Bang. Wang Tian's body flew out of the war chariot. When he landed, he gave off an intense explosion. The war chariot moved slowly and arrived beside Wang Tian. Then Xiao Chen's cold voice came from it. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me the truth. Otherwise, I won't kill you. I'll hand you over to the relatives of the Water Moon Alliance members. With just this sentence, Wang Tian, who was struggling to get up, paled in horror. Wang Tian was very clear on how badly they killed the Water Moon Alliance members and how angry their relatives were. Falling into their hands was no different from falling into hell. Chapter 14:16. In the depths of the Dragon Burial Mound, 3 demons with extraordinary appearances stood together and chatted casually. There were many similarities between the 3 of them. They all had impeccable looks and noble temperaments. There was a purple mark between their eyebrows, and their clothes were all inlaid with a faint layer of gold. The only difference was the emblem on their clothes. The emblem was exquisite and small, representing the Blood Demon Royal Hall, the Winged Demon Royal Hall, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall. That's right, these 3 people were the rumored 3 princes. However, it was strange that besides an old man standing beside each of them and a chariot parked beside them, there was no one else. The Fire Demon Royal Hall's crown scion was called Xian Yan. After sizing up the place, he looked at the Winged Demon Royal Hall's crown scion and said, Yi Xian, which royal hall do you think has the highest chance of obtaining the demonic sword Evil Shadow this time? The ones with the greatest chance are naturally the first demon hall's Heavenly Demon Hall, the second demon hall's Earth Demon Hall, and the third demon hall's Shadow Demon Hall. The other demon halls also have a chance, but they cannot compare to these three halls. The winged demon halls Yi Xian analyzed calmly after thinking for a while. However, the blood demon royal hall's Wang Feng shook his head. I don't think so. How so? Hearing that Wang Feng seemed to have other opinions, the two crown scions looked over. Have you ever thought that if that person from the succubus palace comes along as well? TSK, that would be a huge variable. After hearing this, Xian Yan and Xian Yan's handsome faces changed slightly as they fell into deep thought. Indeed, if that person came, the variables would be huge. That's impossible. Although this person is incredible, he is very smart. He knows that there are some things that he cannot touch. This is the evil shadow sword. It's hard to say. Bush. Just then 2 strong gusts of wind blew over. As the wind gathered, 2 demonic beings from the winged demon palace walked out and knelt on one knee. Greetings, your highnesses. Qin Yun and company have been killed. The trio's expressions did not change when they heard the news. Qin Yun and company were not considered to be the strongest. Asking him to guard the pass was just to stall for time before the leaders of the various factions arrived so that no one would disturb them. However, he did not expect the leaders of the other domains to arrive so quickly. It was a little unexpected. Who did it? The heavenly starry oceans Chu Yang, the dark seas Sima Lingxian, the fiend domains Kong Yuan, or the ghost race or the corpse race? Your Highness, none of them. What? Upon hearing this, the 3 princes' expressions changed slightly. Yi Xian said in a low voice, Speak, who did it? Shadowless Saber Sovereign. The place remained silent for a while. Then, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's crown scion smiled coldly and said, You came at a good time. My royal father wants his head, and second imperial uncle is currently searching for him throughout the Kunlun realm. To think that he dares to appear. I'll inform my second imperial uncle right away. Once he's killed, it'll count as my contribution. After saying that, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's crown scion Wang Feng closed his eyes. The purple mark on his forehead flickered continuously. The others knew that this was a secret method exclusive to the royal family of the blood race. Similar methods were available to all races. After a while, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's crown scion smiled and said, My royal uncle is in the Tianwu domain. He will rush over soon. Since that is the case, then the 2 of us will not interfere in this matter. The 2 knew that the shadowless Saber Sovereign had snatched something that the Blood Demon Monarch wanted and already incurred a grudge. Thus, they tactfully sold Wang Feng a favor. Yi Xian said to the demons still kneeling on the ground, You 2 can withdraw first. Continue searching the Dragon Cave. There is no need to care about the shadowless Saber Sovereign's matter. The 2 demons stood up, and their figures became increasingly faint. Then, they turned into a gust of wind and blew into the distance. Boom. However, the demons had only flown 1 kilometer when 2 even more intense winds blew in the distance. Furthermore, these were not ordinary winds but saber winds. These were not sabers hidden in the wind but wind formed by boundless saber intent. The strong winds were accompanied by thunder and lightning, tearing through the air. 2 miserable shrieks rang out. The 2 winged demon royal hall's demons, who were originally drifting away, fell to the feet of the 3 crown scions covered in wounds. Electricity even flickered in those saber wounds. The 2 demons howled in pain. Their bodies trembled endlessly, no longer able to stand up. Bang! A figure landed heavily, kicking up a lot of dust. The Blood Demon Royal Hall's crown scion raised his eyebrows and said, Wang Tian. Your Highness, it is the shadowless Saber Sovereign. He is here to save by Wuxue, Wang Tian said with much difficulty. The sound of wind chimes rang out. 2 mutated flood dragons pulling a war chariot slowly descended. The old men beside the 3 crown scions silently moved away, inadvertently protecting the 3 crown scions where they could most easily protect them. These 3 unremarkable-looking old men were the mysterious Tao protectors of their respective demon royal halls. Inside the war chariot, When Xiao Chen saw the 3 demon crown signs, he felt somewhat surprised. To think that there was only one old man beside the 3. Where did the other people of the demon royal halls go? Very good. You have performed a meritorious deed by luring the shadowless saber sovereign here. After you die, I will get Imperial Father to confer a posthumous title on you. The Blood Demon Royal Hall's crown scion said indifferently. Then he threw a palm strike and extinguished Wang Tian's final life force. Before Wang Tian died, he did his best to say something, to tell the 3 crown scions not to underestimate the enemy. However, Wang Feng did not give him the chance. In the end, Wang Tian did not say what he wanted to say. Who gave you such great courage? To dare to come and seek the 3 of us alone, Yi Xian, the winged demon royal hall's crown scion, said with a faint smile as he sized up the cycle war chariot with interest. Xian Yan smiled and said, "This war chariot is pretty good. I want it." Wang Feng, it is not that we do not want to give you a chance. He delivered himself to us. You cannot blame us for this. I know, Wang Feng said indifferently. Xiao Chen did not understand what the 3 were talking about. The reason he came here was because Wang Tian said something else. Bai Wuxue had not managed to get far before he was captured. However, the 3 crown scions did not kill him. Instead, they locked him up with the other Water Moon Alliance elites. According to Wang Tian, the crown scions wanted to use these people as hostages. After the crown scions obtained the evil shadow sword, the major characters of the Kunlun realm might make a move to stop them. At such a time, there would be some benefits to having hostages. I don't understand what you are talking about. Just one question. Is Bai Wuxue in your hands? Xiao Chen asked from the war chariot. The Blood Demon Royal Hall's crown scions clapped their hands, and some demons immediately walked out of the warship in the air. They pressed down on the restrained Bai Wuxue, Ling Feng, and the others, making them kneel on the ground. When Xiao Chen saw this, he relaxed. Release them, and I'll leave this place immediately. I will not participate in the fight for the demon sword. The 3 crown scions laughed at the same time. Wang Feng said coldly, Shadowless Saber Sovereign, do you still not understand the situation? Release them? Soon, you will be kneeling there as well. To think that you still dare to boast shamelessly. The 2 crown scions of the Winged Demon Royal Hall and the Fire Demon Royal Hall revealed mocking expressions as they clapped their hands. Whoosh! Immediately, strong winds blew, flames howled, and scarlet light shot out from the various dragon caves. The flames filling the sky descended like meteors. After they landed, they squirmed and took human form. Many demons walked out from the gale with cold expressions. As the scarlet light shot out, the many blood demons revealed themselves. Densely packed demons immediately filled the empty ground. They surrounded the cycle war chariot, both inside and out. With a casual glance, these 3 Demon Royal Hall's demons numbered at least 3,000. 1/3 of them were Emperor Wu's cultivators. The overwhelming demonic might gathered. Immediately, winds blew and clouds churned. This demonic might pushed away the black dragon cheese swimming in the sky, making it seem like it would scatter. The air immediately thinned. The atmosphere was suppressive and tense, and a cold, somber intent spread out. Kill, kill, kill. All the demons shouted coldly 3 times. Then, they drew their weapons at the same time and pointed them at the cycle war chariot. The 3,000 strands of killing chi turned solid. Before this pressure, the war chariot seemed to be unable to withstand it, giving off creaking sounds. The 7 divine weapons trembled endlessly, buzzing. Bullying with numbers? Xiao Chen seemed to be muttering to himself in the war chariot. Wang Feng smiled coldly and said, You fool, you can't be thinking that we will personally make a move against you, right? Xian Yan said indifferently, As demon crown scions, we have noble statuses. How can we not cherish ourselves? Don't get angry. Today, we are bullying with numbers, surrounding and killing you. Yi Xian's voice was cold, containing a trace of mockery. This shadowless saber sovereign foolishly came looking for him, yet he still blamed them for fighting with numbers. This shadowless saber sovereign was only angry? Not at all. It is just that I do not like bullying with numbers, so I rarely use these methods. It looks like I can use them today. Many thanks. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chen showed a calm expression. There was no panic in his tone at all. What does he mean? For some reason, the 3 demon crown scions felt that something was wrong. Clang. The 7 divine weapons drew at the same time, and 7 figures appeared around the war chariot. They stretched out their hands and grasped the divine weapons. Then, they each took a position and protected the war chariot. It was not over yet. Inside the war chariot, a brilliant light suddenly flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and his aura suddenly soared. Many sabers flew out of the war chariot, turning into thousands of saber lights. Each saber light was as piercing as the blazing sun. The light was too dazzling. The 3 demon crown scions could not see clearly, so they squinted slightly. When the light vanished, the 3 demon crown scions gaped in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. 4 bladesmen surrounded each of the demons of the 3 demon royal halls. When one looked around, the 3,000 demons were surrounded so tightly that not even a drop of water could escape. Chapter 14:17. The 3 demon crown scions showed stunned expressions. The situation had changed too quickly. Don't worry, this is just a doppelganger technique. The more doppelgangers he has, the weaker he will be. He's definitely just putting on an act. I nearly startled him. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, let's see how long you can remain arrogant. The Blood Demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng said with a surging killing chi, his face sinking. That's right, this was indeed a doppelganger technique. However, this doppelganger technique was a little different from what they had imagined. It was created by Xiao Chen using the life bestowal spell. The doppelganger's battle prowess was not worth mentioning. The doppelganger was not important. What was important was the saber in the doppelganger's hand. With the cycle war chariot as the center, a vast Taiji diagram appeared on the ground. 7 figures protecting the war chariot held divine weapons and danced about. What? The 10,000 clones moved at the same time, brandishing the sabers in their hands and sending out saber lights. Saber lights filled the air, flickering endlessly. Boundless saber chi shook the surroundings, creating a majestic scene. The scene of the clones crumbling upon contact did not happen, as Wang Feng and the other 2 had imagined. Instead, the 3 trapped demons held back. The moment the battle started, many wounds appeared on their bodies. The Taiji diagram on the ground slowly spun, and the formless Taiji saber domain spread out. Every demon was separated. All that could be seen were saber lights, saber sounds, and unfathomable saber chi everywhere. Amid the flickering lights, the 3,000 demons did not face clones. Instead, they faced the yin-yang saber formation formed by the clones holding sabers. In the beginning, the devil dwellers could still deal with them. Although they were panicking, they could guarantee that they would only suffer some light injuries. However, slowly, the yin-yang saber formation started to rotate completely. There was no longer a single clone. Only 2 huge dragons made of saber lights soared up and down, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. It was either a dragon's head roaring, a divine dragon swinging its tail, or a pair of dragons playing with a pearl. Amidst the endless saber light, screams rose and fell without end. Blood splattered everywhere, and the saber light began to glow with a blood-red light. What's going on? The expressions of Wang Feng and the other 2 changed drastically. They grew anxious. They had not expected things to turn out like this. Get them to retreat. Hurry up and retreat. That's a formation. This won't do. I can't retreat. There are saber lights everywhere. Up in the sky, down on the ground, in all directions. They completely interfere with my 6 senses. The Winged Demon Royal Hall's Yi Xian's expression turned scarily sullen. Unexpectedly, it seemed like the Shadowless Saber Sovereign was going to destroy the 3 demon royal halls. On the warship, Ling Feng said joyfully, "Big brother Bai, it's the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. He is here to save us." Bai Wuxue felt it was strange. He did not have any dealings with the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Why did the other party come to save him? However, although the Shadowless Saber Sovereign used the saber formation to gain an advantage, the 3 demon royal hall's Dao protectors had not made a move yet. "Make your move," the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Xianyan said. The three Tao protectors exchanged glances, then bowed slightly and stepped forward, emitting powerful auras. Boom! The sovereign emperor might condensed into a beam and soared into the sky. In an instant, all the clouds in the sky were swept away. All that could be seen in the sky was the wandering black dragon Qi, as well as the universe's starry sky, the sun, moon, and stars. The three Tao protectors were actually all seventh heaven sovereign martial emperors. Their auras continued to soar. Rumble! The ground for 5,000 kilometers around started trembling. Countless rocks soared into the air and floated there. With the Tao protectors making a move, let's see how you survive. The Blood Demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng said hatefully. The current situation was one person killing thousands of elites of 3 demon royal halls. Just thinking about it made one feel sullen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 Tao protectors finally moved. Their figures flashed, wanting to charge in and suppress the shadowless Saber Sovereign's main body. However, something strange happened. The moment the 3 Tao protectors came into contact with the Yin-Yang Saber formation, they felt an incredibly surging aura force the 3 out. It won't do. There is a strange force field below that saber formation. It blends yin and yang, reversing the universe. Unless we find the strange circulation pattern, we will not be able to force our way in. The moment Wang Feng said that, the 3 crown scions were completely dumbfounded. Even their final trump card was useless. Could they really not stop the shadowless Saber Sovereign? Just at this moment, the saber lights filling the air suddenly vanished. The dust scattered with the wind. At a glance, many sabers flickering with cold light were stabbed into the ground where the demons originally stood. There were also many demons lying on the ground, their fates unknown. Xiao Chen, who was in the war chariot, felt slightly fatigued. This formation should have been executed by many people at the same time. When Xiao Chen executed it alone, the drain on his magic energy was too horrifying. He could not maintain it for too long. However, this was not bad. Half of the 3,000 demons had died. The remaining half basically did not have much combat prowess. The Yin-Yang Saber formation made its debut, and its performance was rather satisfactory. This is a good opportunity. It was not easy for him to execute that saber formation either. The eyes of the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector lit up. His entire body burned with flames, and his sovereign emperor's might soared into the sky, stirring up the winds and clouds. Then he leaped into the air and flew towards the cycle war chariot. The other 2 Tao protectors reacted slightly slower. However, they felt that this opportunity could not be missed, so they quickly followed. When the 3 seventh heaven sovereign martial emperors attacked, their emperors might merged together and kicked up a boundless strong wind. The sabers stabbed into the ground clanged endlessly in the strong wind. The war chariot could not endure the immense pressure, causing it to sink into the ground. However, Xiao Chen, who was seated in the war chariot, did not show any fear. After collecting the 7 thrones, he had perfected the flawless saber technique. He was no longer the same as before. Void-breaking stance. Xiao Chen called out softly, and pride, which had merged with the destruction throne, vanished with a whoosh. When it reappeared, it was shining with a bright light as it chopped down at the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector. The Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector, who was rushing towards the cycle war chariot, could not dodge at all. He could only raise his palm to receive the attack. Dang! An intense clash resounded like thunder. The Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back 1 kilometer. I'll kill you! After suffering such a great loss, the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector became somewhat enraged. He stood firmly and prepared to charge over. However, clearly, the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector no longer had this opportunity. The second divine weapon, Wrath, executed the dragon subduing stance and chopped down. Dang! After vomiting 3 mouthfuls of blood, the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector moved back another 1 kilometer. This time, he was severely injured. His hair was disheveled, and wounds covered his entire body. However, it was not over yet. Before the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector landed on the ground, Sloth charged over. He wanted to see the scenery at the peak of the mountain, to stand at the top of the clouds and look down on the world. He was young and full of ambition. There was always a saber with the word Lingyun carved in his heart. One day, when this saber was unsheathed, he would definitely soar into the sky, soaring through the clouds and into the 9 heavens. Flawless saber technique, 5th move, Lingyun. 3 sabers flew over one after another, not giving the Tao Protector any chance to catch his breath. Boom! This time, the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector retreated quickly and landed at the feet of the 3 Crown Scions. Old Xian. The Fire Demon Royal Hall's Crown Scion, Xian Yan, was greatly startled. He quickly went over to help the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector up. Be careful! The Winged Demon Royal Hall's Crown Scion Yi Xian reacted quickly. He immediately pulled the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector and Wang Feng back. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector exploded, sending out resplendent saber lights. The life essence of a sovereign martial emperor was as dazzling as a meteor as it filled the air, lighting up the entire place and stunning everyone. The shock waves of the explosion left Wang Feng and the others covered in dust. When they looked up at the cycle war chariot, their faces paled slightly, and their lips trembled continuously. How can this be? How can this be? 3 sabers. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign used only 3 sabers to kill a 7th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor. The other 2 Crown Scions, who had been charging over with the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector, saw that the situation was bad and immediately retreated in fright. Their speed was even faster than lightning. Breaking space, dragon subduing stance, Lingyun, killing a sovereign with 3 sabers. Chapter 14:18. Killing a 7th Heaven Emperor Wu with 3 saber strikes stunned the 3 Demon Crown Scions. The strength of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign completely surpassed their expectations. So. Pride, wrath, and sloth returned to their scabbards. Inside the war chariot, Xiaochen felt somewhat surprised at the might of the flawless saber technique after it merged with the 7 states. Logically speaking, it should not be possible for the other party to be so ridiculously strong. No matter how he thought about it, it was the other party who had underestimated him first. This gave Xiaochen an opportunity. All 3 strikes landed. His physical body could not endure the swelling saber chi in his body, causing him to explode and die. If he had used all his strength to block the first slash, he might have ended up in such a miserable state. After calmly analyzing the situation, Xiaochen gained a more intuitive understanding of his flawless saber technique. In a one-on-one fight with the flawless saber technique, defeating a 7th Heaven Martial Emperor would not be a problem. However, it would not be ridiculously strong either. After all, his cultivation was still a little lacking. Xiaochen had always been like this. He would never underestimate himself, nor would he overestimate himself. The death of the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector was too shocking. Resplendent sparks filled the sky, attracting the many cultivators of the Tianwu domain to rush over. When the countless Tianwu domain cultivators saw this scene, they all revealed expressions of incredulity. Of the 3,000 demons of the 3 demon royal halls, half were dead or injured. The other half lay half dead on the ground, moaning in pain. Sabers stabbed into their bodies. There was also a king-level Tao Protector who exploded and died. This was equivalent to 3 demon royal halls being crippled by a single person. It really is the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. He alone crippled 3 demon royal halls. No wonder Wu Xiaotian took the initiative to hand the Saber Sovereign Medallion to him. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign is indeed already as strong as a sovereign martial emperor. The title of Saber Sovereign is truly well-deserved. The 3 demon royal halls were arrogant and despotic, looking down on the cultivators of my Tianwu domain. Let's see how arrogant they are now. Look, the highnesses of the 3 great demon halls are all dumbfounded. Many martial artists felt extremely delighted, but they did not dare to step forward because there were still 2 Tao Protectors here. Clang, clang, clang. All the sabers stabbed into the ground turned into saber lights and returned to the war chariot. Only at this moment did the demons who were still alive feel the pressure on them lessen. They all stood up and went behind their respective highnesses. Now, Everyone understood that these demons were intimidated by the saber intent on the saber. That was why they could not get up. Immediately, they felt that the shadowless saber sovereign's strength was even more unfathomable. In the war chariot, Shao Chen said indifferently, "Release him." The crown scions of the Blood Demon Royal Hall, the Winged Demon Royal Hall, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall felt fear in their hearts. The three princes were all very powerful, and together with the two Dao protectors, they would definitely be able to put up a fight. However, Shao Chen's act of killing a seventh heaven great emperor with 3 slashes was too shocking. The three of them were not confident and lost their drive. Sometimes it was just like that. Once the courage and drive were gone, even if the strength was still there, it wouldn't be able to be used. Let him go. With his strength, I think only the top 3 princes can fight him. Yeah, we're just the vanguard. We shouldn't have to deal with such an opponent. That's right. Right now, we are weakened. We cannot suffer any more losses. The 3 princes quickly sent voice projections and quickly came to a consensus. On the warship, Bai Wuxue, Ling Feng, and the other Water Moon Alliance cultivators had their restrictions removed and were tossed down. The Blood Demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng said through gritted teeth, "Shadowless Saber Sovereign, we already did what you wanted us to do. You can leave now, right?" Right now, Wang Feng's heart was filled with regret. If he had agreed to the Shadowless Saber Sovereign at the start, things would not have turned out like this. If he had known that this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? Shao Chen ignored Wang Feng, which upset him even more. However, he could not do anything about it. The war chariot flew quickly and arrived before Bai Wuxue, Ling Feng, and the others. "Senior, we meet again. Many thanks for saving us." Ling Feng was rather excited. Once again, he saw the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's strong strength. This made him worship Shao Chen even more. Shao Chen had some impression of this person. He was a pretty good bladesman of the younger generation. Then he casually answered and looked at Bai Wuxue. After parting for more than 10 years, Shao Chen had not expected that the two would meet under such circumstances. When he thought about the past conflicts between him and this person, Shao Chen could not help but sigh. The past slowly unfolded like a painting, appearing in Shao Chen's mind and bringing the timeline to the period when he first came to the Kunlun realm. That was the most glorious period of Bai Wuxue's life. He was young and arrogant. Now that so many years had passed, he seemed to have changed a lot. "Shadowless Saber Sovereign, may I ask who asked you to come and save us?" Bai Wuxue was not a hothead like Ling Feng. With just a little thought, he knew that the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's arrival was definitely not simple. "Get in. This is not the place to speak." After hesitating for a moment, Bai Wuxue gave some instructions to the companions behind him and boarded Shao Chen's cycle war chariot. After about 7 minutes, Bai Wuxue, who was in the war chariot, held the eternal ice, feeling somewhat excited. No matter how he guessed, he could not have imagined that Shao Chen had come to save him for this reason. It did not take much effort to speak to a smart person. After Bai Wuxue got in the war chariot, Shao Chen explained everything in a few words. "After refining this eternal ice, I am confident of breaking through to Sovereign Martial Emperor," Bai Wuxue said with great certainty as a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Shao Chen did not doubt this. Given Bai Wuxue's talent in the Ice Dao, breaking through to Sovereign Martial Emperor would not be difficult for him if he obtained a wondrous item like the Eternal Ice. The problem was how long would he need to refine the Eternal Ice? Perhaps half a year, perhaps a year, perhaps even longer. Changing the topic, Bai Wuxue said, "Based on your tone, you do not want to get involved in the conflict over the evil Shadow Sword. But the Blood Demon Royal Hall, the Winged Demon Royal Hall, and the Fire Demon Royal Hall are ranked at the bottom of the 18 Demon Royal Halls. The true battle has just begun. Furthermore, I received news that the top 3 crown scions are not much weaker than you are now. In fact, they might be even stronger." Shao Chen retorted indifferently, "What does that have to do with me? The outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm will naturally step forward. I just need to do my part." "Are you talking about the deity Dao Union led by Diwuk? His strength is indeed unfathomable. Rumor has it that he already broke through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. There is also the heavenly starry oceans Chu Yang, the fiend domains Kong Yuan, and the others. They are all peak outstanding talents who can fight with the demon crown signs. However, our Tianwu domain has no such people. Bai Wuxue said somewhat agitatedly. In the earlier battle, he fought against 3 crown signs of the demon race and did not end up at a disadvantage. However, he was alone and did not manage to last until the end. The appearance of the shadowless saber sovereign gave Bai Wuxue new hope. As long as the other party was willing to join, the Water Moon Alliance would definitely gain new life. You probably do not know how broad the implications of this fight for the demon sword are. This battle is the first major test of the outstanding talents of the various races in the Golden Age. It concerns many benefits in the future, Bai Wuxue said further, urgently wanting to obtain the shadowless saber sovereign's support. Furthermore, Bai Wuxue felt that the other party's eyes were somewhat familiar. Perhaps he was an old friend. Using emotion and reason to move the other party might be able to move the other party. Under the mask, Xiaoqun narrowed his eyes and ferociously looked at Bai Wuxue, putting pressure on the other party, who did not know how to deal with this. The sealed war chariot fell silent. Bai Wuxue did not know how to continue the original topic, so he could only change the topic. If I may be so bold as to ask, may I know your real name? Bai Wuxue asked as he looked at the half-masked Xiaoqun. I should have seen you before. If I guessed right, we should have some interactions. Xiaoqun's expression did not change at all. Perhaps Bai Wuxue could find some familiarity in Xiaoqun's eyes. However, it was impossible for him to guess who Xiaoqun was. Just call me Shadowless. One day, when I walk out of this war chariot, you will know who I am. You can get off now. Right after Xiaoqun spoke, before Bai Wuxue could reply, a force knocked him off. It was not that Xiaoqun was not willing to help Bai Wuxue. It was just that this fight for the demon sword would attract too many people. Furthermore, there were many people that Xiaoqun did not know how to face. There were also some people that he feared he would not be able to control his rage after seeing them. Chapter 14:19. Wang Feng cried out hoarsely, "Oh no! My royal uncle is here." This group of demons really thinks that the Tianwu domain is their own home. How lawless! Shui Lingling said as she floated down from the sky and stood beside Juanxi. This was just the beginning. A sky full of arrows tore through the sky like meteors, densely packed and covering the sun as they shot over. 3 crown scions quickly retreat. The Haotian sect's Shui Lingling is here. The Thunder and Lightning Palace's experts have all rushed over as well. The 3 crown scions exchanged glances, and the same thought appeared in their minds at the same time. Since Bai Wuxue was released, they would capture this person alive. This person was even more valuable than Bai Wuxue. He was simply the most ideal person to be a hostage. When Juanxi heard this, he smiled bitterly to himself. Bai Wuxue was already good enough. If not for protecting the others and bringing up the rear alone, Bai Wuxue would be much more valuable. With his strength, it would be easy for him to escape if he wanted to. He definitely wouldn't be caught. The valiant and formidable-looking Shui Lingling ordered with a cold expression as she stood on the profound sun bird. Royal Uncle. The 3 demon royal halls looked like they were crippled. However, the 3 crown scions and 2 Dao protectors were still around. They were still not people they could deal with. Bush. After Wang Feng landed, he staggered back a few steps, his complexion pale. The expressions of the other 2 crown scions slowly turned grave as well. At the crucial moment, the 2 Dao protectors stepped forward and held up a light barrier, blocking all the arrows. However, do you think that you are the shadowless saber sovereign? Since he dares to come alone, you dare to come alone as well. Capture him alive. As the 3 crown scions looked at the 1,000-odd demon corpses on the shattered ground, they all frowned heavily. Everything had been going smoothly, but the appearance of this shadowless saber sovereign turned the situation into a mess. The 3 demon royal halls each lost more than half their forces. The red light descended, and a middle-aged man wearing scarlet robes inlaid with gold walked out. Following that, icy clouds drifted, and a white-clad snow demon also appeared. That was not all. There was a loud sound like a mountain crashing down. An iron demon also walked over. Shui Lingling snappily said, "You're so arrogant and conceited. I've already said that we'll act together after we come back. It's fine if you're caught, but you've implicated so many innocent people of the Water Moon Alliance." Wang Feng lowered his head and whispered, "Royal Uncle, the Shadowless Saber Sovereign made a move. We thought that we could surround and kill him. Who knew he killed most of us by himself? I am untalented. With my cultivation, I do not live up to the name Thunder King." And Juanxi remained calm and unhurried. Stepping in the air, Wang Feng charged over again with the blood sword in his hand. And Juanxi looked at the demon corpse on the ground. The remnant saber intent from the densely packed saber wounds had yet to scatter, giving off a sizzling sound. "Tell me what happened? I've heard of you. I have been wandering the starry heavens for the past few years. Unexpectedly, I met you in the savage battlefield." Wah! Now that the Blood Demon Royal Hall suffered huge losses, Xiaochen could not absolve himself from the blame. Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Even though his personality had changed, it was still difficult for him to let go of the past. No matter how crafty Wang Feng's sword technique was, he could not break through and injure Juanxi at all. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Feng's eyes. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a purple-clad youth standing on a tall rock in the northwest. A young man dressed in purple stood there. Under the sunlight, his face could not be seen clearly. "Greetings, seniors. It's you, the disciple of the Prime Thunder King. Interesting, a rare sight. A dog-eat-dog battle. If we cannot obtain the evil shadow sword this time, the positions of the 3 crown scions will change. Let's go." 3 sonic booms rang out in the sky. Before the 3 crown scions could react, the ground under them exploded endlessly. Loud explosions resounded, and the entire world started trembling. "That's right. It is because of that protector of yours that we lost our positions." Wang Feng and the other 2 were greatly startled. The 3 people who came were actually 8th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperors. Furthermore, they were not ordinary Sovereign Martial Emperors. They all had the royal bloodline. In the distance, a girl as gentle as water stood on a green bird, leading more than 1,000 archers of the Haotian sect. These archers held bows and continuously fired arrows. The purple-clad person jumped off the tall rock and revealed his sharp features. Then he said indifferently, "The Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Juanxi." The Blood Demon Royal Hall and the other 2 Demon Royal Halls were at the bottom of the 18 Demon Royal Halls. The truly problematic ones were the demon elites behind them. Wang Feng and the other 2 crown scions respectfully greeted this person, not daring to make a sound. Otherwise, they would definitely hate him for life. This person seemed to be an even more troublesome character to deal with than Bai Wuxue. Since when did such an expert appear in the Tianwu domain? After saying that, the 3 8th Heaven Demon Martial Emperors started searching for Xiao Qin in the savage battlefield, not wasting a single moment. The purple-clad person on the rock held a whip in his hand. His feet dug into the ground, not moving at all. As the purple-clad person brandished the whip, he stirred up lightning. Thunderclouds filled the sky for 5,000 kilometers around. As the whip moved, it formed an impenetrable defense. His figure flickered in the air, and a scarlet flame burned on his sword as he quickly executed all sorts of sword techniques. "Humph! You will have to take full responsibility. From now on, the efficiency of searching the Dragon Cave would be greatly reduced. Just thinking about it gave one a headache. In that case, you were the ones who attacked first." Wang Feng could no longer endure it. A scarlet light flashed, and he drew the sword at his waist. Then he sent out a scarlet sword light that looked like a pillar supporting the sky. Blood dyed the sky red, and demonic qi surged. After Xiao Qin left, the group of Tianwu domain cultivators who were watching earlier quickly led the Water Moon Alliance's remnant troops away. The middle-aged man in scarlet robes looked at the scene before him with a sullen expression. He radiated might without showing any anger, making Wang Feng feel very nervous. "Yes." Wang Feng's voice turned even softer, becoming less confident. Putting aside the joke for now, Juanxi did not show much joy as he watched the 3 Demon Royal Halls leave. "It's over. This time, The three of us are going to die here. Who exactly are you? Wang Feng asked seriously. Could it be that these three were all here to kill the shadowless saber sovereign? Thunder roared, and 10,000 bolts of lightning descended from the sky. A whip appeared in the purple-clad man's hand. The whip turned into a dragon, looking like a divine dragon swinging its tail. It scattered the scarlet sword light with a loud bang. The impact knocked Wang Feng back. The shadowless saber sovereign could not defeat him, so this random nobody actually dared to jump out. In the demonic world, the 8th Heaven Emperor Wu was already in existence second only to the demon monarchs. After all, some of the demon monarchs of the demonic world were only 9th Heaven Emperor Wu. We seem to have missed a good show. Someone already rescued by Wu Shue, and Juanshi said after he jumped onto the demon corpse and checked for a while. True dragon's rage. Just at this moment, cold laughter rang out at an untimely moment. The tone of the voice was filled with mockery. Black dragon chi drifted endlessly in the sky. Everything looked extremely terrible. Shui Lingling did not have a good impression of Bai Wuxue. Back then, Bai Wuxue had been targeting Xiao Chen, which was still fresh in her mind. Who is it? It could only be said that one should never offend a woman. Well, more accurately, one should never offend a man that a woman liked. And Juanshi's lips curled up slightly. He smiled faintly and said, "Foolish. When did I say that I came alone?" The cultivators of the Thunder and Lightning Palace and the Haotian sect chased relentlessly in the direction of the demon's retreat. Damn it. It's all because of that dog's hit protector of yours. If not for him drawing the shadowless saber sovereign over, we would not be in this state. If they truly wanted to fight, they would have to wait for the various outstanding talents to arrive before they could make a move. The winged demon royal halls Yi Xian waved his hand, and the 2,000 demons, who had recovered some combat prowess, charged over. The headache caused by the appearance of the demon sword was just beginning. Wang Feng's expression turned sullen. He said coldly, "What is the point of saying all this now? Quickly reorganize your people and continue searching for the dragon cave where the demon sword is. You guys suffered great losses, but my blood demon royal hall's losses are not. Go, 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 quickly." The long whip that had created countless illusions suddenly merged and turned into a roaring lightning dragon, catching Wang Feng off guard and sending him flying again. Of course, this was just what Wang Feng thought. He could only think about it. He absolutely could not say it out loud. The three crown scions could no longer care about anything else. They led the remaining demons away in a panic. Suddenly, a blood-red cloud appeared in the sky, as well as a snow-white ice cloud. A familiar aura came from above, and the expressions of the three crown scions changed slightly. Wang Feng's royal uncle was the younger brother of the demon monarch. He held a high position in the blood demon world and possessed overwhelming strength. He was someone who could influence the next demon monarch. The two crown scions of the winged demon royal hall and the fire demon royal hall started to blame Wang Feng for being blindly arrogant. This was especially so for the fire demon royal hall's Xian Yan. He burned with rage. His Tao protector died, and he did not know how to account for it when he returned. The white-clad blood demon smiled coldly and said, "If the shadowless saber sovereign were so easy to deal with, the three of us would not have to personally make a move. You have high expectations but little ability. Serves you right for being unlucky. Leave none of the demons alive." Boom! "You are seeking death." The three crown scions looked into the distance. There were countless birds in the sky, and the archers of the Haotian sect stood there. Dust churned on the ground. A group of Thunder and Lightning Palace cultivators riding mutated beasts charged over majestically. The scarlet-robed, middle-aged man cursed, "You fools! This shadowless saber sovereign is already considered a sovereign martial emperor demonic genius. To think that you dare to take the initiative to provoke such a person. Serves you right." Chapter 1420. Shui Lingling walked over and looked at the corpse of the demonic dweller on the ground. Looking at the knife wound, she felt that it was somewhat familiar. The shadowless saber sovereign did it? And Juanshi nodded and said, "There is no mistake. It is him, the newly advanced saber sovereign." Aside from the former saber sovereign, Wu Shaolan, no one knows who he is. Right now, he is the most mysterious person in the Kunlun realm. However, why did he save Bai Wuxue? He is not related to him at all, and he even killed so many people from the 3 demon royal halls. Even a sovereign martial emperor would not dare to be so ruthless. Is he really not afraid of the demon monarchs taking revenge? Shui Lingling's gentle face revealed a trace of doubt. She could not understand what was going on. Right now, the Kunlun realm and the demonic world had not officially started fighting yet. Some of the truly major characters were hiding behind the scenes. The shadowless saber sovereign had an indescribable tacit understanding with the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world. However, this shadowless saber sovereign did not care about it. The way he did things was very similar to a certain person in her memory, but, thinking of that person, Shui Lingling felt somewhat sad. 4 years ago, she had gone to Heavenly Star Island. At that time, Xiao Qin had been depressed, filled with guilt. Now that so many years had passed, there was still no news of him. No one knew where he had gone. Although his master said that Xiao Qin had undergone a nirvanic rebirth and that the hidden injuries in his body had been removed, he would no longer have to worry about only having 10 more years of life if he did not advance to Martial Emperor within 5 years. However, he was running away like this and there was no news of him at all. Did he know that the people who cared about him would be worried? In the past few years, Shui Lingling rarely showed up because of this reason. This time, if Bai Wuxue had not explained the pros and cons and received her master's instructions, she would not have appeared. And Juanshi scratched his head and said, "There are indeed many suspicious points. However, the shadowless saber sovereign's way of doing things has always been unfathomable. There is no need for us to try to guess anything. All we need to know is that he is not an enemy." As he spoke, and Juanshi suddenly realized that Shui Lingling was not listening to him at all and had sunk into a daze. He could not help smiling bitterly. "Are you thinking of Brother Xiaoqin again?" Shui Lingling snapped out of her daze and glared at Juanshi, ignoring him. "Don't worry, Brother Xiaoqin is someone with good fortune. Nothing will happen to him. The Kunlun realm is so big. It is normal not to be able to find him. There is no need to worry too much." Shui Lingling glanced at him and said, "Shut up." After speaking, Shui Lingling boarded the black bird and chased after the 3 demon halls. And Juanshi frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Don't go too deep. Even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. It is impossible for the 3 demon royal halls to not have any trump cards." Xiao Chen, who had invited Bai Wuxue out of the carriage, did not know that his 2 old friends had already appeared in the savage battlefield. At this moment, he was cultivating with his eyes closed. Xiao Chen was still very interested in what Qin Yu said in the Saber Sovereign Medallion. He wanted to refine his primordial energy and push open that door as soon as possible. After continuous tempering, the 1,000 strands of primordial energy in the heart of an emperor had turned from a simple line to a thicker one. The purple primordial energy emitted a faint glow as it revolved around the mysterious emperor's door and soared up and down. The emperor's door remained tightly shut, showing no signs of opening. However, the more it was so, the more curious one was about what would happen after it opened. Would it directly advance to prime, explode, and die? Or would it open a completely different path? The unknown always piqued one's curiosity and interest. After circulating his primordial energy for 1 minor cycle, Xiao Qin stopped cultivating. After all, the savage battlefield was not very safe. He could not truly cultivate or circulate his primordial energy. Where should he go next? This was a question worth thinking about. Honestly speaking, Xiao Qin was rather interested in the dragon burial mound. At the very least, the true dragon remains were very attractive to him, who cultivated the blue dragon body nourishing art. Xiao Chen's physical body had been strengthened 9 times on the Bloody Emperor's Road. It was now comparable to the Golden Emperor Emperor Wu's body, which was a sovereign martial emperor. As a result, Xiao Chen's cultivation of the blue dragon body nourishing art was filled with bumps. Even now, he had not broken through to the 3rd layer. The reason for this was not hard to explain. It was simply the strengthening of his physical body, which had a higher requirement for advancing. To Xiao Chen, treasures like dragon bones were not enough, no matter how many he had. However, there would still be opportunities in the future. Right now, he had to leave this troublesome place first. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to leave, two extremely strong auras suddenly encased this place, directly sealing off space. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. The 7 divine weapons of the Cycle War Chariot trembled slightly, and the curtains moved without any wind. Whoosh! 2 figures descended from the sky. One was wearing a blood-red robe and was obviously the emperor of the blood demon race. The other was wearing a white robe and had a cold expression. The purple mark on his forehead looked like it was burning with an icy fire. 8th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor. Xiao Chen felt somewhat startled. However, he soon calmed down. The Blood Demon Monarch and the Snow Demon Monarch moved really fast. Xiao Chen had just arrived in the savage battlefield, and they already discovered him. They were also very generous, directly using 8th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperors. If Xiao Chen got careless and fell in the Kunlun realm, the 2 demon monarchs would feel heartache. Be it in the Kunlun realm or the demonic world, the 8th Heaven Emperor Wu was someone who stood at the top of the pyramid. At the crucial moment, he could take charge. Xiao Chen did not panic. Although the 8th Heaven Emperor Wu could not defeat the Blood Demon Monarch, there were still many ways for him to leave. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, there is no need to say more about why we are looking for you. Hand over the Destruction Throne and the Eternal Ice and swear not to interfere in the fight between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. Then, the grudge between you and the demonic world will be settled. Wang Feng's monarch uncle, the Blood Shadow Sovereign, said directly. The white-clad snow demon did not say anything. However, a clump of icy flame burned ferociously in his palm. The temperature immediately plummeted, and snow fell from the sky. Rocks continuously froze on the ground. Then, under the pressure of the Emperor's might, they exploded into ice shards. It was clear that the Blood Shadow Sovereign was prepared to make a move at any moment, not wanting to communicate with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He realized that these 2 8th Heaven Emperor Wu were extraordinary. They were far from being ordinary sovereign martial emperors. They were much stronger than the Fire Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector. It looks like the demonic world is getting serious. They view me as a thorn in their side and need to be eliminated. The 2 of you are already major characters of the demonic world. Why are you coming to the Kunlun realm so casually? Are you not afraid of being killed by primes? Xiao Chen tried to stall for time as he thought of countermeasures. The Blood Shadow Sovereign smiled and said, "We might not dare to come to deal with others. However, to deal with someone like you with a strange background and no background, which prime would be willing to make a move for you?" These words made some sense. Just as Xiao Chen was about to reply, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Boom! Xiao Chen saw a patch of icy clouds shatter in the sky. An Iron Demon Emperor Wu clenched his fist and descended from the sky, looking like a falling heavenly mountain. What a fellow! It turns out that the white-clad snow demon's trick was to conceal the existence of this iron demon so that he can deal a killing blow to me. 3 8th Heaven Emperor Wu. The other party had no intention of letting Xiao Chen live. Even if he handed over the Destruction Throne, he would continue to be chased. By stalling for time, Xiao Chen was giving the other party a chance, falling into their trap. Before Xiao Chen could think, the Iron Demon's attack was too coincidental, right above the Cycle War Chariot. There was a loud sound as the Iron Demon's fist, which flickered with a metallic light, landed on the Cycle War Chariot. Kasi. This punch instantly smashed the Cycle War Chariot into the ground. Dust flew into the air, and the terrain changed beyond recognition in an instant. Icy Demonic Flame Sword. The white-clad snow demon attacked at nearly the same time. The snow filling the air gathered into a sword burning with a black icy flame. Then, he thrust it ferociously in the direction of the Cycle War Chariot. The sword was 1 kilometer long, standing upright on the ground. Ice sealed the area for 5,000 kilometers around. A cold wind howled, and snow flew wildly. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 figures flickered and arrived at the place where the icy demonic flame sword stabbed. Then, they sent out their mental energy and quickly checked on Xiao Chen's condition. Is he dead yet? The eighth heaven iron demon chuckled foolishly. The white-clad snow demon said, "He won't die that easily. That war chariot of his is no ordinary treasure. However, even if he doesn't die, he will be severely injured. He is not a ninth heaven martial emperor. I found him. However, his mental energy is isolated. I don't know his current condition," the Blood Shadow Sovereign said with a grave expression. "In that case, let's send him on his way." The white-clad snow demon leaped into the air and landed on the icy demonic flame sword. Then, the tall sword quickly stabbed into the ground. Chapter 1421. As that huge icy demonic flame sword slowly sank into the soil, cold chi spread deep into the ground. Layer by layer, the soil froze into ice. The plain turned into frozen soil, spreading for 5,000 kilometers around. The white-clad snow demon intended to kill Xiao Chen and did not hold back at all. He stood on the hilt of that huge ice sword with a frosty expression, showing no emotion at all. The Blood Shadow Sovereign and the Iron Demon each guarded a direction with grave expressions. They did not dare to relax, keeping their guard up against Xiao Chen breaking out of the ground at any time. Although the soil was already frozen and the cold chi was startling, the chances of Xiao Chen breaking out of the ground were slim. However, the two did not relax at all. Even a lion would use its full power when hunting a rabbit. Even though these three Eighth Heaven Emperor Wu held a huge advantage, they were not arrogant at all. It had to be said that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. Their mental state was far from what the younger generation Emperor Wu could compare to. Deep underground, in the war chariot, Xiao Chen's entire body was covered in a layer of frost. His lips were frighteningly pale. A scarlet bloodstain on his frost-covered lips was exceptionally eye-catching. This injury came from the Eighth Heaven Emperor Wu's Iron Demon descending from the sky and injuring him. Xiao Chen had already experienced the strength of the Iron Demon once before. This time, it was truly an unintentional fight against an intentional one. Unexpectedly, the other party thought so highly of him, actually sending three Eighth Heaven Emperor Wu emperors. What was even more serious was the cold chi in his body. That white-clad snow demon was a sovereign martial emperor who comprehended the ice domain. Since the Shadowless Saber Sovereign made his debut as the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, this was the greatest danger he encountered. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his life was hanging by a thread. What should I do? Many plans flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, but they were quickly rejected. At this critical moment, Xiao Chen's thoughts moved like lightning, remaining calm and unperturbed. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and quickly thought, "I have to get out first. Otherwise, if I remain trapped here, I will die for sure." However, the cold chi in the surroundings made the frozen ground as hard as steel, like a cage. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of an idea. He opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed in them. A clump of flame appeared in his palm, the heavenly snow divine flame. On the ground, Taimo smiled and said, "It looks like he won't be able to come out. This is great." He died a very sullen death. The Blood Shadow Sovereign also heaved a sigh of relief. If the Shadowless Saber Sovereign could charge out, he would have done so long ago. The cold air was getting colder and colder, and the frozen ground was so hard that it gave him a headache. He had already missed the best chance to get out. However, all this was within the plan. The Iron Demon's punch descending from the sky was the start of killing the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Where did the water come from? While Taimo's eyes were darting around, he noticed something sticky under his feet. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that it was actually water. He was baffled. Water? The Blood Shadow King's expression changed drastically. How could there be water? His old friend, Bing Ling, was one of the top 10 existences of the snow demon race. The frozen ground that he froze with cold chi actually melted and produced water? On the ice sword, the white-clad snow demon did not believe it at all. That's impossible. Who can dissolve my cold chi? That Shadowless Saber Sovereign does not cultivate the fire Dao. Boom! Before the white-clad snow demon finished speaking, there was a loud sound. With the ice sword as the center, the surrounding 5,000 kilometers exploded. The icy demonic flame sword broke into countless pieces, and the ice demonic flame gathered in the white-clad snow demon's palm. The white-clad snow demon waved his long sleeves, and the ice fragments containing saber intent were swept aside. When the dust settled and the ice melted, a throne appeared before the three. The masked shadowless saber sovereigns sat on the throne. Die! A murderous intent flashed in the white-clad snow demon's eyes. The icy demonic flame in his hand changed continuously, materializing a black deep abyss demonic beast that looked like a ferocious dog. Then, it roared and charged at Xiaochen. Xiaochen waved his hand, and the heavenly snow divine flame shot out like a flash of cold light. Then, something strange happened. The heavenly snow divine flame instantly burned the black deep abyss demonic beast, revealing the icy demonic flame's origin flame. It struggled continuously, trying to escape the heavenly snow divine flame's torture. On the other side, the iron demons and the blood shadow sovereign's attacks instantly arrived. The blood shadow sovereign held up his scarlet sword and thrust it out. It was even faster than graceful feather, and sword intent surged. The surrounding heavens and earth buzzed under the influence of this sword intent. The entire world was trembling, and this was just the might of a single sword. On the throne, Xiaochen remained calm. The lunar true flame and the solar true flame shot out of his eyes. He extended a finger with his left hand, and the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram appeared from nowhere, blocking this sword strike. As Xiaochen drew the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram, his right hand did not remain idle, either. He ferociously slapped the black dragon armrest. The 7 divine weapons unsheathed at the same time and flew into the sky. Dang! Dang! The 7 divine weapons knocked back the iron demon, who was sneak attacking from the sky. When the iron demon landed, it blasted a huge pit in the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. All this happened in one breath of time. The attacks of the 3 sovereign personages and Emperor Wu were all lethal, filled with killing intent. Any one of them would cause one's body to perish and lose their life. But in the end, Xiaochen blocked all of them. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. We will meet again. I will return everything that happened today sooner or later. Xiaochen said expressionlessly. With a xiao sound, the throne split into 3 and flew into the distance. The iron demon got up from the pit. When he saw the throne split into 3, he felt dazzled. He asked in a daze, how did it become 3? Damn it, he got away. The blood shadow monarch gnashed his teeth and said resentfully. The white-clad snow demon withdrew his ice flame, feeling some lingering fear in his heart. He now knew how the shadowless saber sovereign had broken his ice domain. The flame in his hand is a mysterious flame that is even stronger than the eternal ice. If I'm not wrong, it should be a primal chaos-level flame. Greed flashed across the white-clad snow devil's eyes as he analyzed calmly. The Blood Shadow King said, "What should we do now?" He will definitely be more cautious later on. With the speed of that throne, it will be very difficult to catch him. The opportunity is right before us. The white-clad snow demon said sullenly, "He is already an arrow at the end of its flight. My cold chi is no joke. That big fellow's punch was not light either. Earlier he received 3 moves from us. While he looked relaxed, it should be his final trump card." As the Blood Shadow King listened to the white-clad snow demon's analysis, his eyes grew increasingly brighter. He said, "Good, let's split up and give chase." "Which direction should I go?" the big iron demon asked somewhat confusedly. The Blood Shadow King closed his eyes and sensed. Then he pointed in the most unlikely direction and said, "You chase in that direction." Then the direction was straight ahead. If Xiaochen really went in that direction, he was too bold. Great. After finding a direction, the iron demon rejoiced, not caring about anything else as he directly gave chase. However, the Blood Shadow King and the white-clad snow demon seemed to have a tacit understanding and did not move. It was like they were not in a rush to give chase. Who knew what they were thinking? After a moment of silence, the white-clad snow demon took out an oath stone. Then he looked at the Blood Shadow King and said, "Let's swear to each other that no matter who catches up to the shadowless saber sovereign, we cannot kill him. We have to wait for you and me to meet up before we can split all the treasures on him." The Blood Shadow King smiled sinisterly and said, "That suits me." After the two swore, they chased after the shadowless Saber Sovereign at lightning-fast speed. Instantly, they overtook the big iron demon, who had set off first, shocking the other party. After chasing for 1 day and 1 night, the Blood Shadow King, who had the fastest movement technique, caught up to the shadowless Saber Sovereign and his throne first. In the end, when the Blood Shadow King casually thrust his sword over, the throne and the shadowless Saber Sovereign turned into ice shards, filling the air and scattering the ground. The Blood Shadow King's excited face immediately sank. He knew that he had been tricked. The shadowless Saber Sovereign's true body should be in the direction that the white-clad snow demon was chasing. As for the direction of the big iron demon, the Blood Shadow King did not hold much hope. However, the results exceeded his expectations. After half a day, the white-clad snow demon also caught up to his target. In the end, it was also a fake clone. After the sky turned dark, the two met up. When they saw each other's disappointed expression, they knew the result without needing to say anything. In the end, we ended up letting this fellow off easy. If only he had used the Oath Stone as well. The white-clad snow demon said regretfully. Of course, the person the white-clad snow demon was referring to was the big iron demon. However, the Blood Shadow King did not hold much hope. Even if the iron demon could catch up, it would be hard for him to keep the shadowless Saber Sovereign here. In the end, the shadowless Saber Sovereign still managed to escape. There would not be such an opportunity again. Chapter 1422. Suddenly, a strange ice sculpture appeared in the vast, desolate plain. It would be hard for it not to attract attention. This group of cultivators from the Haotian sect came from the main sect. Their destination was the chaotic dragon burial mound. The leader of this group was the Battle Realm's Situgang. In the past, he had a grudge with Shao Qin in the Haotian sect. "Senior Brother Situ, what should we do with this ice sculpture?" The group of Haotian sect disciples surrounding the ice sculpture did not know what to do. Without even looking closely, they could feel the extraordinary aura of the ice sculpture from a distance. Now that the savage battlefield is in chaos, this ice sculpture might be a treasure from the ancient era. Or perhaps it is the corpse of an ancient powerhouse sealed in ice for some reason. That is very possible. I don't even dare to get too close. It is so cold that it makes my heart palpitate. There is a sense of danger. How about we give up? Perhaps it is something ominous that came from underground. Everyone discussed this. Situgang remained silent. If it really was a treasure, they might miss out on a fortuitous encounter if they parted here. However, if it really was an ominous object, it would bring trouble. This would be difficult to deal with. Move aside. Situgang showed a sullen expression as he gestured for the crowd to move back. When the other disciples saw that he was about to make a move, they quickly retreated. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After moving back more than 100 steps, Situgang shouted and punched. The fist light blazed, and a blazing flame lit up the place, looking piercing and dazzling. The flaming fist light struck the ice sculpture. With it, flames spread out on the ice sculpture, burning it up. No matter what you are, after the ice melts, you will be able to reveal yourself. Situgang crossed his arms and muttered to himself. After a while, the flames extinguished and Situgang's expression changed slightly. Despite the intense flames, the ice did not show any signs of melting. It was like it had never changed since ancient times. It is indeed an ancient powerhouse. Senior Brother Situ's heaven-burning fist could even boil a lake. Unexpectedly, it did not move at all. "Let's go. This is too strange." Situgang lowered his hand and said, "Never mind, I'll put it away first. When I see first Senior Sister, I'll let her take a look." Whoosh! Situgang walked forward and tried to use his spatial ring to store the entire ice sculpture. In the end, it did not work at all. The ice sculpture could not be absorbed by the spatial ring. Seems like it really is the corpse of an ancient powerhouse. Even after being dead for so long, it still has its own power. Situgang's expression turned solemn. He knew very well what the complete body of an ancient almighty represented. Disregarding everything else, just the shell alone was definitely a golden the arch bone. If he could melt this ice and discover one or two ancient arch treasures, that would be a great fortuitous encounter. Sidhu Gang took out a piece of black cloth and covered the ice sculpture. He pointed and said, "The few of you carry the ice sculpture. Hurry up and meet up with eldest senior sister." Just like that, this group of Supreme Sky Sect disciples treated Xiao Chen as the corpse of an ancient powerhouse and carried him away. If he was not, he would not know. Half a day later, Sidhu Gang's group met up with Shui Lingling and Juanxi and the others in a corner of the dragon burial mound. "Sidhu Gang, what are you getting people to carry? Is it the secret weapon of the Haotian sect, prepared for the elites of the 18 demon royal halls?" And Juanxi asked with a smile, filled with ridicule, when he saw the ice sculpture being carried by several people. Shui Lingling frowned and asked, "Sidhu Gang, what is this?" Sidhu Gang immediately explained how he discovered the ice sculpture and its mysteries in detail. "There is such a thing? This is good stuff. Take off the black cloth and let me take a look. What is so miraculous about this ice sculpture?" And Juanxi's eyes lit up as he jumped down and asked excitedly. Whoosh! When the black cloth was taken off, cold chi surged out, making everyone shiver involuntarily. Instantly, the many cultivators of the Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace were attracted to this ice sculpture. A person who dares to travel with a throne must have had a noble status during the ancient era. He must have been a sovereign martial emperor at the very least. The sovereign martial emperors of the ancient era were even more incredible than they are now. At that time, experts were as common as clouds. Becoming a sovereign martial emperor would have been as difficult as ascending to heaven. We really picked up a treasure. Just this ice that has not melted for 10,000 years already shows how extraordinary it is. Not to mention, the pressure from the throne still hasn't dissipated yet. The more the crowd observed, the more they felt this throne to be mysterious. Furthermore, with their first impressions, they felt even more reverence for it. Put. And Juanxi took out the true dragon lightning whip and swung it twice. He had a smile on his face as he prepared to test this ice sculpture to see if it was as miraculous as Sidhu Gang said. Blueback, senior brother and is going to make a move. The crowd quickly moved back, not daring to hinder Juanxi's attack. Even so, they showed some anticipation in their eyes. "Hey, what are you doing? This is the corpse of an ancient person. Don't be disrespectful to the predecessors." At the crucial moment, Shui Lingling frowned and scolded, saving Xiao Chen from being whipped. If she really whipped Xiao Chen a few times, he would only be able to swallow the bitter pill when he woke up. No matter what, he would not make a move on his friends. Fortunately, first senior sister was here. And Juanxi smiled embarrassedly. "I was too anxious. Shui Lingling, you are right. However, what should we do with this ice sculpture? The encirclement of the 3 demon royal halls is already at its final stage. We cannot take care of him. What if other people with ill intentions discover it? That would be even more problematic." Shui Lingling sized up the ice sculpture and entered deep thought. She found this silhouette somewhat familiar. After thinking for a while, she waved her hand and said, "Get someone to carry it. This ice sculpture has an extraordinary background. Just that throne alone is definitely extraordinary. Sidhu Gang, it's up to you. Carry it properly and don't lose it." Sidhu Gang's foolish expression immediately changed. "First senior sister, I'm not here for this. Cut it out. I told you to carry it, so carry it. Stop being so long-winded. If you lose this ice sculpture, I'll settle the score with you." Shui Lingling left no room for doubt, handing this task to Sidhu Gang. Just at this moment, scarlet fireworks rose up in every corner of the sky. They were as red as blood, looking very beautiful. After the fireworks rose up, a boundless battle hunger soared up in every direction. The demon royal halls quickly advanced, slowly shrinking the encirclement. Shui Lingling waved her hand, and scarlet fireworks rose up in the sky as well. "Let's go. It's time to rendezvous with the people of the other sections. We have to eliminate the 3 demon royal halls before the other demon royal halls arrive." More and more fireworks rose up, looking like scarlet flowers filling the sky. Along with the blood, a strong fighting spirit surged endlessly in the sky. When the 3 crown scions of the 3 demon royal halls saw the scarlet fireworks filling the sky, they felt like it was the end of the world. Half a month ago, the appearance of the Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace put the 3 demon royal halls on the run. However, they were still able to deal with them. However, as more and more outstanding talents arrived, the days slowly became harder. When the leaders of the heavenly starry ocean, the dark sea, the fiend domain, and the ghost domain all gathered, the 3 demon royal halls were surrounded and trapped in this dragon burial mound. Furthermore, the remaining 15 demon royal halls had yet to arrive, making everyone even more horrified. All this is because of the shadowless Saber Sovereign. If not for the shadowless Saber Sovereign crippling our factions, we would not be in such a passive position. The winged demon halls Yi Xian said through gritted teeth. Stop complaining. Let's think of a way. If this goes on, we'll all die here. The fire demon royal halls Xian Yan said. Don't worry, your highnesses. We will definitely protect your highnesses. The 2 protectors stepped forward and comforted them. To be honest, the 3 princes weren't worried about their own safety. What they were worried about was losing troops and failing the mission. After returning to the Devil World, no one would be willing to lose the position of highness. As they spoke, more and more people gathered around them. Slowly, they stacked on top of one another, covering the sky and the ground. The figures of the Kunlun realm cultivators surrounded the people of the 3 demon royal halls, leaving them impenetrable. A suffocating feeling spread through the hearts of the demons. Everyone felt a huge pressure. Your highnesses, we have come to an agreement. If you are willing to reveal the secret of the evil shadow sword, we can let the 3 of you leave safely. Chu Yang, the Zodiac Hall Saint, said as he stood on a war chariot surrounded by stars, the sun and the moon. Chapter 1423. Everyone knew that the 3 demon royal halls were the vanguard, here to scout out the evil shadow sword. However, they did not know what was going on with the evil shadow sword. What were its characteristics? How to retrieve it after finding it? How to recognize a master after retrieving it? To the many outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm, these were all secrets. Even the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm were interested in the evil shadow sword. Who could be sure that the evil shadow sword was useless to the cultivators of the Kunlun realm? Furthermore, this evil shadow sword was in the Kunlun realm in the first place. Many people took it for granted that this was their treasure. Facing Chu Yang's accusation, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng smiled coldly and said, "The Sun Palace's Chu Yang, you want to target the evil shadow sword? You are not qualified. Even at death's door, you demons still dare to be so stubborn. You are truly reckless." The one who spoke was the Dark Sea's Sima Lingxian. This genius of the Sword Dao came from the Sky Dome realm together with Shaoqin. Now, he had completely matured and became the leader of the Dark Sea, rising rapidly in this golden age. The moment Sima Lingxian spoke, the many cultivators of the Dark Sea immediately responded. I'll give you 7 or 8 minutes to consider. Otherwise, none of you will be able to leave. All of you will die. Chu Yang said indifferently. Then he closed his eyes and did not say anything, acting like the leader of everyone here. On the Haotian sect's side, Juanxi's lips curled up as he said, "This Chu Yang really thinks that he is our leader. It looks like things are going smoothly for the heavenly starry ocean and he is somewhat inflated. After all, not a single person from the deity Dao Union has reached the Dao yet." Shui Lingling looked around and said softly, "This is somewhat problematic. He is too eager for the evil shadow sword. My master said that the evil shadow sword's demonic chi is startling. If one is not careful, the demonic chi will rebound and fall into the demonic Dao." The crown scions of the 3 demon royal halls quickly discussed countermeasures. We absolutely cannot reveal the secret of the evil shadow sword. Otherwise, not only will we lose our positions as crown scions, but we will also lose our lives. However, what should we do now? This Chu Yang is so eager, not giving us a chance at all. This fellow is just a clown. If any of the crown scions of the Celestial Demon Royal Hall, Snow Demon Royal Hall, Earth Demon Royal Hall, or Shadow Demon Royal Hall were here, how could they allow him to be so arrogant? If it comes to it, we can only leave on our own. Informing the crown scions of the other demon royal halls about the news of the demon sword is also considered a meritorious deed. What a pity! The elites of our demon hall are going to fall here. Look at that Chu Yang. He's so proud and arrogant. I can make use of him before I leave. After a moment of discussion, the three princes came up with an idea. Even though they were the princes at the bottom, the three of them were extremely decisive and had the spirit of a big shot. Speaking of which, the three demon royal halls were really unlucky. If they had not been crippled by Xiao Chen at the start, the three demon royal halls would not have suffered such a fate. However, there was nothing to complain about his bad luck. Xiao Chen had also nearly died in the savage battlefield because he made a move. Comparatively speaking, everything was fair. Chu Yang, we promised to tell you the secret of the evil shadow sword. However, you have to promise to let the three of us go, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's sovereign said loudly with a strange expression in his eyes. On the war chariot in the Zodiac Hall, Chu Yang said indifferently, "Don't worry. As long as you tell me the secret of the evil shadow sword, I will definitely let the three of you go. Before so many outstanding talents, I cannot go back on my word. But if you have the courage, then come over. I will tell you the secret of the evil shadow sword," Wang Feng said seriously. Chu Yang sneered in his heart. He was not afraid at all. "Be careful," Saintess Fu Hongyao said with concern. "It's okay. Elder Hong will accompany me." Chu Yang said softly. After he finished speaking, two figures descended from the sun chariot. One was Chu Yang, and the other was an old man from the Zodiac Hall with an unfathomable cultivation base. The gazes of the various outstanding talents all landed on Chu Yang. At this moment, not many people were willing to take the risk. Chu Yang dared to go alone, which was exactly what they wanted. They didn't have to worry about him knowing the secret and not telling them. Just the Zodiac Hall alone would not be able to do whatever they wanted in this savage battlefield. Everyone needed to work together for there to be any hope. "Shui Lingling, what do you think?" And Juanshi asked as he stared at Chu Yang's back. Shui Lingling replied indifferently, "It's fine. Master only said not to let the demons obtain the evil shadow sword. It is not a bad thing for us that Chu Yang is willing to stand up for us. As for what he thinks, that is his problem." Some people, like Shui Lingling, did not care. However, there were also some people who felt dissatisfied with Chu Yang standing up for them, feeling that he was being too high profile. The crown scions of the 18 demon royal halls did not submit to anyone. The outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm were similarly proud, not feeling that they were inferior to Chu Yang. "Brother Chu is really courageous. You truly live up to being the leader of the heavenly starry ocean. It looks like the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean are all convinced by you. It looks like there is some truth to this," the Blood Demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng said with a strange smile. Wang Feng smiled coldly and said, "You fool, do you really think?" However, right after Chu Yang spoke, a bright golden light suddenly shot out from his body. His body burned like the sun. Boundless heat waves and surging golden light caught the three crown scions off guard. Their eyes were pierced by the light, inflicting incredible pain. Chu Yang charged forward at lightning speed. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he grabbed Wang Feng by the neck and lifted him up. Golden light shone from Chu Yang's palm, burning Wang Feng in incredible pain. All this happened in an instant. The three crown scions had not expected Chu Yang to make the first move. While they were thinking to themselves, attack together and take down Chu Yang in an instant. The situation turned around in such an inconceivable manner. The Fire Demon Royal Hall's Xian Yan and the Winged Demon Royal Hall's Yi Xian felt a piercing pain in their eyes. They retreated in fright, not daring to linger at all. "Do you think I do not know what you are planning? I never thought I'd get anything out of you." Chu Yang attacked coldly, not giving that Blood Demon Royal Hall's Tao Protector a chance to save Wang Feng. The dense solar true flame burned Wang Feng to ashes. Chapter 1424. Unlike Xiao Chen, Chu Yang was proficient in solar true fire, and he had been cultivating in the Solar Star Palace since he was young. Most of the martial techniques that Xiao Chen practiced were related to the solar true flame. After advancing to Martial Emperor, his usage of the solar true flame advanced by leaps and bounds. However, in terms of Sun Real Fire, not only was Chu Yang's Sun Real Fire inferior to Xiao Chen's, but the methods he used were also incomparable to Xiao Chen's. Aside from the cyclic astral lord, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Xiao Chen was the strongest cultivator of the solar true flame in the Kunlun realm. Caught off guard, the Blood Demon Royal Hall's Wang Feng got burned by Xiao Chen's solar true flame. It would be hard for him not to die. Flames still burned on the ashes on the ground. One could see traces of blood being vaporized by the flames. His death was very unjust. He originally thought that he could trick Chu Yang, but who knew that he would be tricked by Chu Yang instead? Cleverness can be ruined by one's own cleverness. This was the current situation. Wang Feng, who had committed so many evil deeds in the Kunlun realm, died a worthy death. But in the eyes of his Tao protector, this was a gargantuan matter. He was completely stupefied. You actually killed His Highness. The Blood Demon Sovereign will make you wish you were dead. The guardian shouted as he flew towards Chu Yang in a crazed manner. What? A figure blocked in front of Chu Yang. It was the old man from the Zodiac Hall. He steadily received this palm strike and forced Chu Yang back. The Blood Demon Monarch isn't that capable. I, the Star Lord of Zodiac Hall, welcome the Blood Demon Monarch at any time. The old man stood in front of Chu Chaoyun and said in an imposing manner. When the Blood Demon Royal Hall's Tao protectors saw that this person's cultivation was similar to his, he immediately knew that there was no chance of killing Chu Yang, so he quickly retreated. A great battle was about to break out. In the sky, a dense mass of people rushed over with surging killing intent. Dust churned on the ground, and a strong fighting spirit soared into the sky. The outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm prepared to capture the remnant troops of the 3 demon royal halls, who were at the end of their rope. Your Highnesses, we can't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. The demons of the Demon Royal Hall surrounded the 2 crown scions of the Winged Demon Royal Hall and the Fire Demon Royal Hall, protecting them. Seeing Wang Feng turn into ashes in the distance, the 2, who had recovered their vision, felt fear in their hearts. Everyone says that we demons are vicious and merciless, cunning, and ever-changing. The outstanding talents of this Kunlun realm are truly not inferior at all. Xian Yan rubbed his somewhat piercing eyes, still feeling some lingering fear. Yi Xian shook his head. This time, I've completely failed. I shouldn't have been greedy. The 3 demon crown scions all had their own trump cards, so they did not have to worry about protecting themselves. Before he left, he wanted to do something big, but he was tricked instead. Sounds of fighting resounded. The demons in the outermost ring had already started fighting with the Kunlun realm cultivators. The huge disadvantage in numbers caused this group of demons to be utterly defeated, suffering heavy casualties. This was the result of the greater outstanding talents watching coldly from the side, not making a move. The phrase, "at the end of the road," applied to the 3 demon royal halls. The world was like a game of chess, unfathomable. Back then, the 3 demon royal halls worked together to ambush and defeat the Water Moon Alliance. Now, the situation remained the same. It was just that they were the ones being ambushed. The 2 crown scions watched helplessly as their subordinates were killed. They felt dissatisfied in their hearts, but they could not do anything about it. Let's go. This time, our 3 demon royal halls came to scout. The worst-case scenario was a complete wipeout. However, things went too smoothly at the start, so we got carried away, Xian Yan said with a sigh. Yi Xian nodded and said, "Fortunately, we found the location of the evil shadow sword. We made up for our mistakes." After saying that, a talisman appeared in each of the 2's hands. The talismans gave off a bright light. After they activated them, a dazzling and complicated formation appeared under the 2's feet. "Oh no, these 2 are leaving," and Juanxi said with a frown. These 2 had killed many outstanding talents in the Tianwu domain, even doing many overboard things. He was truly dissatisfied with just leaving like that. Shui Lingling was rather calm. As crown scions of the demon royal halls, they definitely have some trump cards for survival. If I'm not wrong, those should be astral talismans that can send them to the astral battlefield. The astral battlefield was now the main camp of the deep abyss demonic world in the Kunlun realm. Once they reached there, they would basically be safe. You want to leave? It's not that simple. Chu Yang seemed to have anticipated this. He leaped into the air and hovered in the air. Then he quickly formed hand seals. Great Sun's heavenly might seal. A bright golden light shot out from Chu Yang's body, and a piercing solar true flame burned all over his body. In an instant his hair, clothes, and body all started burning. A bright sun appeared in the sky, shining down a dazzling light. The light was too bright, covering the radiance of the sun and scattering the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. In the pitch-black universe, the boundless starry heavens and the thousands of stars looked like bright pearls. For a moment, everyone had an illusion. It was as if they could leap into the sky and pluck down the stars with their hands. Oh no! He locked down the starry heavens. It's over. Are we all going to die here? The two crown scions were horrified to discover that their astral talismans were ineffective. Their surefire trump card was useless. How strong? How exactly does this Chu Yang cultivate? He is probably as strong as a sovereign martial emperor already. When several people saw this scene, they felt startled. They had long heard that the heavenly starry ocean's Chu Yang was ridiculously strong. The various holy scions of the heavenly starry ocean had all been convinced by him and were willing to follow his lead. Now that they saw it, it was indeed so. In the earlier scene, when Chu Yang killed Wang Feng, there was an element of trickery in it. However, this time, he used his own strength to lock down this part of the starry heavens. There was no trickery at all. Capture them alive. Immediately, the crowd's morale soared. Several outstanding talents personally made a move, all for the sake of capturing these two crown scions alive. Kasu. Just at this moment, the sound of the night sky shattering came from the sky. A patch of dark clouds covered the sky and sun, blocking out all the starlight. Snowflakes fell to the ground, and the scorching temperature in the air quickly dropped. A figure arrived from beyond the sky, tearing through the dark clouds and flying towards the radiant Chu Yang amid the wind and snow. Flames condensed, and Chu Yang reverted to his original form. Before he could react, he clashed with this mysterious demon. Bang, bang, bang. The two quickly exchanged moves. Every time they exchanged a move, a loud sound rang out in the surroundings. The shock waves blasted out huge pits in the vast ground, sending rocks flying into the air. The cultivators below turned chaotic as they quickly dodged. The mysterious demon attacked too quickly. The crowd could not help Chu Yang, only able to watch him fight this demon. With every exchange, Chu Yang moved back a step. After 10 moves, Chu Yang had already moved back 10 kilometers, his aura no longer at all. Solar true flame, blazing sun in the sky. Chu Yang roared ferociously. Motes of flames appeared in the surroundings and quickly gathered above his head. Bush, bush, bush. In a moment, a resplendent sun appeared above Chu Yang's head, regaining his aura. However, good things did not last. The mysterious demon sent out a palm strike, and the wind and snow in the air gathered in it. In the blink of an eye, the sun formed by the palm strike shattered, turning into countless fireballs that fell to the ground. This palm strike knocked Chu Yang into the air, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. We are saved. The Snow Demon Royal Hall's crown scion is here. When Xian Yan and Yi Xian saw the white-clad person in the sky, their faces lit up with joy. Since the Snow Demon Royal Hall's crown scion is here, the people of the other Demon Royal Halls should be here as well. A hidden murderous intent flashed in Xian Yan's eyes as he looked coldly at the surrounding cultivators. Indeed, it was as Xian Yan said. When the clouds parted, many demon race warships landed in various directions. Many demons flew out from the warships. These demons each guarded a direction, surrounding all the Kunlun realm cultivators. Retreat. Even Chu Yang had been defeated. Shui Lingling made a prompt decision and joined Enjuanshi. Together with Enjuanshi, they led the Thunder and Lightning Palaces and the Haotian sect's disciples to the periphery. Sidhu Gang held up the ice sculpture with both hands as he followed at the back. The ice sculpture was heavy and cold, making Sidhu Gang feel miserable. He could not run faster even if he wanted to. Whoosh! 14 demons descended from the sky, either riding ancient mutated beasts or war chariots as they landed beside Xian Yan and Yi Xian. The auras of these 14 demons were strong and unfathomable, far stronger than those of the 3 crown scions of the Blood Demon Royal Hall, Winged Demon Royal Hall, and Fire Demon Royal Hall. Some of them were like the deep sea, horrifying and suffocating. As Xian Yan and Yi Xian stood among them, they trembled in fear. They were also crown scions, but the 3 of them were far weaker than these 14 crown scions. Chapter 1425. Apart from the succubus demon palace's highness, Yao Manlon, who had yet to arrive, the 18 demon palace's highness were all present. There were men and women with different temperaments. The only similarity was the purple mark between their eyebrows. Xian Yan was somewhat angry. He said in a deep voice, "We already sent out the news half a month ago. Why did you only come now?" The 14 crown scions of the other demon royal halls remained silent for a moment, not saying anything. Instantly, Xian Yan and Yi Xian thought of a possibility. Anger immediately appeared on their faces. Hee, even if I don't say the reason, you should be able to guess it. If you appear so early, the act will not be real, the Thunder Demon Royal Hall's crown scion said with a teasing expression. Another person added, unfortunately, the deity Dao Union's people did not appear. Otherwise, we would have been able to catch them all in one fell swoop. Xian Yan and Xian Yu were enraged. They had been used as bait. Speak less. Xian Yan, Yi Xian, the 2 of you have done a great service this time. You can tell me where the evil shadow sword is now, right? The white-clad Snow Demon Royal Hall's crown scion, Bai Leng, glared at the Thunder Demon Royal Hall's crown scion. Xian Yan and Xian Yuan were dissatisfied, but in the Devil Realm, where the strong preyed on the weak, strength was the only rule. Right now, he could only endure it. Only when he became stronger in the future could he truly vent his anger. It's right under our feet. Xian Yan pointed at the ground below with a displeased expression. Shio. Immediately, many pairs of eyes stared at their feet. It turned out that this was where the evil shadow sword was buried. Aside from Xian Yan, Yi Xian, and the foolish Iron Demon Crown Scion, the other Crown Scions were all contenders for the evil shadow sword. At this moment, when they heard that the evil shadow sword was hidden under their feet, they immediately became excited. There's no need to rush. Let's take a look at the situation before us first. How strong are the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm? The Snow Demon Royal Halls Bai Leng said indifferently. Although the Snow Demon Monarch did not rank high among the 18 demon monarchs, he was only a 9th Heaven Emperor Wu. However, Bai Leng was different. Among the 18 Devil Hall's crown scions, his strength was firmly in the top 5, and his prestige was extremely high. Aside from the 2 mysterious crown scions of the Earth Demon Hall and the Demonic Sky Demon Hall, there were very few crown scions who dared to fight with him. He had already proven his strength by defeating Chu Yang in 10 moves. That's fine as well. However, with such strength, there are not many people worthy of me making a move, the Thunder Demon Royal Hall's crown scion said lazily as he casually sized up the fleeing outstanding talents. The entire dragon burial mound was in chaos. The formations of the various outstanding talents had already been disrupted. Seeing that all the demons from the various demon halls had arrived, they all chose to make their breakthroughs nearby and leave first. The reason for this situation was because Chu Yang had been defeated too quickly. The panic he brought about affected the many outstanding talents, and no one stood out to unite them. In a situation where they didn't have the advantage in numbers, it became even more difficult for them to break out of the encirclement. Shui Lingling and Enjuanshi's group were quite lucky. The disciples of the 2 factions had always been together. One was in charge of long-range attacks, and the other was in charge of close combat. Furthermore, there were 2 primes, Shui Lingling and Enjuanshi. Their breakthroughs were extremely fast. They were like a flood, advancing ferociously. Without any obstruction, they arrived at the periphery of the 14 Demon Royal Hall's encirclement. However, it was precisely because they were too sharp that they attracted the attention of the few demon crown scions in the center. The Thunder Demon Royal Hall's Lei Yun's eyes lit up. He asked casually, Xian Yan, Who are the man and woman holding the bow and whip? Interesting, they are no weaker than Chu Yang, whom Bai Lung dealt with earlier. One is Shui Lingling, and the other is Enjuanshi. Both are disciples of primes and are very famous in the Tianwu domain, Xian Yan answered honestly. With that said, Lei Yun became even more interested. He said, "Not bad. They should be able to hold their own against me." Bai Lung watched carefully. Defeating Chu Yang in a one-on-one battle is not much of an ability. Fighting 1 against 2 and still winning, that is true ability. Boom. After saying that, Lei Yun turned into a bolt of lightning, tearing through the sky and flashing away. Bai Lung smiled faintly, not minding it at all. Following that, several more demon crown scions could no longer suppress the fighting spirit in their hearts. When they found an opponent that caught their eye, they charged over. Immediately, the various outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm found it even more difficult to break out of the encirclement. Shui Lingling led the Haotian sect disciples and Enjuanshi's Thunder and Lightning Palace disciples. They did not lose many disciples before they broke through the final line of defense of the 14 demon royal halls. Just as the breakthrough was in sight, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed overhead. Lei Yun's figure blocked the way. Crown Scion Lei. The 4 Moon Demon Royal Hall protectors guarding this place immediately bowed in greeting. "Leave these 2 to me," Lei Yun said with a faint smile as he pointed to Shui Lingling and Enjuanshi. The 4 Moon Demon Royal Hall protectors rejoiced in their hearts. This Shui Lingling and Enjuanshi were very difficult to deal with. Even if the 4 of them worked together, they could only fight to a draw at best. With Lei Yun's help, it would be much easier for them to deal with the other cultivators of the Thunder and Lightning Palace and the Haotian sect. Yes. After saying that, Shao Chen led the other demons to charge over. Lei Yun raised his hand to stop him. He looked at Shui Lingling and smiled. "I'll give the 2 of you a chance. If you can work together and defeat me, I'll let you go." Enjuanshi and Shui Lingling exchanged glances. Then, they waved their hands to get their subordinates to stop. "I'll make a move first and test his limits," Enjuanshi said, not daring to be careless. He could sense that this person's strength was extraordinary. Shui Lingling nodded in agreement. The true dragon lightning whip in Enjuanshi's hand moved like a phantom, extending infinitely as it lashed at Lei Yun. Rumble! Muffled thunder roared in the sky, causing the might of this whip to soar. By the time it arrived before Lei Yun, its might was already terrifyingly strong. "Not bad. Your cultivation of the will of thunder has already reached the peak. Furthermore, you can use it skillfully. You have very high attainments in the technique of layering lightning." Just as the whip was about to reach him, Lei Yun still had the leisure to comment on it. He waited for the whip to reach him. When the whip flew over, an even more intense thunder roared behind Lei Yun, suppressing all the thunder that Enjuanshi had triggered. Then, Lei Yun stretched out his hand and casually grabbed the true dragon lightning whip. Then he pulled, and Enjuanshi's entire body flew into the air. How can this be? His cultivation is clearly the same as mine. Why is there such a huge difference? Enjuanshi felt incredibly astonished. Lei Yun's cultivation was also that of a 6th heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. However, their strengths were on completely different levels. Bang! 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 Enjuanshi was flung into the air. Then, he crashed heavily into the ground 3 times and vomited a mouthful of blood. "Let go!" When Shui Lingling discovered that Enjuanshi's lightning-attributed energy was completely suppressed and could not circulate, she quickly shot out an arrow. Lei Yun's figure flashed as he quickly dodged. He did not dare to casually receive this arrow shot by a transcendent divine weapon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After dodging 3 arrows, Lei Yun knew that he was not a match for Shui Lingling in long-range combat. Only in close combat could he defeat his opponent quickly. After dodging the 3rd arrow, Lei Yun turned into a bolt of lightning and charged over in the blink of an eye. Shui Lingling's movement technique was no weaker than Lei Yun's. She moved quickly. Lei Yun smiled as he gave chase. The Emperor Yi shooting Sun Bao could also be used as a close combat weapon. Shui Lingling's close combat strength was extraordinary as well. Unfortunately, Lei Yun clearly suppressed her. What was even stranger was his movement technique. With every step Lei Yun took, crackling electric light would appear under his feet. While Shui Lingling was not paying attention, Lei Yun laid a lightning formation without her noticing. The instant the formation formed, a lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket suddenly shot out from the ground. Boom! It blasted Shui Lingling into the air. Lightning covered her body, crackling continuously. Whoosh! The true dragon lightning whip turned into a dragon and charged over. And Juanshi had caught his breath and charged over. Little fellow, you are still far from being able to play lightning with me. My will of thunder broke through long ago and formed the innate thunder crystal. Lei Yun smiled faintly. As he looked at the roaring true dragon lightning, he glared at it. Boundless thunder might burst out, frightening the true dragon lightning into trembling. With this glare, it retreated. Then, the light vanished, and it turned back into the 9-segment lightning whip. Lei Yun's thunder Dao completely suppressed in Juanshi. And Juanshi fighting with him was equivalent to crippling half of his strength. Furthermore, Shui Lingling was not good at close combat. After exchanging a few moves, Lei Yun defeated the two. They could not see any chance of victory. First, senior sister, you two leave first. I'll delay him. Sidhu Gang raised the ice sculpture and roared. Then he tossed the ice sculpture at Lei Yun. 3 against 1? I don't mind. Ha! What lousy toy is this? Break for me. Lei Yun did not get angry at all. When he saw the ice sculpture flying over, he punched with electric light. A silent crash resounded, and the entire ground trembled. This punch flickering with electric light did not shatter the ice sculpture. Instead, it activated the saber might in Xiao Chen's body instinctively. That blazing saber might automatically spread out while Xiao Chen was unconscious. Be it the Haotian sect cultivators or the demons, they all felt a terrifying aura and retreated. How heavy! How cold! What is this strange thing? The black cloth covering the ice sculpture fell off, and Lei Yun immediately shivered from the cold. He felt that he could not support the ice sculpture with one hand. The saber might that the ice sculpture gave off was as vast as the sea and as heavy as a chain of mountains. Lei Yun quickly switched to using 2 hands. However, he still could not support it. With a loud boom, the ice sculpture pressed him to the ground. When the many demon crown scions saw this scene from afar, they all guffawed. The Thunder Demon Crown Scion, who ranked within the top 5 of the 18 Demon Crown Scions, actually got pressed down by an ice sculpture. It truly lives up to being the body of an ancient powerhouse. To think that it can still display such might after death. Sidhu Gang's careless action suppressed a Demon Crown Scion. He rejoiced in his heart as he quickly helped Shui Lingling up. As Shui Lingling watched Lei Yun struggle under the ice sculpture but could not get up, many thoughts flashed in her mind. In the end, rationality triumphed over impulse. The lives of sect disciples were more important than an ancient ice sculpture. Come, let's leave this place. After saying that, Xiao Chen and Juanshi decided to break through this final line of defense first. Chapter 1426. Without Lei Yun's obstruction, just the 4 protectors of the Moon Demon Royal Hall would not be able to stop Juanshi and Shui Lingling, who were determined to break out. After all, not everyone could counter Juanshi and Shui Lingling. When these two worked together, their true combat prowess could rival that of a Demon Crown Scion. However, Juanshi's will of thunder had not broken through yet, and Shui Lingling was too close. That was why they lost so quickly. It was not that the two were not strong enough. After fighting for a while, the disciples of the Haotian sect and the Thunder and Lightning Palace finally took the lead to charge out. Shui Lingling and Juanshi heaved a sigh of relief. This time, it was all thanks to that ice sculpture. If not for that ancient powerhouse's corpse, it would be hard to say whether they could charge out or not. The combat prowess of the Thunder Demon Royal Hall's Crown Scion was excessively horrifying. Just thinking about it made Juanshi feel defeated. Sidhu Gang said cockily, "This time, you all have to thank me. If not for my sudden inspiration, how could everyone have escaped safely?" What about that ice sculpture? That is a golden emperor's corpse from the peak of the martial epic. If the demons snatch it away, we will have given them a great opportunity for nothing, and Juanshi said with a frown. Indeed, the ice sculpture was priceless. To them, it might even be as valuable as the demon sword. Only demons could use the demon sword. It was hard to say how useful it would be to the cultivators of the Kunlun realm. Situ Gang scratched his head and said, I really never thought about that. Shui Lingling looked at Lei Yun, who was still being suppressed. Then she said, how about this? Situ Gang and Juanshi stay behind. The others return to the sect and report the situation here. Let's see if the three of us can find an opportunity to snatch back the ice sculpture. And Juanshi nodded and said, that's not a bad idea. With the strength of the three of us, it will be easier for us to leave amid the chaos. The others accepted the orders and returned to their warships, heading for the Thunder and Lightning Palace and the Haotian sect. Right after this group of people left, Lei Yun, who had been struggling for a long time, shouted. The purple mark on Lei Yun's forehead flickered with light. As the boundless lightning descended, it ferociously tore away the ice sculpture. After all, Xiaochen was in a deep slumber. Although his saber might was strong, there was no one to control it, so it could not truly suppress the thunderclouds. Lei Yun had been too careless. If he had used his full strength from the start, he would not have lost so much face. The ice sculpture shot out like a meteor due to the great force. Then, it landed with a bang in the center of the dragon burial mound. Boom! A boundless saber intent spread out from the ice sculpture throne. A strong wind blew with the hum of a saber, kicking up a cloud of dust. In this chaotic dragon burial mound, everyone immediately felt this vast and horrifying saber intent. Many cultivators and demons were caught off guard by this saber intent radiation and were sent flying into the air. What was going on? In an instant, everyone stopped fighting. They were shocked by this shocking blade will. Xiao Chen squinted and looked at the center of the surging dust cloud. When the dust cloud scattered and the saber intent was gone, he could see clearly. Ice sculpture? Who's this? Why is it sealed in ice? Furthermore, it still has such a strong saber intent. I seem to have seen it before. Earlier, the Haotian sect's Situ Gang carried it. They must have discovered it in the savage battlefield. Earlier, it seemed to have suppressed a crown scion of the demon royal halls. Could it be that the one sealed in ice was a sovereign martial emperor at the peak of the martial epoch? The appearance of the dusty ice sculpture could not be seen. One could only vaguely make out a throne and the silhouette of a person in the thick ice sculpture. There was also the unchanging chill that made people feel the vicissitudes of time and distance. Even when a true expert was sealed in ice from the inside out, he would still have a strong aura. Without a doubt, Xiao Chen was such a person. Even through the unmelting ice, he could still feel the dazzling light. From the initial misunderstanding to now, everyone firmly believed in this ice sculpture. The sudden appearance of this ice sculpture attracted everyone's attention. The more they observed it, the more they could sense how extraordinary this ice sculpture was. Shui Lingling and Juanshi weren't the only ones who had the same feeling. Even the crown scions of the 18 demon halls, who had been mocking Lei Yun for being suppressed by the ice sculpture, could not help but reveal grave expressions. Bai Lung, you are an expert in the ice Dao. Can you release this kind of ice? Someone suddenly spoke from a black palanquin floating in the air. That was the most mysterious crown scion of the 18 demon royal halls, the celestial demon royal hall. The snow demon royal halls Bai Lung's gaze had already been attracted to this ice sculpture long ago. When he heard the celestial demon royal hall's crown scion's question, he shook his head and replied, no. This is something that can only be obtained after one comprehended the ice domain. One has cultivated the ice domain for at least several hundred years. I don't think even the solar true fire can melt that kind of ice. My guess is correct. It should have been done by a senior of my Snow Devil clan during the ancient 100 Clan War. Bai Lung analyzed truthfully. His previous guess was correct. It was just that he had a preconceived notion and treated this ice sculpture as an ancient object. Upon hearing Bai Lung's analysis, the gazes of the crown scions of the various demon royal halls immediately turned fervent. They already felt that this ice sculpture was extraordinary in the first place. Bai Lung's words further verified their guess. However, this was actually not wrong. If they obtained Xiao Chen's physical body and the cycle throne, their value would not be lower than that of an ancient powerhouse. It might even be higher. Very well. No matter who it is, this ancient ice sculpture must be obtained by my demon race. In the black palanquin, the celestial demon royal hall's crown scion gave off the air of a sovereign overlooking the world. With a few words, he determined the owner of this ice sculpture. Although a few people were not convinced, if the 18 demon royal hall's crown scions had to choose a leader, it had to be the celestial demon royal hall's crown scion. Although there were a few people who were not convinced, if the 18 demon crown scions had to choose a leader, it would definitely be the celestial demon crown scion. This is a senior of our Kunlun realm. We cannot let the demons humiliate him. At the crucial moment, Chu Yang stepped forward once more. Sima Lingxian, who was about to break out of the encirclement, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. When Sima Lingxian, who was about to break out of the encirclement, heard this, he could not help feeling his blood surge. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's blood couldn't help but boil. The ancient ancestors had been dead for so many years. Not only were they not allowed to rest in peace, but they were even used by the demons to humiliate them. As a junior of the Kunlun realm, no one could accept this. Go back and help, Sima Lingxian said coldly. Then, he made up his mind and charged back while holding his sword. A moment later, a few more people slaughtered their way back. They were all outstanding talents from various places, heavenly geniuses who rose up in this golden age. Although they were no match for the demon crown scions, they were not convinced. If they did not fight, they would be letting down their hot-bloodedness. The high-ranking crown scions of the 18 demon royal halls watched coldly from the sidelines, not making a move. As the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm and the demon crown scions fought over it, the mysterious ice sculpture soared up and down, flying everywhere. Be it flames, saber energy, sword intent, palm wind, or lightning, they all landed on it. The ice seal didn't move at all, showing no signs of melting. In the midst of the intense battle, it didn't change at all. However, unintentionally, it would bring out some strong saber might, startling the mysteriousness of this ice sculpture. He's here. In the black palanquin, the celestial demon crown scion suddenly opened his eyes and said something out of the blue. However, the crown scions of the Thunder Demon Royal Hall, Snow Demon Royal Hall, Shadow Demon Royal Hall, Earth Demon Royal Hall, and the Moon Demon Royal Hall instantly understood who the celestial demon crown scion was referring to. Should we give up on this ice sculpture? The Snow Demon Royal Hall's Bailung asked. The celestial demon crown scion's magnetic voice came from the palanquin. Although the demon sword is more precious, we cannot even snatch an ice sculpture. What qualifications do we have to snatch the evil shadow sword? If we cannot obtain what we want, then the Kunlun realm will be looking down on us. This crown scion is filled with fighting spirit. I was just fretting about not having anyone to practice with. That's right. No matter what, we cannot tarnish the reputation of our demon royal halls. We must obtain the demon sword. All the more, we cannot give up on the ice sculpture. These high-ranking demon crown scions were all ambitious people. They were extremely proud and would not easily give up on the treasures they wanted. A divine light shone in the dark sky. Following that, a bright light erupted, illuminating the entire dragon burial mound. The divine sun commands for all demons to withdraw from the dragon burial mound. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Fellow Taoists of the Kunlun realm, accept the medallion of my deity Tao Union, and you will obtain the divine sun's protection. A resonant voice resounded in the sky. Golden light shone down, and the medallions bestowed by the deity Tao Union fell like rain. Who is here? The divine sun Di Wuk is here with the deity Tao Union. Chapter 1427. The deity Tao Union was currently the strongest faction in the Kunlun realm. It gathered all the outstanding talents of the human race's three holy masters, the corpse race, the ghost race, and the deity race. The son of the three holy masters, the corpse race's Xingju, the ghost race's Xie Zishuan, the various sovereigns, Emperor Wu's personal disciples, and many other outstanding talents, all of them shining with glory. All of them could hold their own during the Golden Age. However, One person eclipsed the glory of these people in the deity Dao Union. Without a doubt, that person was Di Wuk. During the Golden Age, Shao Qin was the first outstanding talent to advance to martial emperor. Among the 9-colored emperor's road, the 9,000 step, and the thousands of mysterious phenomena, he was the strongest. The appearance of the deity Dao Union was both unexpected and reasonable. Logically speaking, if the demon sword did not appear, the deity Dao Union would not appear. However, the sudden appearance of the ice sculpture throne forced the deity Dao Union to appear in advance. If they did not, the people of the demonic world would snatch this throne away. The medallions of beneficence medallions fell like rain, shining with divine light, looking resplendent and dazzling. The deity Dao Union's warships flew towards the dragon burial mound in the sky. Every warship gave off a divine light. Resonant sagely music rang out in the surroundings, giving off a holy and solemn feeling. The deity Dao Union's warships gathered the elites of the deity race, the ghost race, the corpse race, and the human race. The many demon royal halls factions avoided the light, giving up on fighting the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm. Then, they gathered behind the various crown signs. Overwhelming demonic flames surged up and down, blocking the divine light. Suddenly, 2 figures descended on an unremarkable mound in the distance. If Shao Qin were here, he would not be unfamiliar with these 2. One was a man and one was a woman. The woman was the Eros Demon Royal Hall's crown scion, Yao Manlan, and the man was the Tianwu dynasty's descendant, Chu Chaoyun. When the 2 saw the deity Dao Union appear, they entered deep thought. Chu Chaoyun, what is the origin of this ice sculpture? To think that it actually forced the deity Dao Union out in advance, Yao Manlan said with a frown. Chu Chaoyun entered deep thought. It was like he wanted to see through that ice sculpture. However, that ice sculpture did not have any life force. Aside from the spreading saber might, no other perception could penetrate it. After a while, Chu Chaoyun said in a deep voice, "There's an 80 to 90% chance that it's really the golden the archbody from the peak of the martial Dao." The peak of the martial Dao was a great era that was even more magnificent than our current golden age. The sovereign martial emperors of that era could rival primes now. A complete sovereign martial emperor's body is very valuable. If I remember correctly, there was an auction in the past where a piece of the hand bone of an ancient great emperor was sold for millions of origin essence stones. Think about how valuable a complete golden Thearcha's body is. When Yao Manlan heard this, she was a little surprised. Is it really that valuable? Hee, there are some values. There are all sorts of resources that cannot be fixed. If the emperor's body is complete, it will still retain some Dao rhythm. If I can comprehend some Dao from it, that would be incredible. Chu Chaoyun paused for a moment before continuing. Let's not talk about the monarch's body for now. Let's talk about the throne. In ancient times, etiquette was respected. Everything was done with courtesy before force. Regular martial emperors would not be able to travel on a throne. For this person to be able to sit on a throne, his status is definitely not simple. It is very possible, Yao Manlan asked out of curiosity, very possible what? It is very possible that he was an overlord of a dynasty or an ancient sovereign. Chu Chaoyun thought of some things, and his voice suddenly turned somewhat gloomy. Back then, the first-generation Tianwu emperor traveled on a 9-dragon throne. Yao Manlan did not notice the grief in Chu Chaoyun's words. A light flashed in her eyes as she said, "Then, this ice sculpture, don't even think about it. Even if you obtain it, you will not be able to melt the ice. Even if you melt the ice, you will not be qualified to sit on that throne. However, offering it to Leng Yu is not a bad idea." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly, not understanding Yao Manlan's feelings at all. Yao Manlan felt somewhat depressed. This person before her completely ignored her charm. If it were anyone else, they would have immediately volunteered to help her obtain the ice sculpture the moment they heard Yao Manlan's intentions. That is our plan. The plan will not change. Let's just wait and see. I promised Leng Yu that I would help her obtain this demon sword. Naturally, I will help her obtain it, Chu Chaoyun said casually as though everything was within his control. Yao Manlan felt somewhat angry. The other party was always so confident, as though nothing could stump him. What if you can't get it? Ah, how can there be anything that is guaranteed in this world? Even if you try your best, there will be unexpected surprises. As long as I do my best, I believe that Leng Yu will not blame me. Chu Chaoyun shrugged and smiled faintly, rendering Yao Manlon speechless. At the same time, a group of companions from afar arrived beside Injuanxi, Shui Lingling, and the others. They were by from the Fiend Domain, the Peacock King's descendant, Kong Yuan, and the Fox King's disciple, Yuan Su. The three were covered in dust from rushing all the way, clearly fatigued. Elder Sister Shui, something happened in the Fiend race. We arrived late, Bai said apologetically. Shui Lingling smiled and said, "It's fine. I thought that you would not make it in time. Now that you are here, it's good timing. The fight between the Deity Dao Union and the Demon Royal Halls is a good opportunity for us to take the Evil Shadow Sword and the ice sculpture." Ice sculpture? What ice sculpture? Bai and the others asked, feeling suspicious. After hearing the explanation, Bai looked at the ice sculpture that everyone was fighting over. He whispered, "Why do I feel that this ice sculpture is somewhat familiar? That can't be. I obtained this in the Savage Battlefield's Death Sand Dune," Sidhu Gang muttered. "If the ancients were familiar with it, then it would be strange." Bai smiled embarrassedly and said, "That might be a misperception." Due to the appearance of the Deity Dao Union, the fight over the ice sculpture turned even more intense. The attacks of the Demon Crown Scions turned even sharper. Sima Lingxian, Chu Yang, and the others gradually lost ground, on the verge of defeat. "Divine Son, you can make your move now. If you still do not, the ice sculpture will be snatched away." On a flagship surrounded by countless warships in the sky, a few deity race cultivators kept a close eye on the battle around the ice sculpture. On the vast deck of the warship, Di Wuk sat on a throne. On his left and right, 12 watchers stood respectfully at the side. Right now, Di Wuk appeared much more mature than when he first advanced to Martial Emperor. His aura was strong, and he already had the air of a deity sovereign on his face. As Shao Chen sat there quietly, the scions of the three holy masters casually stood below. Xing Ju and the other outstanding talents of the various races all felt a faint pressure. There's no rush. If we don't let these outstanding talents suffer a little, they will never understand their own strength. They will not join my Deity Dao Union, unable to recognize who is the bearer of luck. Di Wuk picked up a cup of fine wine and slowly drank, appearing relaxed. As Shao Chen raised his hand, there was a strange charm to it. One could vaguely see a divine light shining down. Right now, Di Wuk's deity statues were already erected in the various palaces, second only to Emperor Forsaken. With a thought, Shao Chen could feel the boundless power of faith turning into a boundless sea for him to use. There was a huge difference between the deity race cultivators before they erected their deity statues and before. The difference in strength would be 10-fold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold. The scions of the three holy masters, Xingju, Xie Zishuan, and the other peak outstanding talents of the various races that joined the Deity Dao Union all felt this way. After the deity race erected their deity statues, they clearly felt their strength soar, their combat prowess soar. Although the deity statue was good, they did not know that once it was erected, it could no longer be removed. Why did they feel pressure and even fear before Di Wuk? A large part of the reason had to do with the deity statue's creation. That's enough. Xiaoju, Feng Wuji, make your move. Di Wuk put down his wine cup, and a maidservant with a graceful figure immediately came over, took the wine cup, and left. Right after Shao Chen spoke, Sima Lingxian, Chu Yang, and the other outstanding talents all got knocked back at the same time. The crown scions of the Flower Demon Royal Hall, the Astral Demon Royal Hall, the Moon Demon Royal Hall, and the Beast Demon Royal Hall all revealed expressions of joy. They grabbed a corner of the ice sculpture and prepared to carry it back. 2 beams of divine light descended. Xiaoju and Feng Wuji, the holy scions of the Divine Martial Gate and the White Emperor City, appeared at the same time and blocked the 4 demons. Everyone felt surprised. The Deity Dao Union only sent out 2 holy scions, and they wanted to block 4 demon crown scions? Chapter 1428. The 4 royal highnesses of the demon race, 3 men and 1 woman, each carried a corner of a throne, coldly staring at Xiaoju and Feng Wuji. Moon Demon Royal Hall, Star Demon Royal Hall, Beast Demon Royal Hall, and Flower Demon Royal Hall. Although these 4 demon royal halls did not rank very high among the 18 royal halls, their strength was not something that Xian Yan or Yi Xian could compare to. Seeing that the deity Dao Union sent only 2 people to block them, they revealed cold smiles on their faces. "Leave the ice sculptures, and the 4 of you can go," Xiaoju said expressionlessly. The Beast Demon Hall's crown prince had a stocky build. He sneered, "What arrogance! Let me test you out." His figure was tall and his face was covered in beast markings. When he was angry, he was like a ferocious beast roaring, looking exceptionally sinister. His figure flashed as he roared and threw a punch at Xiaoju. The punch transformed into the claw of a prehistoric giant beast. The clenched beast claw looked like a mountain, and an astonishing pressure spread out from the fist. The clouds trembled as if the sky was about to fall. Xiaoju coldly snorted as his aura burst forth. Against this misty pressure, a dull sound of impact came from the void. The sky shook, and countless rocks soared into the air, covering the sky and sun. Just as his opponent's beastly fist was about to reach him, a wisp of golden flame ignited in the depths of Xiaoju's eyes. Boom! A statue of a deity suddenly rose up behind him, and a sonorous hymn resounded throughout heaven and earth. The deity's statue grew in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it reached a height of 3 kilometers. Xiaoju gently pointed at it, and the deity statue gave off rings of light, looking like a divine wheel. This added a lot of divine might to Xiao Chen's finger. Bang! He shattered the gigantic prehistoric beast that the Beast Demon Crown Scion had turned into. When the Beast Demon Hall's crown prince landed on the ground, he staggered and nearly fell to the ground. Such powerful strength! For a moment, many martial artists had a whole new level of respect for Xiaoju, not daring to believe it. Shui Lingling said in a deep voice, "The celestial race's power of faith is really mysterious. This Xiaoju has already surpassed it by a lot." Xiaoju's talent was on par with hers. She could also get whatever resources he could get. The only thing she couldn't get was this statue of the god race. In a situation where the other party had one more condition, it was not difficult to understand that his strength surpassed hers. No wonder so many people are willing to join the deity Dao Union. Once the deity statue is erected, the power of faith will pour in endlessly. It would be hard for the deity Dao Union to not be strong. And Juanxi shook his head and sighed. He was also not inferior to Xiaoju. If he had the same conditions, he would definitely surpass Xiaoju. However, the Fox King's disciple said, there are gains and losses. From the moment he cast the statue, he truly lost the edge in his heart. He will choose to submit to Di-Wuk for the rest of his life. It is impossible for someone who has lost their true self to become a supreme being. Let's see how he does in another 10 years. That's right, there would always be fairness between gains and losses. Furthermore, they will become increasingly dependent on the deity race. In the end, they will slowly be assimilated. Originally, they were thinking of using the deity race to strengthen themselves. In the end, they will realize that they are the ones being used as pawns by the deity race, unable to break free. Bai analyzed calmly. While Xiaoju spoke, Xiaoju fought increasingly valiantly, completely suppressing the Beast Demon Royal Hall's Crown Scion. Even after the Beast Demon Royal Hall's Crown Scion activated his beast transformation ability, he still could not gain the upper hand. It looked like his defeat was only a matter of time. However, Xiaoju still handled the situation with ease. The expressions of the other 3 Demon Royal Hall's Crown Scions had long since changed from their initial disdain to grave. Whoosh! Suddenly, the 3 Demon Royal Hall's Crown Scions roared and attacked at the same time. They ferociously pushed the ice sculpture towards Feng Wuji, who was watching at the side. At the same time, they soared up, preparing to surround and attack. The might of the ice sculpture was clear. Even the Thunder Demon Royal Hall's Crown Scion was caught off guard and suppressed. If Feng Wuji had been careless, he would definitely have suffered a great loss. Fortunately, Feng Wuji did not get careless. When he saw the ice sculpture flying over, his expression turned grave. Deep earth black tortoise. Feng Wuji shouted ferociously, and his body leaned forward. The image of the black tortoise holy beast appeared and firmly encased him. The ice sculpture crashed into the black tortoise image, forcing Feng Wuji to take 3 steps back. Then he sent out 3 palm strikes, forcefully pushing the ice sculpture back. As the ice sculpture flew over, it spun continuously. The horrifying saber might stirred up the wind and clouds. Saber winds buzzed in the air. The sharp saber intent chilled one's heart. Retreat! The 3 Demon Royal Hall's crown scions showed stunned expressions. They did not dare to clash head-on, so they quickly dodged. Ha! The Demon Royal Hall's crown scions are merely so. Feng Wuji leaped into the air and raised the ice sculpture with one hand. Then he used the might of the ice sculpture to suppress the 3 Demon Royal Hall's crown scions. The scene immediately turned chaotic. However, it was clear that the 4 Demon Royal Hall's crown scions were at a disadvantage, which surpassed everyone's expectations. The deity Dao Union looks very powerful. Earlier, Sima Lingxian and the others could not defeat these 4. Now, they are able to suppress the Demon Royal Hall's crown scions with just 2. Xiao Hoju and Feng Wuji are clearly improving faster than the other outstanding talents of the deity Dao Union. The deity Dao Union truly lives up to being the strongest faction in the Kunlun realm. Di Wuk, who was in the sky, had his eyes closed as he listened to these voices. He revealed a smile on his face. This was the effect he wanted. In the fight for the evil shadow sword, he wanted the entire world to know the strength of the deity Dao Union. At the place where the demons gathered, the group of Demon Royal Hall's crown scions frowned heavily. The strength of the deity Dao Union somewhat surpassed their expectations. They were much harder to deal with than they had imagined. Heavenly Blood Divine Finger. A huge scarlet finger with circles of divine markings on it descended from the sky and struck the beast demon crown scion's body, knocking him back to his original form and burying him deep into the ground. The beast demon crown scion's miserable cries rang out amid the boundless dust cloud, looking exceptionally miserable. He probably no longer had any combat prowess left. The other 3 demon crown scions were suppressed by Feng Wuji's ice sculpture thrown in the first place. When they saw Xiao Hoju coming over to help, they immediately panicked. At the crucial moment, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky. The Thunder Demon Royal Hall's Lei Yun made his move. However, the moment this bolt of lightning appeared, a divine light blocked it. The ghost race's Xie Zixuan held up his sword and smiled. Your opponent is me. How dare you block my way? You are seeking death. Lei Yun snorted coldly and attacked at lightning speed. He was like a phantom, his movement technique moving like lightning as he closed in on Xie Zixuan. Lei Yun wanted to use the same method he used to defeat Shui Lingling to deal with Xie Zixuan. However, he underestimated Xie Zixuan's movement technique. The other party's movement technique was like a phantom, mysterious and unfathomable, no weaker than Lei Yun's. In a moment, the two exchanged more than 100 moves. However, neither could do anything to the other. Several more demon crown scions charged over from the Demon Royal Hall's side. Di Wuk waved his hand, and the 12 keepers turned into divine lights and entered the battlefield. All of a sudden, the fight over the ice sculptures became even more chaotic. No one wanted to admit defeat. The Demon Crown Scions entered the battle one after another. Aside from the Earth Demon Royal Halls and the Celestial Demon Royal Halls Crown Scions, the other Demon Crown Scions all made their moves. At some point in time, the land of the battle had been destroyed beyond recognition, leaving behind a huge, deep pit. No one noticed that the thousands of strands of black dragon chi in the dragon burial mound were slowly moving towards the battlefield, gathering there. Mysterious phenomena kept appearing in the chaotic battle. Snow, lightning, strong winds, sword chi, and all sorts of other things appeared. All sorts of howls rang out, deafening. Only the ice statue remained, rising and falling amidst all sorts of strange phenomena. Sometimes, it landed on the ground, sometimes leaped into the air, and sometimes spun like the wind. How chaotic! I can't find an opportunity to make a move, Bai said with some frustration. Her instincts told her that the ice sculpture from the ancient era was very familiar. Unfortunately, the chaotic battle was getting more and more intense. Once she got caught up in it, the consequences would be dire. Diwuk, why the need to hide? Do you dare to fight me? Just at this moment, the second-ranked Earth Demon Crown Scion of the 18 Demon Royal Halls shouted coldly and directly challenged Diwuk, who was surrounded by layers of warships. Among the 18 Demon Royal Halls, only one person is qualified to fight me. Unfortunately, it is not you. However, if you want to die, I don't mind fulfilling your wish. Chapter 1429. A throne descended from the divine ship, and Diwuk sat on it. He wore golden embroidered divine robes with magnificent patterns. After not seeing him for many years, Diwuk already had the air of a major character. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of countless people. Why did this fellow not die on his emperor's road back then? Bai said through clenched teeth. Shui Lingling and Juanxi and the others thought the same. If Diwuk had died on that 9-colored emperor's road, would Xiao Chen have had a different ending? However, there were no ifs in the world. Now, Diwuk had already risen up. His cultivation was stable, and he forged a deity statue. He practiced the various deity race secret techniques and followed the prescribed order, slowly learning how to become a deity sovereign. According to rumor, Emperor Forsaken intended for Diwuk to succeed the throne ahead of time, to become the new deity sovereign of the deity race. For some reason, Diwuk did not agree. However, no matter what, he was undoubtedly strong. Just by looking at the respect that Xiao Hoju, Feng Wuji, Xie Zishuan, and the other experts showed him, one could see a thing or two. The Earth Demon Crown Scion rode a ferocious beast of the demonic world. It looked like a tiger but was not. It had a huge body and a long tail like a snake. Black flames burned on its hooves. This beast was called the snake-tailed tiger, a famous ferocious beast of the demonic world. However, this snake-tailed tiger had clearly mutated into an even more ferocious mutated beast. Diwuk, don't overestimate yourself, the Earth Demon Crown Scion said sullenly as he rode the snake-tailed tiger. The Earth Demon Crown Scion rode on the snake-tailed tiger and spoke in a deep voice. His expression was as cold as a saber, and a sharp light gleamed in his eyes. Whoosh! The snake-tailed tiger soared into the sky, carrying the Earth Demon Crown Scion Ningfeng to face Diwuk in the air. The two happened to be below where the deity Dao Union and the 18 Demon Crown Scions fought. Occasionally, all sorts of shock waves swept through the area. Horrifying sword chi, surging lightning, berserk snowstorms, all of them howled in the air. However, the two of them did not show the slightest bit of fear. They stopped at the place where the shock waves swept, as if they were taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. From time to time, she would wave her sleeves and disperse the shock waves that were flying over. Her movements were graceful and free. Their auras spread out invisibly, and the two of them began to face off against each other. The sky was filled with wind, snow, sword energy, and lightning. A series of violent explosions rang out, and they were forced out, forming a clear space. Diwuk's fingers slowly tapped on the armrest, emitting a tinkling sound. A smile appeared on his face. Facing the Earth Demon Hall's Ningfeng's demonic might, he appeared somewhat indifferent. If you're not going to make a move, then I'll make a move. The standoff continued for a long time. Just as the Earth Demon Hall's Crown Scion Ningfeng was doing his best to hold on, the Earth Demon Hall's Crown Scion suddenly appeared. Diwuk suddenly stood up, and a 9-colored rainbow bridge appeared under his feet, diffraction from under the throne all the way to the front of the Earth Demon Hall. The instant the 9-colored rainbow bridge extended over, Diwuk's figure strangely appeared. He sent out a palm strike, sending out an overwhelming divine might that pressed over. Sagely music rang out in the sky. When Diwuk's palm strike pressed down, it was like a heavenly deity was making a move. Everyone could vaguely see a huge palm image descending. Ningfeng snorted coldly, and the snake-tailed tiger he sat on roared ferociously. Overwhelming demonic might burst forth as he punched. The fist and palm met, and the huge palm image turned into a resplendent light, vanishing without a trace. Insignificant tricks. After succeeding in his first strike, Ningfeng prepared to continue and thoroughly crush Di Wux's arrogance. Di Wux smiled faintly and said, "Is that so? My palm technique is not even a tenth of my fist techniques. What are you so smug about?" Right after Di Wux spoke, he ferociously clenched his open palm. The instant Xiaochen clenched his fist, the originally scattered divine light suddenly gathered into a huge, indomitable deity statue. The deity statue looked like Di Wux himself. The blazing divine might immediately soared to the peak. When the fist light descended, Ningfeng could only brace himself to receive it. This punch immediately made Ningfeng feel the difference between him and Di Wux. The other party's strength was simply too surging, like the sea, surging endlessly and unfathomably deep. Ha! Again. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Distant Legend. When Di Wux saw that Ningfeng barely received his punch, he laughed loudly and sent out another Myriad Heaven Divine Fist. What was a legend? The ancient deity race's majestic deeds, which had been passed down for millions of years, were legends. Boom! The Earth Demon Royal Hall's crown scion Ningfeng, who was already at a disadvantage, got knocked off the snake-tailed tiger. The radiant Di Wux looked like a deity, in high spirits. The snake-tailed tiger opened its huge jaws and bit at Di Wux, moving as fast as lightning. Di Wux's face sank, and he glared at the snake-tailed tiger. Invisible mental energy entered the mutated snake-tailed tiger's mind. In merely an instant, this snake-tailed tiger became motionless. Di Wux smiled coldly and kicked the snake-tailed tiger, causing blood to spurt out and explode. Di Wux passed through the sky full of blood, not giving the Earth Demon Royal Hall's crown scion a chance to rage. His fists moved like lightning, punching out again and again. Ningfeng gritted his teeth and roared. Every time he received a punch, blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. However, he stubbornly endured, not retreating. Loud rumbles reverberated in the world, sounding ear-splitting. Space shattered, and the sky turned dark. The sun, moon, and stars could be seen, looking resplendent and dazzling. After 100 punches, the Earth Demon Royal Hall's crown scion vomited a mouthful of blood. He could no longer hold on and went flying back. The Earth Demon Royal Hall's crown scion's right arm shattered. Half of his body was shattered by Di Wux. Such a scene was very startling. No one expected Di Wux to be so strong. He could even shatter the other party's emperor's body. However, as long as Emperor Wu's heart of an emperor did not shatter or his head explode, he would not die even if half his body was destroyed. However, he would not be able to recover his combat prowess in a short time. The divine son, Wu Kei, is unrivaled. Wu Kei's imposing figure stood in the air. Praises rang out from the many deity race warships. Countless people on the endless warships praised Wu Quebec. Their praises resounded in the world, reverberating endlessly. The light of the power of faith slowly entered Wu Kei's body, quickly replenishing his exhaustion in this battle. This is a little too scary. Chu Yang, Sima Lingxian, and the other outstanding talents were flabbergasted. After pouring all the accumulations of the deity race into one person, after all the accumulations of the deity race poured into one person, Di Wux's potential was dug out too quickly, so fast that they could not keep up. Suddenly, Di Wux descended and arrived at the center of the chaotic battle between the deity Dao Union and the Demon Royal Hall's crown science. Then, a strong divine Dao Emperor's might spread out, startling everyone. Then, they retreated. The intense battle immediately stopped. The Demon Royal Hall's people retreated to the back, and the deity Dao Union's people retreated behind Di Wux, coldly eyeing the other party. Young Master Celestial Demon, if you still do not show yourself, this ice sculpture will be mine. Di Wux stretched out his hand and beckoned. Then, a suction pulled the ice sculpture over and grabbed a corner of it. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to pull it over, he suddenly felt a pulling force, and the ice sculpture stopped moving. Only then did Xiao Chen discover that at some point in time, a person had appeared on the other side, grabbing a corner of the ice sculpture as well. It was the celestial demon crown scion. No one saw how he came out of the black palanquin. It seemed like as long as he willed it, he could arrive just by raising his feet and landing on the ground. Boom! Diwuk's face sank. Suddenly, a golden divine light came from his body and soared into the clouds. A strong emperor's might surged out, catching everyone behind off guard and sending them flying. Sovereign Emperor's might. When the outstanding talents of the deity Dao Yunyan's side landed, they felt incredibly shocked. It was Sovereign Emperor's might. This was the bona fide Sovereign Emperor's might that Diwuk gave off. He had been hiding his strength. No wonder he said that the Earth Demon Crown Scion was not worthy of fighting with him. Only the Celestial Demon Crown Scion was worthy of fighting with him. It turned out that Shao Qin had broken through to the seventh heaven, Emperor Wu. A cold light flashed in the Celestial Demon Crown Scion's eyes. Black demonic chi rose from his body. The Sovereign Emperor's might gathered the demonic chi and formed a black pillar of light soaring into the sky. As the two clashed with their Emperor's might, their hands did not stop moving. They both exerted force, trying to pull the ice sculpture over. Just as everyone was attracted by the two Sovereign Emperor's might, no one noticed that a tiny crack appeared in the unmelting ice sculpture. However, it was impossible for the Celestial Demon Crown Scion and Diwuk, who were very close, to not notice it. Their expressions changed at the same time. Everyone from the deity Dao Yunyan, heed my command. The ice sculpture is about to melt. Attack and snatch the Golden Emperor's body. Do it. The two of them did not let go, but the same order was passed down. The moment this command rang out, the expressions of everyone in the Dragon Burial Mound changed drastically. The deity Dao Yunyan and the Demon Crown Scions were the first to react. They soared into the air, preparing to snatch the ancient powerhouse's Golden Emperor's body the instant the ice sculpture melted. Immediately, both sides no longer dared to hold anything back. Strong auras caused winds to blow and clouds to churn, and the sky to change color. Half of the sky was filled with flickering golden clouds filled with many divine Dao Emperor's might. The other half was filled with black clouds filled with surging demonic chi. The ice sculpture shattered faster and faster. In the end, it shattered with a loud bang. Chapter 1430. The instant the ice was about to melt, Shao Qin opened his eyes. He had slept for a very long time, so much so that he felt somewhat dizzy. However, in the next moment, all of Shao Qin's discomfort vanished. His body instinctively sensed danger, instantly entering a state of high tension. Without needing to think or do anything, the surging saber intent and 1,000 strands of primordial energy in Shao Qin's body all burst out at this moment. Due to his instincts, the body's instincts for danger, the tens of thousands of times he had fought in his life, he unleashed all of his potential at this moment. Boom! The scattered ice immediately melted. The saber intent and 1,000 strands of primordial energy all over Shao Qin's body burst out ferociously. It turned into a saber light as resplendent as the sun and soared into the clouds. In one breath, it broke through the barrier of the sky. Diwuk and the Celestial Demon Crown Scion, who stood closest to the front, could not understand what was happening at all. This strong saber intent immediately knocked them into the air. The horrifying saber intent continued to radiate out. The many Demon Crown Scions, the deity Dao Yunyan's Xiao Hoju, Feng Wuji, the 12 Keepers, and the other outstanding talents charging at Shao Qin were all knocked into the air. Bang! 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 The many Demon Crown Scions and outstanding talents were knocked into the air and vomited blood. When they landed, they blasted out huge pits. Diwuk and the Celestial Demon Crown Scion gently drifted down and landed firmly. However, blood leaked out of a corner of their lips. The saber intent that burst out was too strong. Caught off guard, it instantly suppressed the two's auras. If not for the two being sovereign martial emperors, their injuries would have been even more severe than those outstanding talents. What's going on? Is the ancient powerhouse coming back to life? He truly lives up to being a powerhouse who could hold a throne during the peak of the martial epoch. Even after 1,000,000 years, he can still knock away so many outstanding talents. How scary! I can't control my saber anymore. My saber is trembling. It is afraid. That piercing saber light dazzled everyone, preventing them from looking directly at it. However, the shock in their hearts made the many cultivators in the periphery unable to suppress their curiosity. They could not help squinting, wanting to see what kind of existence the ancient powerhouse in this saber light was. Kacha kacha. Just at this moment, the sabers in the hands of the bladesmen in the dragon burial mound shattered one by one. Many cultivators were shocked and pained. This was simply unimaginable. Such a scene left everyone dumbfounded. Even Di-Wuk and the celestial demon young master couldn't help but retreat cautiously. Could it be a zombie? The celestial demon young master frowned and muttered to himself. He didn't know if this was possible. He had been sealed in ice for 1,000,000 years without any contact with the outside world, and he was in this ominous place. However, if it really was a corpse transformation, then it would be very troublesome. It was unknown whether a supreme being at the peak of the martial Tao could suppress a corpse transformation. Once the zombies turned, everyone here would die. Di-Wuk channeled his spiritual force into his eyes. His eyes burned like flames as he tried to see what kind of existence was inside this blade light. However, what Xiaochen saw was a vast sea of saber intent. It was so painful. Di-Wuk's eyes were bleeding. He had accidentally touched the core of the blade light. His eyes were immediately injured. What exactly is it? Even after 1,000,000 years, it can still give off such a strong saber intent. What kind of horrifying existence was it when it was alive? When Di-Wuk thought of this, he trembled in fear. Outside, Bai's pretty eyes stared at the saber light, unwilling to look away. Why does it feel so familiar? However, this is clearly a senior from 1,000,000 years ago. How could I have been born 1,000,000 years ago? Chu Chaoyun, what's going on? Far away, Yao Manlan asked Chu Chaoyun, who was beside her, caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. However, that Chu Chaoyun, who always gave her an answer, remained silent at this moment, as he could not figure it out thither. The saber light slowly faded away. After unleashing his full power, using his primordial energy to detonate his saber intent, even Xiaochen could not hold on for long. Xiaochen did not know what happened. He did not even see clearly. He only felt an instinctive threat. If Xiaochen did not use his full power, this threat would harm his life, and he might even fall. Sensing that the fatal danger no longer existed, Xiaochen scattered his saber intent. However, he did not let down his guard at all. The saber light is gone. The ancient sage is coming out. We will know soon whether he is dead or alive. This is really exciting. To think that I can see an ancient sage in my lifetime. However, when the saber light completely vanished, the cycle throne, the 7 divine weapons behind it, and Xiaochen, who sat on it, revealed his true appearance. The shadowless saber sovereign. Everyone went crazy. Many of the cultivators here had seen the shadowless saber sovereign sitting on the throne before. Everyone recognized his appearance. The shadowless saber sovereign wore a mask and sat on a black throne with 7 divine weapons behind it. Only one resemblance was a coincidence. However, everything matched. Who else could it be but the shadowless saber sovereign? You, trying to play tricks on me? Are you trying to fool me? Di-Wuk, who considered himself to be the bearer of luck, was so angry that his clone trembled. Unexpectedly, he got fooled by a living person. The Demon Crown Scions and the Deity Dao Union Outstanding Talents, who fought to the death for the ice sculpture throne, were all incredibly angry as well. Furthermore, the 18 Demon Crown Scions had an irreconcilable grudge with the shadowless saber sovereign in the first place. The celestial Demon Crown Scion did not say anything else, directly saying, "Kill him." Di-Wuk also said coldly, "Of the people who fooled me, aside from a cripple, no one is alive. Kill him." Immediately, the Demon Crown Scions and the Deity Dao Union Outstanding Talents flew up at the same time. For the sake of a common goal, they actually worked together. However, while they were angry, Xiaochen was even more enraged. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, when Xiaochen woke up, he found himself surrounded and attacked for no reason. After much difficulty, Xiaochen managed to catch his breath. However, before he could say anything, a group of people charged over again. What was the meaning of this? Did they think that he was a pushover that anyone could bully as they pleased? That was impossible. The previous Blue Dragon King would not do that. All the more, the current shadowless saber sovereign would not. This is never-ending. On the throne, Shao Chen, who had not truly gotten angry for 3 years, got angry for the first time. He ferociously smacked the black dragon armrest with his right hand, and the world started trembling. The 7 divine weapons unsheathed at the same time and headed in 7 different directions, materializing the 7 moves of the flawless saber technique. Void-breaking stance. Pride burst forth with a 30-meter-long saber sovereign, looking as resplendent as the sun. It looked like it teleported and suddenly appeared before the flower demon crown scion. Before this demon crown scion could let out a startled cry, all her defenses were broken, and the saber blade stabbed into her chest. Boom! The saber blade knocked her back and pinned her to the ground. Dragon subduing stance. Wrath flew out in rage. As the saber flew out, it carried the might of 1,000 dragons. Everywhere it passed, a sea of blood surged. After chopping down 3 keepers, its momentum did not decrease, pinning Xiao Hoju to the ground. Falling moon stance. Saber light flickered, and a bright moon fell to the ground. Figures soared into the air, and the moon fell. This falling moon directly blasted away several deity Dao Union outstanding talents. Shao Chen executed the 7 moves of the flawless saber technique one by one. With every saber strike, there would be a startling mysterious phenomenon and the fall of outstanding talents. When the 7 moves were over, Greed finished executing the heaven-swallowing stance. This saber swallowed up the attacks of the remaining outstanding talents and demon crown scions, drowning them in the flawless saber Dao and vanishing into nothing. It felt like a long time had passed, but in reality, it had only been 2 or 3 breaths. The 7 divine weapons attacked at the same time. When Greed landed and pinned the star demon crown scion to the ground, unable to move, no one else could be seen around Shao Chen. They had either fled in fright or were so injured that they could not get up, crying out in pain. The surroundings fell silent. Only the rustling of the wind could be heard in the vast dragon burial mound, as well as the lingering hum of the saber hidden in the wind. When everyone saw this scene, they were stupefied. The celestial demon crown scion and Di Wuk watched all this, their minds temporarily blank. I just woke up. Don't bother me again. Seated on the throne, Shao Chen rubbed his head. Even now, he still did not understand what happened. All he wanted was some peace and quiet. Shao Chen waved his hand, and the 7 divine weapons returned to their scabbards. The throne soared into the air, carrying him along. Chapter 1431. I just woke up. Don't bother me. When the many cultivators in the dragon burial mound heard this, they nearly vomited blood. When people just woke up, they were usually in a bad mood. But this time, it was a little too bad. Of the demon crown scions, 5 were dead or alive, and 3 were severely injured and weak. Of the deity Dao Union's outstanding talents, 6 keepers had died. The others were all injured of various degrees. Of the people lying on the ground, which one was not a famous person? Which one was not someone who could take charge of an area? However, the shadowless saber sovereign defeated all of them in 2 or 3 breaths. Furthermore, the shadowless saber sovereign defeated them all before their heads, the divine sun Di Wuk and the celestial demon crown scion. After the matter was over, the shadowless saber sovereign still said such a thing. This was truly infuriating. You want to leave? It's not that simple. Di Wuk snorted coldly and soared into the air, instantly catching up to Shao Chen. Without saying a word, he threw a punch. On the cycle throne, when Shao Chen saw Di Wuk pouncing over, heavy hatred stirred in his heart for some reason. Even with Shao Chen's mental state, he could not suppress this hatred or control it. Shao Chen had never liked such a feeling. His rationality told him that before he could face Emperor Forsaken, no matter how much he hated this person, he could not kill him. However, he could not suppress the hatred in his heart. He had countless reasons to kill Di Wuk. However, none of them could compare to Di Wuk's obstruction on his Emperor's Road 5 years ago. If not for Shao Chen, why would so many people die for him? If not for the deity Dao Union interfering, why would his emperor's road be so difficult? If it were the deity Dao Union, why would he still be stuck in this knot in his heart? Xiaochen did not have much time to think. Di Wuk was already charging over. With a thought, Xiaochen unsheathed pride. Dang! An intense collision sound rang out. Pride was blasted away by this punch and was sent flying. The throne moved back, and another 3 divine weapons unsheathed in the air, charging at Di Wuk. In the sky, divine might filled the air, and saber intent surged. Di Wuk's divine might flickered with a golden light. As it gathered together, it became like the sea behind him, rising and falling without end. Under the huge waves, Xiaochen was like a lone boat. Under Di Wuk's storm-like attacks, it seemed like he would be overturned at any time. When the spectating cultivators saw this scene, they were secretly astonished by Di Wuk's strength. No one expected that Xiaochen could exchange so many moves with the shadowless Saber Sovereign and still hold the upper hand. After 1,000 moves, Di Wuk's aura grew stronger and stronger. One punch after another, the divine weapons were sent flying by him. Saber intents shot out randomly, poking holes in the sky one after another. It took a long time for the holes to close up. Amazing! As expected of the divine son, Di Wuk. He finally stood out at this critical moment. He does not leave a shadow, and the saber does not touch his hand. The shadowless Saber Sovereign is nearly a legend. I wonder if Di Wuk can break this legend and push the shadowless Saber Sovereign off his divine pedestal. Speaking of which, why is the shadowless Saber Sovereign sealed in ice? I don't know about that. Perhaps the demons surrounded him. Rumor has it that 3/8 Heaven Demon Emperor Wu came to the Dragon Burial Mound. Furthermore, they are not an ordinary 8th Heaven Demon Emperor Wu. They are all demon royal clan powerhouses. I heard that not long ago, the shadowless Saber Sovereign killed a 7th Heaven Demon Emperor with 3 saber strikes and crippled 3 demon royal halls alone. He went overboard. If Di Wuk defeats the shadowless Saber Sovereign as a 7th Heaven Demon Emperor Wu, he will be able to turn the tables. The discussions of the crowd filled the deity Dao Union's outstanding talents with anticipation. In this trip to the Dragon Burial Mound, the deity Dao Union originally wanted to do something big and shock everyone, raising the prestige of the deity Dao Union to another level. Unexpectedly, they ran into this shadowless Saber Sovereign and ruined everything. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Di Wuk stepped forward. As long as he could kill the shadowless Saber Sovereign, he would be able to vent his frustrations. The celestial demon Crown Scion, who was preparing to attack the shadowless Saber Sovereign, pondered for a while when he saw the situation in the air. He exchanged glances with the other demon Crown Scions who could still fight. While everyone's attention was focused on this battle, he quietly retreated. Di Wuk, are you really not going to let me go? Xiaochen wanted to leave several times, but Di Wuk stopped him. Now, Xiaochen could not be bothered to suppress the rage in his heart. As he sat on the throne, his long hair fluttered about, revealing a murderous intent. Suddenly, a murderous intent appeared in Xiaochen's eyes. He was like an ancient ferocious beast, stunning Di Wuk. At this moment, Di Wuk held the upper hand and did not fear it at all. So what if I stop you? I already used all 7 of my killing moves. I don't believe that you still have the ability to fight me. You will be the first stepping stone for me, Di Wuk, after I advance to Sovereign Martial Emperor. Look around. My deity Dao Union has 1,000 warships and more than 1,000 deities here. Even if I do not stop you, you will not be able to leave. Either submit to me, submit to the deity Dao Union, or become my stepping stone. Choose your own path. As Di Wuk stood in the golden sea, rings of divine wheels appeared behind him. As he stood upright with his hands behind his back, he looked like a deity. Upon hearing this, Chu Chaoyun, who was extremely far away, could not help laughing. Feeling confused, Yao Manlon asked, Chu Chaoyun, what are you laughing at? Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, there are always some people who are laughable and lamentable. If he were in another age, everything he did would not be wrong at all. Unfortunately, he is in the same age as this one. Who are you talking about? You will soon know who I am talking about. In the sky, When Xiao Chen heard what Chu Chaoyun said, his lips curled up. He could not help laughing as well, laughing from extreme rage. Enduring blindly, all Xiao Chen got in exchange was these words. He wanted to leave, but there would always be someone forcing him to make a move. Diwuk, I am not strong. I cannot compare to Emperor Forsaken or the holy masters of several holy lands. I am still slightly stronger than you. You chose your own path. Don't blame me. While on the cycle throne, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and beckoned. Wrath of the 7 deadly sins landed in his hand with a clang. Clang. The 7 divine weapons turned into streaks of light and flew into the blade of wrath one by one, fusing together. This was the first time Xiao Chen merged the 7 deadly sins and used them. The might of the divine weapons immediately soared into the sky. The 7 deadly sins, which were already infinitely close to transcendent divine weapons, now reached the might of a transcendent divine weapon. Transcendent divine weapon, is this your trump card? If you think that this is enough, then you are too naive. Diwuk smiled coldly, and the divine kingdom slowly emerged from the golden sea under his feet. Then, it shrank continuously and condensed into a miniature castle that entered his hand. A primordial emperor treasure. Naive? You are overthinking. While holding the merged 7 deadly sins, Xiao Chen suddenly stood up from the cycle throne. The instant he stood up, the throne entered his black robes. 2 mutated black dragons were engraved on the throne's left and right sides. The 10 points of saber energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness exploded at the same time, producing a loud explosion. Xiao Chen's body released a light even more resplendent than the sun. Diwuk's boundless golden sea instantly scattered. When this saber strike merged 10 points of saber energy, a shadow flashed in the hearts of all the spectating cultivators, a shadow left behind by the saber light. Dang! The divine kingdom in Diwuk's hand blocked for a moment before getting knocked away. In the next moment, the saber broke through Diwuk's 9 layers of defensive restrictions and landed on his divine robes. Xiao Chen did not know what the divine robes were made of, but they did not shatter. Instead, they formed a barrier that weakened Xiao Chen's strength. Even so, Diwuk's internal organs shattered in an instant. Xiao Chen went flying, turning into a beam of light as he flew backward. Before everyone's eyes, Xiao Chen flew further and further away. Finally, he turned into a dot and vanished from sight, landing somewhere unknown. It seemed like he was no longer in the savage battlefield. Chapter 1432. After sending out this saber strike, Xiao Chen felt incredibly fatigued and fell backward. The cycle throne appeared in midair and caught him. The divine weapon split into 7 and stabbed into the back of the throne. Then, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and rested. Right now, saber energy was Xiao Chen's greatest trump card. With all 10 points of saber energy bursting out, it felt like his body was drained. The mental energy in his sea of consciousness was completely drained, and he felt extremely fatigued. Earlier, the flawless 7 saber technique drained most of the 1,000 strands of primordial energy. Now was the moment when Xiao Chen was at his most fatigued. The throne flew slowly, and no one dared to block it. Everyone shut up and said nothing. As they looked at this newly advanced saber sovereign, their gazes filled with reverence. That earlier saber strike was simply too horrifying. If not for the monarch divine robes that Diwuk wore, he would have died for sure. Even the 9 restrictions and a primordial emperor treasure could not block it. One could easily imagine how mighty it was. The many warships of the deity Dao Union instantly vanished, all heading in the direction that Diwuk flew in. The divine sun was the core of the deity Dao Union. If anything happened to him, there would be no need for the deity Dao Union to continue existing. However, Xiao Chen's earlier saber strike was extremely horrifying, overwhelming everyone present. No one knew where Diwuk flew to. It would not be easy to find him in a short time. Chu Chaoyun, you knew this would happen long ago? Yao Manlon could not hide the shock in her eyes. This shadowless saber sovereign was simply ridiculously strong. The speed at which he rose was simply too fast. However, what shocked Yao Manlon even more was that Chu Chaoyun seemed to understand this shadowless saber sovereign very well. He was certain that the shadowless saber sovereign would be able to teach Di-Wuk a lesson. Chu Chaoyun smiled and dodged the question. Stop staring at the saber sovereign. It is time for us to get down to business. Look in that direction. Everyone looked in the direction Chu Chaoyun pointed and saw the crown scions of the 18 demon royal halls quickly forming hand seals under the cover of many demons. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the shadowless saber sovereign. The deity Dao Union had retreated to search for Di-Wuk, so no one noticed them. The celestial demon crown scion grasped this opportunity very well. Beside him, the thunder demon royal halls Lei Yun, the snow demon royal halls Bai Lung, and the earth demon royal halls Ning Feng quickly formed hand seals. Very few people did not notice that the black dragon chi in the sky was gathering in the direction of the demon dwellers. The demon royal hall's people's intentions were very clear. They wanted to use this opportunity to summon out the evil shadow sword. Then, the celestial demon crown scion would make a move immediately to obtain the evil shadow sword. After the 4 demon crown scions formed their hand seals, strands of black dragon chi in the sky headed for the empty space the 4 surrounded. For a moment, tens of thousands of dragons soared into the sky, black shadows boundless, causing everyone to cry out in alarm. What's going on? Why is the dragon chi in the sky moving for no reason? The commotion was simply too great. This scene finally alerted everyone. However, it was already too late. From the moment Di-Wuk and Shao Qin started fighting, the celestial demon crown scion decisively grabbed hold of this opportunity. While everyone was distracted by the battle between the shadowless saber sovereign and Di-Wuk, he started laying out his plans. He had waited for this moment for too long. Boom! A black demon sword broke out of the ground where the 10,000 dragons soared into the ground. Immediately, a monstrous demonic might was released from the sword. The sky and the ground turned dark. The evil shadow sword. At this moment, everyone knew what happened. It was the evil shadow sword. Only now did someone startle awake from a dream. Too many things happened in this dragon burial mound. First, it destroyed the 3 demon royal halls. Then, the 10 chi demon royal halls appeared at the same time. Then, the ice sculpture appeared. In the end, the ice sculpture turned into the shadowless saber sovereign. Then, the shadowless saber sovereign fought many battles, dazzling everyone and overwhelming them. Some even forgot their true purpose in coming to this dragon burial mound. Damn it! No wonder that group of demons never left the place where the 3 demon royal halls originally stood. Many people, like Chu Yang and the other outstanding talents who had thoughts about the demon sword, felt regret. However, they could only watch as the celestial demon crown scion soared into the sky together with that demon sword. It looked like the celestial demon crown scion was about to become his. Shao Chen, who had already flown to the edge of the dragon burial mound, was startled awake by the demonic chi filling the air. When he saw this scene, he seemed to understand something. He muttered to himself, "This celestial demon crown scion, what a great scheme. Something's not right." Suddenly, Shao Chen discovered something off. There seemed to be a figure hidden in the clouds where the demon's sword soared into the sky. That figure seemed to have anticipated that the demon's sword would appear and had been guarding this place in advance. If not for Shao Chen's strong spiritual sense accidentally sweeping that spot, he would not have discovered it. Immediately, Shao Chen, who was preparing to leave, thought to himself, "Who is so bold? Who dares to play such tricks under the nose of the celestial demon crown scion?" Shao Chen was too far away, and there was no chance of snatching this demon sword. However, that did not stop him from watching a great show. The demon sword soared into the sky extremely quickly. Even the celestial demon crown scion, who was the first to fly out, could not catch up in a short time if he moved at full speed. However, the outstanding talents in the surroundings only moved now. They were still very far away from that demon sword. It was clear that this demon sword belonged to the celestial demon crown scion. Boom! Poof! The demon sword pierced through the thick black clouds and slowed down. When the celestial demon crown scion saw this scene, joy appeared on his face. He pushed off the air and accelerated again. The instant the celestial demon crown scion pierced through the black clouds, the scene before him so frustrating that he nearly vomited blood. He saw Chu Chaoyun standing in the clouds. The evil shadow sword stuck close to his body as it continued to fly up. Just as the evil shadow sword was about to pass Chu Chaoyun, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword's hilt. That posture looked like the evil shadow sword flew into Chu Chaoyun's hand on its own. With a flip of his left hand, a sword box appeared. With practiced movements, Chu Chaoyun nimbly placed the evil shadow sword, which was struggling intensely, into that mysterious sword box. Immediately, the overwhelming demonic might and icy sword intent of the evil shadow sword were completely isolated. Chu Chaoyun's actions were as smooth as flowing water. It was like he had practiced this countless times, waiting for this moment. If an outsider were here, they would not doubt that this sword was Chu Chaoyun's. After doing all this, Chu Chaoyun raised his head and saw the fuming celestial demon crown scion. Shock appeared on the celestial demon crown scion's face as he asked incredulously, "Brother celestial demon, what are you doing here?" "What am I doing here? What am I doing here?" The celestial demon crown scion, who was already close to going crazy from anger, got careless, and his chi and blood surged. He could no longer suppress the internal injuries he suffered earlier, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. However, he was so angry that he vomited blood. Blood flew out like swords. Chu Chaoyun frowned and used the sword box to block his face. Blood immediately stained the sword box. After vomiting a mouthful of blood, the celestial demon crown scion felt much better. He shouted, "Chu Chaoyun, I should be the one asking you that. What do you mean by, what am I doing here? What are you doing here?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and patted the sword box. "I came to retrieve my family's sword. Look, my luck is pretty good. It was buried underground for tens of thousands of years, and I actually managed to find it. It looks like my grandfather's grandfather did not lie to me." "Your family's sword?" The celestial demon crown scion guffawed and said, "Chu Chaoyun, I think you must be tired of living. How dare you snatch the demon sword? Even if you are the special envoy of the Dark Church, the Dark Church's churchmaster will not be able to save you if the 18 demon monarchs condemn you." Chu Chaoyun said extremely seriously, "You are wrong. I only took my family heirloom. From the start to the end, I did not participate in the fight for the demon sword." In the end, the celestial demon crown scion obtained the evil shadow sword. "Congratulations." "What does that mean?" The celestial demon crown scion's mind was filled with question marks. The other party clearly obtained the sword. Why did he say that I obtained it? Just as the celestial demon crown scion felt confused, the carefree and smiling, seemingly harmless Chu Chaoyun suddenly attacked. His palm wind was like thunder, and his body was like lightning as he landed a palm strike on the celestial demon crown scion's chest. The celestial demon crown scion's body quickly pierced through the black clouds and flew down. The demonic clouds in the sky gathered at his chest, its might overwhelming. The mysterious phenomenon was startling. "We obtained it. This is the mysterious phenomenon of the demon's sword recognizing a master." The crown scions of the 18 demon royal halls and the group of cultivators all smiled in wild joy. Although there were many twists and turns along the way, with all sorts of incidents happening, they still managed to obtain the most important evil shadow sword. Chapter 1433. Everyone from the Devil Hall laughed. Only the celestial devil young lord who was in midair was crying. He took out an item from his bosom. It was a small sword. The body of the sword was engraved with a mysterious formation. It was very exquisite, but it was just an ordinary small sword. In the demon world, it was known as the demon guiding sword. It was specially used to absorb demon chi. This demon guiding sword had clearly been specially refined. The effect of absorbing and restraining demonic chi was startling. It sucked in all the demonic chi in the sky. The celestial demon crown scion, who was holding the demon guiding sword, had an exceptionally sullen expression. He finally understood why Chu Chaoyun said that he had obtained the demon sword. This was akin to making him a scapegoat. Seeing such a huge phenomenon, he was also the person closest to the demon sword. Everyone probably believed that he, the celestial demon crown scion, had taken the evil shadow sword. Even if they wanted to, they would not be able to retort. Looking up at the sky, Chu Chaoyun was nowhere to be seen. He had already disappeared without a trace. Damn it! The celestial demon young master held the demon guiding sword as his fists trembled. This was the first time he had been played so badly. After a while, he calmed down and said coldly, "Chu Chaoyun, I will definitely settle this score with you." The debt had to be settled, but not now. At this moment, everyone thought that he was the one who had taken the demon sword. The various cultivators of the Kunlun realm were currently chasing after him. Soon, the people of the deity Dao Union would arrive as well. If Xiaochen wanted to leave, the further he went, the better. The people of the demon royal halls would not believe that he did not obtain the evil shadow sword. All the more, the people of the Kunlun realm would not. His explanation was of no use at all. Chu Chaoyun's move was too brilliant. He casually snatched the demon sword and then left silently, as if he had never existed. He placed all the pressure on the celestial demon young master. In a few flashes, the celestial demon crown scion returned to the place where the many demon crown scions were gathered. "How is it? Did you obtain the evil shadow sword?" The many demon crown scions asked in anticipation. The celestial demon young master said with a sullen face, "If I say that I didn't get it, would you believe me? How can that be? We saw you and the evil shadow sword pass through the clouds one after another. When you came down, the demonic clouds entered your body. Isn't that the mysterious phenomenon of the evil shadow sword recognizing a master? Young master celestial demon, are you trying to go back on your word? We can even let you have the evil shadow sword. However, the benefits that you promised are far inferior to the evil shadow sword." The many demon crown scions clearly did not believe him. They even felt that the other party was trying to go back on his promise. The celestial demon young master smiled bitterly in his heart. He seemed to be the scapegoat for sure, but he had to tell the truth. Not only had Xiaochen been angered to the point of vomiting blood by Chu Chaoyun, but he had also snatched away the evil shadow sword. He really could not bring himself to say it. It wasn't just because of his pride. More importantly, it was a huge blow to his prestige. The celestial demon young master did his best to squeeze out a smile. "I'm just joking. I've already obtained the demon sword. Let's prepare to retreat and return to the astral battlefield first. When we arrive at the devil world, I will fulfill all the promises I made to you." Congratulations. The might of the evil shadow sword is still somewhat lacking compared to the inheritance of a ruler weapon. With the evil shadow sword, when young master celestial demon young master ascends to the position of demon monarch in the future, unifying our 18 demonic worlds will be even smoother. The various congratulatory words were like sharp swords stabbing into the celestial demon young master's heart. Despite the incredible pain, he had to squeeze out a smile. Only the celestial demon young master understood the pain. After chatting for a while, the demon crown scions started to gather the factions of their respective demon royal halls, preparing to leave the Kunlun realm. Since the demon crown scions rushed to the Kunlun realm, they naturally thought of a way to retreat. The demon crown scions attacked at the same time, striking the ground under their feet. The ground instantly shattered, revealing a huge, deep pit with the corpse of an ancient demon monarch standing in it. The corpse had already rotted long ago, leaving only a pile of bones. Demonic chi mixed with the corpse, producing an unpleasant stench. "Sorry for the offense." The celestial demon young master bowed slightly, and a talisman appeared in his hand. This was the extremely precious corpse guiding talisman. As long as the talisman was shot into the corpse, it could temporarily control the corpse, allowing it to erupt with 1/10 of its combat prowess. Even if the ancient demon monarch only had 1/10 of its strength, it would be enough to create enough chaos for them to leave easily. Go. The demon monarch skeleton expanded in the air and became as large as a small mountain, blocking the many Kunlun realm cultivators chasing after the demon royal halls. Many demon hall demons took the opportunity to board the warships and soar into the clouds, flying towards the outer realm. When they reached the starry sky, there was someone to receive them. It was as if they were safe. It was a perfect plan. Unfortunately, he did not obtain the evil shadow sword. Elder Sister Lingling, Did you see the shadowless saber sovereign? Where did he go? Bai had been paying attention to the shadowless saber sovereign, ignoring the chaotic situation. Shui Lingling watched as the people of the demon hall calmly retreated. Her heart was burning with anxiety. When Xiao Chen heard Bai's question, he quickly looked around. However, he discovered that the shadowless saber sovereign was long gone. Let's leave this place first. The demon monarch's corpse will explode soon. If we don't leave now, we will all be buried here. And Juanshi said somewhat anxiously as he watched the demon monarch corpse in the distance swell up even more. Without any hesitation, he urged the others to leave. This battle started by the evil shadow sword finally came to an end, allowing everyone to broaden their horizons. Nearly all the famous outstanding talents of this golden age were here. The competition between the Kunlun realm's outstanding talents and the demonic world's demons was more or less equal. No one gained much of an advantage. However, when the later generations mentioned this matter that was destined to be passed down through the ages, the one they talked about the most would not be Di Wuk or the celestial demon crown scion. It would be the shadowless saber sovereign. After this battle, no one would doubt the shadowless saber sovereign's possession of the saber sovereign medallion. The title of saber sovereign was well deserved. Wu Xiaotian was not wrong to hand over the saber sovereign medallion. But what no one knew was that in this gathering of wind and clouds, there was a person who came and left quietly. This person angered the celestial demon crown scion to the point of vomiting blood. This person easily snatched away the evil shadow sword, becoming the biggest winner. Compared to the shadowless saber sovereign, this person was like a shadow, unknown to others. At this moment, this person was calmly rushing to the rendezvous point with Yao Manlon while carrying the sword box. Seeing the sword box in Xiao Chen's hand, Yao Manlon asked in disbelief, "You really obtained the evil shadow sword?" Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and opened a small opening in the sword box, revealing half of the evil shadow sword. Then he quickly closed it. Yao Manlon revealed an expression of wild joy. She stretched out her hand, wanting to take the sword box. Chu Chaoyun gently put it away and carried it on his back. "This is for Leng Yu, not for you. If you don't want to give it to me, then so be it. Even if you give it to me, it would be a gift to Master," Yao Manlon said unhappily. However, even when she was angry, her face was still very alluring, causing one to have wild thoughts. However, Chu Chaoyun was not interested in her at all. He was not tempted by her ever-present charm at all. However, suddenly, his expression changed slightly, not giving Yao Manlon any time to think. After dragging her for 1,000 meters, he finally turned around. "What?" Yao Manlon felt dissatisfied. However, when she turned her head and saw the scene in front, she was so frightened that she retreated another 1,000 meters. At some point in time, a throne had landed in front. A person sat on the throne, holding a sheathed saber in his right hand as he stood upright on the ground. Although this person sat there casually, he could not hide the air of kingship he exuded. As Xiao Chen's long hair fluttered, he let his aura drift casually in this strong wind. Clang, clang, clang. The indistinct clanging of sabers and swords clashing in the air rang out. It was like someone was moving around in the air. Under such an aura, Yao Manlon found it extremely difficult to breathe, so she moved back again. Her heart pounded heavily. Why did the shadowless saber sovereign chase after her at this moment? The main reason was because of the earlier scene of Xiao Chen defeating the many outstanding talents of the deity Dao Yunyan and the demon royal halls with a wave of his hand. That was too great a shadow in her heart. Otherwise, she would not be so afraid of the shadowless saber sovereign. Yao Manlon thought of something, and her expression changed slightly. Could he be here for the evil shadow sword? If that were true, would Chu Chaoyun be a match for the shadowless saber sovereign? Chapter 1434. Good move. Not only did you obtain the evil shadow sword, but you also made the celestial demon crown scion a scapegoat. Chu Chaoyun, your style of doing things has not changed at all. Xiao Chen said softly with a faint smile under the mask. When Xiao Chen collected the 7 thrones and the cycle first appeared, he seemed to have seen his fate. At the end of his fate, he seemed to have an unavoidable battle with Chu Chaoyun. The other party stood in the sky and controlled the 3,000 lower realms. When the sword swept through the air, he said that 10,000 years was a cycle. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, I think so. There is no need for you to be alarmed. Why did you chase after me? Are you here to snatch the evil shadow sword? Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I am not interested in the evil shadow sword. The symbolic meaning of this sword is greater than its actual meaning. I believe that you should not be interested in it either. Why do you want to get involved? Not interested? It looks like I made this trip for nothing. In that case, I'll be leaving. This is the Kunlun realm's interior. I really do not have the time to chat with you. When Chu Chaoyun heard that, he smiled faintly and turned to leave. Clang. Pride flew out of its scabbard and landed in front of Chu Chaoyun after he turned around, blocking his path. Why the rush? I came here only to ask you one thing. Why did you go through all this trouble, insisting on fighting me? You said that 10,000 years is a cycle. However, what does the grudges from 10,000 years ago have to do with us? Why do you have to live so bitterly? Xiao Chen asked unhurriedly from the cycle throne. Then, his expression suddenly turned grave. When Chu Chaoyun heard that, his expression changed slightly. His previously calm expression wavered somewhat. When did I say that to you? 10,000 years is a cycle. How did you know that? Who told you that you went to the Blue Dragon Palace? That's not right. If you dare to go to the Blue Dragon Palace now, any one of the primes can smack you to death. Chu Chaoyun muttered to himself. After analyzing the situation for a while, he still could not figure it out, filled with doubts. You did indeed tell me that. However, it is not now but in the future. By coincidence, I managed to catch a glimpse of my fate in the Kunlun realm. At the end of my fate, you personally told me that. Xiao Chen told the other party the truth, not intending to hide anything. In the distance, Yao Manlan pricked up her ears, but she was confused by what she heard, unable to understand what was going on. However, there were also those who understood. It turned out that this Chu Chaoyun and the mysterious shadowless Saber Sovereign were old acquaintances. Furthermore, the shadowless Saber Sovereign was not here for the evil shadow sword. With this, Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. When Chu Chaoyun heard the word fate, he felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. He smiled bitterly and said, Fate? That's right. This is our fate. It was already decided 10,000 years ago. Our goal has always been the same. We've been waiting for an opportunity that only comes once every 10,000 years. However, in the end, only one person will be able to obtain this opportunity. Xiao Chen said softly, I never believe in fate. If possible, I am willing to give this opportunity to you. Chu Chaoyun laughed and said, Give it to me? If you give it to me, where are you going to find Lu Ruyue? You cannot give up this opportunity. Cultivate well and get out of this war chariot as soon as possible. Otherwise, you might not even be able to withstand a single sword strike from me. As soon as he finished speaking, a pupil appeared in the depths of Chu Chaoyun's eyes. A slit opened in his dual heart pupils, and a strand of pure primal chaos aura spread out, lingering in his eyes. It manifested a boundless universe and a myriad of stars, flickering and extinguishing. Pride, which was stuck behind Xiao Chen, seemed to have received a heavy blow. After a dull thud, it flew out and landed behind the cycle throne. You've consumed too much energy, and your combat power is less than 50%. I won't fight you. The next time we meet, I will take away the origin of the Blue Dragon Palace's heavenly fire. Until next time. After knocking away Pride, who was blocking his way, Chu Chaoyun landed beside Yao Manlan and quickly carried her away. As Xiao Chen watched Chu Chaoyun leave, he entered deep thought. Chu Chaoyun had already told him what that opportunity was. That opportunity was to leave this abandoned land and pursue a higher path of the martial Tao. Was it really that difficult to leave the abandoned land? However, this was not the time to think about this. Based on the strength that Chu Chaoyun displayed earlier, he had already comprehended the state of primal chaos and could already use it. Xiao Chen needed to find the cycle arts quickly, merge the 7 states, and comprehend the state of cycle. Otherwise, he might not be able to block Chu Chaoyun. I need to find a place to recover my strength first. The savage battlefield was vast and boundless. Finding a hidden place was not difficult. After a while, Shao Chun landed in a spacious valley. He took out 2 essence stones from the war chariot and closed his eyes to circulate the purple thunder divine incantation. When Shao Chun finished absorbing the 2 essence stones, his primordial energy had nearly recovered to its peak. However, the mental energy in his sea of consciousness had not completely recovered yet. Opening his eyes, Shao Chun opened his palm, and the heavenly snow divine flame slowly surged out. There was a painting in his palm. The beautiful mountains and rivers was a shrunken space. Snowflakes drifted down between his palm, and a cold wind blew. The snow-white flame looked calm and peaceful. Shao Chun revealed a smile on his face. This time, when the heavenly snow divine flame melted the cold chi, it unexpectedly broke through and advanced to rank 4. Flames were split into 9 grades. The higher the grade of a flame, the harder it was to raise its grade. The primal chaos level heavenly snow divine flame was even harder to raise its grade. Having such a fortuitous encounter was truly delightful. Aside from this, Shao Chun also discovered something else. The 1,000 strands of primordial energy in his heart of an emperor had undergone the cleansing of the ice. The density of the primordial energy vaguely increased significantly. The 1,000 strands of primordial energy were originally just a long, blurry line. Now they took the vague form of a dragon. It seemed like if Shao Chun continued refining them, these 1,000 strands of primordial energy could all take the form of a dragon. Primordial energy turning into a dragon was something only a prime could do. However, a prime's primordial energy had at least 10,000 strands. In comparison, Shao Chun was far from comparable. Even if it really turned into a dragon, he would find it hard to defeat a prime. Shao Chun withdrew the heavenly snow divine flame into his palm and took out the saber sovereign medallion. Shao Chun's primordial energy had improved again. He wanted to try and see if he could push open that door. He sent his spiritual sense into it. Soon, Shao Chun entered that wondrous void world. A majestic palace exuding an ancient aura stood in front. The doors were tightly shut. This made it so that no one could see what was inside. This made them even more curious. Shao Chun was no exception. He was very curious about the scene behind the doors. "You're here." The item spirit, Qing Yun, appeared from nowhere with a smile on her face. "However, I want to try and see if I can push open this door." Nodding, Shao Chun did not say anything more. He circulated his energy, stepped forward, and soared into the air. Then, he struck the door with his full power. Buzz. A crack appeared on the door, and it quickly closed. A rebound force appeared, and Shao Chun was forced back. The gap in the door only existed for a second, but in that second, Shao Chun saw a lot. There were many statues in the hall, and each statue seemed to be alive. His gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stood there, neither servile nor overbearing. They stood there stubbornly. Some of the statues were on the verge of shattering, but they still showed no signs of collapsing. The statues here should depict the past saber sovereigns. They are all true bladesmen. Shao Chun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said softly. Qing Yun flew over and nodded. "That's right. If you enter it, there will also be a statue. The saber sovereign medallion has been passed down for a long time. Its history is even longer than you think. Perhaps we can uncover more of the Saber Sovereign Medallion's secrets." "The Saber Sovereign Medallion has other secrets." Qingyun smiled and said, "That is natural. The Saber Sovereign Medallion is an opportunity that Pan Huang left behind in the abandoned land. However, none of the past Saber Sovereigns managed to grab hold of this opportunity. I think very highly of you. Unfortunately, you have to leave now. Your strength is equivalent to that of an 8th Heaven Emperor Wu. You are still far from that of a 9th Heaven Emperor Wu." Shao Chun did not show any intention of leaving. He asked sullenly, "I would like to ask if I can open these doors as long as I erupt with the strength of a 9th Heaven Emperor Wu." Qin Yun nodded. "Of course. However, the difference between an 8th Heaven and a 9th Heaven is not something that can be made up with a few profound martial techniques. The number 9 is supreme. Going from an 8th heaven to a 9th heaven is 100 times harder than going from a 7th heaven to an 8th heaven. In that case, there is no problem. Xiao Chen formed hand seals, and his figure suddenly expanded, reaching 3 kilometers tall. This was the Buddhist major magic skill, Dermic World. Chapter 1435. When Xiao Chen executed Dermic World, not only would his figure become huge, but his strength would also soar explosively for a short period, reaching an incredible level. The only flaw was that this Dermic World could not last for too long. Xiao Chen could not delay any further. He strode forward and arrived before Pan Huang Hall in one step. At this moment, Pan Huang Hall no longer looked very tall to Xiao Chen. The doors were only at his knees. At this moment, Xiao Chen definitely could not use his hands to push the doors open. So, he excused himself and kicked the doors of Pan Huang Hall. Qing Yun gaped at this scene in disbelief. Over the past tens of thousands of years, she had seen many arrogant saber sovereigns. However, none of them dared to kick the doors like Xiao Chen did. Amid her shock, the doors buzzed open. Whoosh! Xiao Chen reverted to his original form. Then he landed on the ground and entered the hall. Qing Yun was stunned for a moment before quickly following. No matter what, the doors were open in the end. That Xiao Chen was the new saber sovereign and also the master of her item spirit, Qing Yun. The hall was somewhat empty. After walking through a passageway, Xiao Chen arrived at the place where the statues stood. The statues were placed on different platforms of different heights. The first row was the lowest, and the further one went, the higher the platforms. Xiao Chen's line of sight continued upward. There was only one statue in the last row, which was also the highest. That person wore golden battle intent, and his long hair casually fluttered about. He showed a flamboyant expression, letting his sharpness shine everywhere. That person had a smile on his face. His aura gave off an indescribable sense of carefreeness and calmness. Compared to the various saber sovereigns, the feeling that he gave off was the most special. However, one could not think of any words to describe what was special about him. They were clearly all statues. What was the difference? Qing Yun explained, that is Pan Huang. He forged the Saber Sovereign Medallion. He is also the fortuitous encounter that he left for all the bladesmen of the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen put down the doubts in his heart and asked, did he leave the Kunlun realm in the end? Qing Yun nodded. Pan Huang was born in the most glorious era of the ancient era. Even then, he stood at the peak of the world. He passed the numerous tests of Kunlun Mountain long ago and left this world. Kunlun Mountain? Are you saying that the way out of the abandoned land is in Kunlun Mountain? Xiao Chen asked excitedly. Qing Yun asked in confusion, you already have such a cultivation. Has no one told you that the way out of the Kunlun realm is on that boundless mountain path in Kunlun Mountain? Xiao Chen suddenly came to his senses. When he first went to Kunlun Mountain, he felt that it was strange. At that time, all the cultivators of the various races were there. The stone of origin was also buried under the mountain. There was no end to the mountain peak, and no one knew where it led to. Now he understood. It turned out that the endless mountain road led to the exit of the Kunlun realm. But don't get too excited. That path has always been there, but from ancient times until now, there have been too few people who have been able to walk out alive. That path is known as the path to heaven, but it also has another name, the path of death. Qing Yun continued, even a prime doesn't have the confidence to take that path. Once it's taken, it'll be hard to turn back. To most people, that is a path of death with no chance of survival. In the long history of the martial Tao, from the immemorial era to the ancient era, and then from the ancient era to the current era, how many people like Pan Huang were there? They can be counted on one hand. Everyone knows that that is the path out of the Kunlun realm. However, who dares to take it? Xiao Chen thought about it calmly. Suddenly, he remembered what Chu Chaoyun said about the once-in-10,000 years opportunity. Since the path in Kunlun Mountain was a path of death, the path Chu Chaoyun mentioned had to be another path. Furthermore, the Thunder King disappeared back then, his whereabouts unknown even now. He probably knew that he would not be able to make it to the end of his lifespan. He had embarked on this path of no return. Now that he thought about it, the odds were against him. There was also the cyclic astral lord. This fellow once hinted to me that I would have to walk the path that the Thunder King took sooner or later. So that was the case. So that was the case. He did not dare to walk this path himself. He wanted me to bring him away after I finished walking it. What are you thinking about? Qing Yun asked with a smile as she looked at the distracted Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen recovered his wits and replied, "It's nothing. It's just that I did not come into contact with them in the past few years, so no one told me about this. This is the first time I heard about it, so I was somewhat shocked. Don't mind it. It's fine. Of all the saber sovereigns in the past, you are the first to kick open the door. You are also the first to comprehend saber energy on your own before coming in. I think very highly of you." Qing Yun appeared very happy. She pointed to a place and said, "Let's go. I'll bring you around and familiarize you with the hall. That is the comprehension platform. Although you already comprehended saber energy, you will get twice the results with half the effort when cultivating there." Xiao Chen looked in the direction Qing Yun pointed and walked over step by step. Then he saw a prayer mat floating in the air. Sitting cross-legged on it, Xiao Chen was startled to discover a large tree behind him. It was a Bodhi tree filled with Bodhi flowers. The fragrance of flowers spread under the shade of the tree, inducing one to enter a profound state without even realizing it. "Come down. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. There are still some places that I have not introduced to you yet." Qing Yun pulled Xiao Chen down and brought him around Pan Huang Hall, not bothering to explain. The instant Xiao Chen came down, he turned his head back and discovered that the Bodhi tree was no longer there. Only then did he understand that the Bodhi tree was just an illusion and not the true Buddhist holy tree. This is the 5-element pool. There is a lightning pool, a strong wind pool, a frostwater pool, and a heptagold pool. You can find a corresponding pool for all the attributes in the world. Pointing at a large pool, Qing Yun introduced, "Regardless of what type of power you cultivate, you can find it and use it to temper your will. Your will of thunder has not condensed into an innate thunder crystal yet, right? If you have time, you can soak in the lightning pool." When Xiao Chen went over to take a look, he was so startled that he took 3 steps back. The small pool was filled with black lightning. Who knew how many lightning bolts were in there, flickering endlessly, not stopping for even a moment? Just thinking about soaking in there made Xiao Chen tremble in fear. He would probably die the instant he went in. The space in Pan Huang Hall was very mysterious. Qing Yun led Xiao Chen around for a long time before they finished looking around. After going around the place, Xiao Chen became even more curious about this Pan Huang. This Pan Huang was truly a genius. To be able to leave such a space in the Saber Sovereign Medallion, Pan Huang simply took great care of the future Saber Sovereigns. No wonder Wu Xiaotian said that there would definitely be benefits to obtaining the Saber Sovereign Medallion. Pan Huang was far stronger than Xiao Chen had imagined. Even the Qing Emperor was not as strong as he was. The peak of the ancient era was an era even more dazzling than the golden age of the present. What kind of existence was he to be able to stand at the peak of that era? "All right, now that we are done looking around, it is time to teach you how to cultivate saber energy," Qing Yun said seriously, withdrawing the smile on her face. They finally reached the main topic. Xiao Chen listened attentively, looking at the other party quietly. There are 3,000 great Tao and 800 side doors in this world. As the saying goes, the side doors are not the great Tao. The 800 side doors are not the great Tao. As for the saber Tao, it is not even considered a side door. You should know that first came the sword, then the saber. The saber did not exist in the first place. Hence, among the 3,000 great Tao and 800 side doors, the saber Tao does not exist. Xiao Chen listened quietly. He already knew all this. He already knew this when he learned the saber. However, this was not the main point yet. Although Pan Huang was not the inventor of the saber Tao, he was the one who led the Kunlun realm's saber Tao to its peak. Only after him did the saber Tao enter the ranks of the 3,000 great Tao and become comparable to the sword Tao. Only by comprehending saber energy can one be considered to have entered the saber Tao. Only then can one possess great Tao energy. Chapter 1436. Great Tao energy? Xiao Chen muttered to himself. Then he raised his head and looked at the other party. As he mulled over these words, he pondered them. Qing Yun nodded and said, "That's right. It is great Tao energy. However, you have not crossed the threshold and have not obtained the Tao, so there is no need to comprehend it now. When Xiaochen heard this, he smiled and said, "Your words are interesting. Comprehending the Tao is for the sake of obtaining the Tao. Why is there a need to comprehend the Tao after obtaining it? It is like the process and the result. I already have the result, so why do I need the process?" Doubt flashed in Qing Yun's eyes as she rubbed her chin with her finger. Then she looked at Xiaochen strangely and asked, "Did I overestimate you? You still can't figure out such a simple principle? That should not be the case. You comprehended saber energy at such a young age. Many saber sovereigns did not manage to comprehend it until their deaths." Upon hearing this, Xiaochen felt embarrassed in his heart, like she was looking down on him. "Very well, I'll tell you about it. Obtaining the Tao means entering the door and seeing the Tao. Comprehending the Tao is to continuously improve, ponder, and search for the source of everything, all the way to eternity. Before you cross the threshold, everything you think is far from the Tao. The more you think, the more you feel that you are correct. Who knows, you might be even further away from the Tao." After Qing Yun explained in detail, Xiaochen came to his senses. Simply put, one had to find the direction first before thinking in the right direction. Without finding the right direction, everything one thought about would just be a waste of brain power. One might even go in the opposite direction, drifting further and further away from the Tao. "I understand. Please continue." Xiaochen humbly accepted. Then he gave Qing Yun a faint smile, indicating for her to continue. When Qing Yun saw Xiaochen's attitude, she nodded to herself. Although he was a little stupid, he was sufficiently humble. If Xiaochen knew what she was thinking, he probably would not be able to smile. "I'll now demonstrate what great Tao energy is and give you the right direction." After Qing Yun finished speaking, she arrived outside Pan Huang Hall and opened her palm. A light that looked like clear water leaped around in her palm. How familiar! Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. The light contained the aura of saber energy. However, there seemed to be many other things as well. Smoother, more natural, and more relaxed. It was not like Xiaochen's saber energy, which came bit by bit. After it appeared, it had to be released. Otherwise, it would immediately explode. Tao! With a flip of Qing Yun's hand, the light scattered into specks, bright and resplendent. Xiaochen was shocked. There are so many of them. Could they all be saber energy? Xiao! Thousands of motes of light gathered, forming a bright wheel behind Qing Yun. Countless saber images flickered continuously. An overwhelming force burst out from Qing Yun's body. Xiaochen felt his qi and blood churning as he was knocked flying. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Then he looked at Qing Yun. The other party was just standing there quietly, not doing anything at all. However, there was an invisible power, a power that he was most familiar with, that sent him flying. At that moment, Qing Yun was like a god, unapproachable and unblasphemous. It was like a treasured saber forged from bright jade, untainted by even a speck of dust, overflowing with brilliant light, and emitting boundless majesty. Tao! The bright wheel suddenly shrank to a spot. Then, it gave off a bright light. It turned into a straight line, rising continuously as if it wanted to reach the ends of the sky. Xiaochen, who had already fallen to the ground, vomited a mouthful of blood as he got knocked back again. He could not block this force at all. Even if this force did not target Xiaochen on purpose, he could not get close to it or block it. The bright light turned into a straight line and rose to 300 meters before stopping. 100 meters was no more than 300 meters. However, it gave Xiaochen the feeling that it was even more majestic than a tall mountain. Qing Yun scattered the great Tao energy and drifted to the ground. Then she helped Xiaochen up and asked, "Are you all right?" After wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips, Xiaochen stood up and said, "I'm fine. Is this your great Tao energy?" Qing Yun smiled and replied, "No. I'm just an item spirit. How can I obtain the Tao? This is some great Tao energy that Pan Huang left behind. Now, you should know what you should be working towards, right?" Xiaochen nodded and said, "I understand a little now." Qing Yun looked into Xiaochen's eyes and knew that he was not lying. She continued, Cultivate 100 points of saber energy first before you are qualified to try comprehending the Tao. 100 points of saber energy merge into a perfected great Tao energy. Then, you can be considered to have obtained the Tao. After that, you can formally comprehend the Tao. I'll tell you about the Tao later. Do you still have any questions for now? Xiaochen thought for a while and said, "You said that there are 3,000 great Tao and 800 unorthodox paths in the world. Can you list them in detail and which Tao ranks higher?" Qing Yun shook her head and said, 3 is just an imaginary number. The 3,000 great Tao means that the Tao is boundless. There are countless unorthodox methods as well. There are definitely more than 800 of them. The Tao itself is not differentiated by rank. It is just that in some eras, some Tao does not have any legendary characters. After a long time, this Tao will slowly weaken. In severe cases, it might even disappear. Qing Yun continued, the Tao is very important, but techniques are even more important. Don't be too obsessed with the Tao. Just like a bookworm, no matter how many books he reads, if he can't put what he learned to use, he's still trash. Xiaochen indicated that he understood. Just like his previous saber intent, no matter how strong his saber intent was, it was useless if he did not know how to use it. One last question. Is there a shortcut to cultivating saber energy? Right now, I need to draw saber energy from the saber domain. It is very troublesome. Qing Yun frowned and said, I don't know about that. What I know is the cultivation method of great Tao energy. The meaning behind Pan Huang's words was that Xiao Chen's level was too low, so Pan Huang could not be bothered to leave behind such insights. However, you don't have to be too vexed. There have been countless saber sovereigns in the past. However, there are less than 10 people who are truly qualified for me to teach them. Furthermore, there is not a single person who has comprehended great Tao energy. Qing Yun encouraged, I still think very highly of you. Become the first person to comprehend great Tao energy under the Saber Sovereign Medallion. Otherwise, it would be too depressing if Master's good intentions were not fulfilled. Pan Huang's purpose in leaving behind the Saber Sovereign Medallion was to give later generations an opportunity to comprehend great Tao energy. Unfortunately, after the peak of the ancient era, the martial Tao declined. Although there was no lack of geniuses, no one could comprehend great Tao energy. Qing Yun had already given up hope long ago. Only when she saw Xiaochen did her fighting spirit reignite. I'll do my best. Now that he had a direction, Xiaochen was in no rush. He did not immediately go out to cultivate saber energy. Instead, he went to the side of the lightning pool and entered deep thought. Xiaochen's will of thunder was just short of breaking through to the innate thunder crystal. Of the 3,000 great Tao, the thunder Tao was definitely among them. Aside from the saber Tao, Xiaochen also desired this thunder great Tao a lot. Ever since he started cultivating the purple thunder divine incantation, he had formed an affinity with lightning. No matter how he looked at it, he needed to comprehend the thunder great Tao in the future. Wanting to cultivate the thunder Tao was like the saber Tao needing to comprehend saber energy. The thunder Tao needed to make a breakthrough and obtain an innate thunder crystal. Although it looks rather scary, my will of thunder is just short of breaking through. It would be too much of a pity if I don't give it a try. After making up his mind, Xiaochen closed his eyes and jumped into the pool filled with countless lightning bolts. Boom! In just an instant, this strand of spiritual sense vanished. Back in reality, Xiaochen's entire body trembled. His head ached, and his entire body went numb. His teeth chattered uncontrollably. Xiaochen could only clench his teeth tightly, afraid of accidentally biting his tongue. However, despite the pain, Xiaochen was delighted to discover that the bottleneck of his will of thunder had loosened somewhat. Again! After the pain passed, Xiaochen sent out a strand of spiritual sense and entered Pan Huang Hall again, jumping in without hesitation. This repeated again and again. At the start, Xiaochen could not last even a second. Eventually, he slowly adapted to it, staying in the lightning pool for an increasingly longer period of time. When Xiaochen made a breakthrough in Pan Huang Hall, the iron demon that he lured into the mysterious lake also had its own fortuitous encounter. A fortuitous encounter that no one expected. Chapter 1437. In the mysterious lake, the Iron Demon's bloody battle had already dyed the lake red, making it extremely thick. Suddenly, a splash appeared on the surface of the lake. The injured Iron Demon leaped out of it. Ha! We're finally out. Hey, where's the shadowless Saber Sovereign? After laughing foolishly, the Iron Demon noticed that the target he was chasing had already disappeared. The smile on his face disappeared and he immediately frowned. Scratching his head, he said, "It's over, I lost him. The two big brothers are going to scold me again." What is this thing? In his left hand was a 7-colored spirit fruit that was overflowing with spiritual energy. The ferocious beasts at the bottom of the lake had fought with the Iron Demons until now to protect this spirit fruit. It took him a lot of effort to kill all the beasts, and out of curiosity, he dug out the fruit. If it were the cultivators of the other races, they would definitely check the fruit immediately and store it properly. He would not be like Iron Demon, who first wanted to lose sight of Shao Chen, and then wanted to let down his two big brothers. Finally, he remembered that there was something in his hand. There's no demonic energy at all. One look and I can tell that it's trash. To think that a few ferocious beasts would treat it as treasure. How stupid! The heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the devil world all contained dense devil chi. Devils were also naturally fond of these things. The spiritual energy of the rainbow spirit fruit was so dense that it was about to overflow. Faintly, there was even a hint of immortal spiritual energy. Clearly, it was the legendary immortal world spirit fruit, a precious material that would cause even the Holy Lord to fight over it. However, the Iron Demon just didn't like it. After sniffing it a few times, it tossed it away. Then, it casually stepped on it and crushed it. The moment the spirit fruit shattered, more spirit chi leaked out. The fragrance assaulted the nose, and the Iron Demon could not help but take a few more breaths. He didn't think much of it. He casually glanced in a direction and casually left. Unknowingly, the Iron Demon felt his mind growing clearer and clearer. Many of the questions he had been confused about became clearer. His cloudy, colorless eyes slowly changed. In the end, his eyes were filled with spiritual energy. He didn't look like the foolish Iron Demon at all. 1 step, 2 steps. After taking 10 steps, Iron Demon suddenly stopped. Damn it! The Iron Demon slapped his forehead and took a step back, landing on the spot where he had crushed the spirit fruit. However, the spirit fruit had already been trampled to a pulp. It was mixed with the soil, and its spiritual energy was nowhere to be found. How could I be so stupid? Just a whiff of the immortal chi was enough for me to gain enlightenment, yet I actually stepped on it myself. Iron Demon wanted to cry, but no tears came out. He wished he could chop off his own leg. He didn't realize that ever since the birth of the Iron Demons, there had never been an intelligent Iron Demon. He was the first one in history. I finally understand why those two fellows made me foolishly chase after the shadowless Saber Sovereign alone. As the Iron Demon thought about it, he understood many things from the past. It turned out that the Iron Demon clan had been used like fools for so many years. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, should I thank you? The Iron Demon smiled coldly. Since I, sorta, have such a fortuitous encounter, I must change the fate of the Iron Demon tribe. Putting aside the matter of the spirit fruit being crushed, the Iron Demon calmed himself down. Spreading out his mental energy, he carefully examined the surroundings, and a frown appeared on his face. Why are there so many experts in this savage battlefield? After a while, the Iron Demon discovered several strong auras. Some of these existences even made him feel afraid. If the Iron Demon had walked out carelessly earlier and was discovered, he would have died a miserable death. I have to wait for a while before I can go out. After making up his mind, the Iron Demon jumped into the lake and hid, preparing to lie low for the time being. The lake was a forbidden land. Outsiders would not casually inspect it. Right now, this was the safest place. If it were the Iron Demon of the past, he definitely would not have thought of this. However, now that he was intelligent, everything was different. In a secluded valley, after cultivating for 5 days, Shao Chen finally broke through his will of thunder into an innate thunder crystal. Actually, if it were an ordinary person, he would only need one attempt to break through his bottleneck in the lightning pool. However, Xiao Chen had accumulated too much will of thunder. Furthermore, the purple thunder divine incantation was lightning attributed in the first place. Hence, breaking through was exceptionally difficult. However, the benefits of breaking through were clear. Inside the Saber Sovereign Medallion, Xiao Chen could already sit calmly at the edge of the lightning pool. However, he still did not dare to go to the core or dive too deep. However, compared to his initial situation of retreating at the first spot, it was much better now. As Xiao Chen enjoyed the baptism of lightning, he felt exceptionally comfortable. His understanding of lightning improved by another level. It's time to withdraw. Feeling that he could no longer endure it, Xiao Chen stood up and leaped out of the lightning pool. Not bad. You are indeed a person with great perseverance. It looks like you might be able to grasp a second Tao in the future, the Thunder Great Tao, Qing Yun said softly from the side with a smile. However, I cannot give you any pointers on the direction of the Thunder Great Tao. You will have to slowly explore it yourself in the future. Of course, it would be best if you could find a senior to lead the way. Xiao Chen understood this principle. When it came to the cultivation of the Great Tao, there were people pointing the way and no one pointing the way. If not for the Saber Sovereign Medallion, Xiao Chen did not know when he would have comprehended the Saber Great Tao. There is also the ice pool over there. Do you want to give it a try? Your will of ice is somewhat too weak. Xiao Chen took a look and shook his head in rejection. There is no need for now. I have to leave the savage battlefield. I have already wasted too much time. Good. I hope that the next time we meet, you will have already cultivated 100 saber energy, Qing Yun said with a smile. Definitely. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and returned to reality. Seated on the throne, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and casually sensed the innate thunder crystal. Then he opened his eyes again. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, 5 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, illuminating the valley. Xiao Chen had a feeling in his heart. A ruler. That's right, a ruler. All the lightning-attributed energy within 5,000 kilometers was under Xiao Chen's control, revering him as king. This feeling was very profound. In the past, no matter how strong Xiao Chen was, he had to obtain lightning-attributed energy from the world. However, after forming the innate thunder crystal, he felt like he was the ruler. All the lightning-attributed energy was his subjects. With a thought, he could decide their life and death. So, that is the case. The mysteries of the innate thunder crystal lie in the word ruler. With a thought, the thunderclouds vanished without a trace, and the desolate valley returned to normal. Xiao Chen extended out his spiritual sense to sense the situation in the surroundings. When he withdrew his spiritual sense, he frowned slightly. Indeed, it was more or less as Xiao Chen guessed. He injured the divine Sun Di Wuk, so the deity Dao Union would not let him off so easily. The major characters of the deity Dao Union had already rushed to this savage battlefield and were searching for him. Several of the strong auras among them were no weaker than the 3 demons who worked together to kill him back then. There were even stronger existences. However, they hid their auras rather well, so Xiao Chen could not sense them with his spiritual sense. It looks like I have to be more careful before I can leave. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen withdrew his aura and flew into the clouds, heading for the savage battlefield. After 3 years of bitter cultivation, as long as he wanted to, even primes would not be able to discover his presence. As Xiao Chen flew, he discovered that many Kunlun realm cultivators, who were about to leave, were stopped by the deity Dao Union's people. After checking with his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen discovered that the deity Dao Union wanted them to hand over some of their gains in the savage battlefield. If they did not hand it over, they would have to join the deity Dao Union, which was extremely tyrannical. In this fight with the demon royal halls, the strength that the deity Dao Union displayed did indeed qualify them to be tyrannical. Xiao Chen did not have a good impression of the deity Dao Union. Normally, when he did not have any worries, it would be fine to deal with them. However, now he definitely could not cause any more trouble. However, just as Xiao Chen hid his aura and was about to leave, seeing a group of familiar figures blocked by the deity Dao Union's people, Xiao Chen, who was flying as fast as lightning in the clouds, suddenly stopped. Very few people in this world could make Xiaochen put himself in danger. He had always been calm and resolute, never indecisive. However, these acquaintances in front of him were clearly part of that minority. This was very surprising. Xiaochen had not expected Shui Lingling, Bai, and the others to be trapped in this savage battlefield as well. He clearly remembered that after the demon monarch corpse was summoned out, his first senior sister and the others immediately left. It has already been 5 days. Why are we still trapped here? That was right. The group of people below was Shui Lingling and Juanxi, Bai Kong Yuan, Yuan Su, and the other fiend race outstanding talents. Logically speaking, these people were all outstanding talents. It should not be difficult for them to break through the deity Dao Union's blockade. However, the one blocking them was the heaven-punishing corpse god's personal disciple, Xingju. More importantly, he had forged the deity statue. Although it would be very difficult for Xiaochen to advance to prime in this lifetime, his explosive increase in strength in a short time allowed him to suppress Shui Lingling and the others. Behind Xingju were 3 deity Dao Union warships. There were many elite deity race, ghost race, and corpse race cultivators on the warships. More than 100 people jumped off the warships. All of their cultivations were not low. Furthermore, they seemed to be cultivating the same cultivation technique. As they moved, the ground flickered with golden light. Images of deities flickered in the sky above their heads. Seeing such a lineup, Bai revealed a trace of resentment on his face. He lowered his head and said, "Elder Sister Lingling, I'm sorry. If not for me being stubborn and going to look for that shadowless saber sovereign, everyone would not be trapped." Shui Lingling smiled and said, "What are you feeling wronged about? I was the one who agreed to look for the shadowless saber sovereign. If there is someone to blame, it should be me." As Juanxi held the true dragon lightning whip, he said calmly, "This group of people from the deity Dao Union is becoming increasingly overboard. If the deity race did not help them forge the deity statue, they would not be able to be so arrogant." Xingju led the 100 deity Dao Union cultivators over slowly. The 3 warships behind them followed like shadows, putting immense pressure on them. "Miss Shui, we meet again. I believe you are not willing to join our deity Dao Union. However, the rules cannot be changed. Hand over your gains in the savage battlefield, and you may leave." Xingju smiled faintly as he spoke unhurriedly. "Since when did the deity Dao Union resort to banditry? Are they really that poor?" Shui Lingling asked coldly. "That is not the case. Not only is the deity Dao Union not poor, but it also has the richest resources in the world. As long as one joins the deity Dao Union, not only do they not have to hand over their gains, but they can also obtain all sorts of treasures from the deity Dao Union." Xingju did not get angry. He smiled and said, "For example, if the few of you are really willing to join, the deity Dao Union can immediately forge a deity statue for you, allowing your strength to soar rapidly." "Like you?" "That's right, as strong as me. I meant like you, with the body of a human but the heart of a dog." Shui Lingling smiled coldly. Xingju's face sank. "You do not know how to appreciate favors. That's fine as well. You Haotian sect dogs are living too comfortably. I have to teach you a lesson." Just at this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, heading for Xingju. The lightning bolt appeared without any warning, catching Xingju off guard. He retreated in a fluster and nearly got struck. Buzz! The lightning bolt vanished. It turned out that a saber had descended together with the lightning bolt. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning descended one after another. As each bolt of lightning descended, a saber accompanied it. The lightning was fast and urgent, and there was no warning. 3 bolts of lightning passed by. After 3 bolts of lightning, Xingju's figure became somewhat unsteady, nearly falling over. This made him feel extremely unbearable. Xiaochen tried to gather energy in his body several times, but it was interrupted every time. He could only dodge. Xiaochen anxiously sought a breather. However, the more anxious he was, the more openings he revealed. The lightning in the sky didn't give him a chance to catch his breath at all. When the 5th lightning bolt fell, When the fifth bolt of lightning descended, Xingju cried out in pain, and his entire body twitched. A saber stabbed into his chest, pinning him to the ground. Electric light flickered on the saber. When Xingju touched it with his hand, the electricity made him tremble and scream. Xiaochen tore through the clouds and quickly descended. Clang, clang, clang. The few sabers stabbed into the ground quickly returned behind the throne. All that was left was the blade of wrath that pinned Xingju to the ground. It's the shadowless saber sovereign. Quickly inform the various elders. When the 100 cultivators behind saw Xiaochen descend, they could not care less about Xingju being pinned to the ground. They were so startled that they quickly returned to their warships and fled far away. They looked like they had seen a demon, panicking. With a thought, Xiaochen sheathed the wrath saber as well. Xingju coughed a few times. Then he looked at Xiaochen and smiled. Shadowless saber sovereign, indeed, you have not left yet. It would have been fine if you did not show yourself. However, once you do, this savage battlefield will definitely be your burial ground. Whoosh! Xiaochen stretched out his hand, and a strong suction surged out, pulling Xingju over. Seeing the other party's flustered face, Xiaochen felt very rueful for some reason. Back then, when Xiaochen first met the other party at the king conferral ceremony, he was very sharp. Now, although Xiaochen's strength was extraordinary, he had lost all his sharpness. With such a mental fortitude, he would never be able to advance to prime in this life. The deity Dao Union had truly harmed many people. If the deity Dao Union really left the Kunlun realm, the luck of the other races, aside from the deity race, would decrease significantly in less than 100 years. They might even end up going extinct. The deity race's wild ambitions were clear. However, this was Xingju's own choice. Xiaochen could not be bothered with it. He only sighed. I won't kill you. Keeping you alive is the greatest punishment for yourself. Xiaochen casually tossed Xingju's body 10 kilometers away. Bang! He kicked up a large cloud of dust. As of now, Xiaochen's cultivation rivaled that of the 8th Heaven Emperor Wu's. Furthermore, there was his cultivation of the Saber Dao. Someone like Xingju did not interest him at all. Whoosh! The throne turned into a beam of rainbow light and quickly vanished from Shui Lingling and the others, turning into a black dot and vanishing. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, don't go. Bai felt anxious and wanted to give chase. However, Shui Lingling stopped him. Elder Sister Lingling, don't stop me. Tis Wu. Bai wanted to say the last two words, but Shui Lingling covered his mouth and whispered, don't say it. By now, Shui Lingling had already guessed that her feelings were not wrong. The shadowless Saber Sovereign was an existence that she worried about day and night. This was sufficient to comfort her. It was also good to come out as the shadowless Saber Sovereign. At least, he would not attract too much attention. If his identity was exposed, the primes would definitely not give him a chance to grow. Although Xiaochen's strength was acceptable in the early stages, he was still a distance away from the Holy Lord and the primes. If Xiaochen removed his mask one day, he would definitely be able to hold his own and face primes directly. Shui Lingling was very meticulous. She quickly guessed why Xiaochen hid his identity. Her guess was very close to the truth. Elder Sister Lingling, he really is, Bai said quickly after struggling free from Shui Lingling's grasp. However, he was only halfway through his sentence when Shui Lingling interrupted him. I know. It's just that I can't say it. We are leaving soon. He must have his own difficulties. The fact that he is willing to take the risk to help us already shows that he has not changed. He is doing well. Bai entered deep thought. After a while, he smiled and looked at Shui Lingling. Elder Sister Lingling, I understand now. Understand what? And Juanxi asked out of curiosity as he walked over. This is a secret. I'm not telling you. Think about it yourself, Bai said with a smile, feeling much happier. Shui Lingling smiled warmly and said, let's go. Don't miss this opportunity. Go back and report to Master. We can't let the deity Dao Union's people be too unbridled in this savage battlefield. On the other side, Xiaochen felt somewhat bitter in his heart. He could not meet his family and friends. Aside from the knot in his heart, the biggest reason was what Shui Lingling guessed. The identity of the shadowless saber sovereign was very important to Xiaoqin. He needed to use it to enter the Mirage Immortal Palace. Whoosh, whoosh. Two figures descended from the sky and blocked in front of Xiaoqin. Lights flickered, and another 6 people descended from the remaining 3 directions, sealing off all of Xiaoqin's paths of retreat. There were also 3 middle-aged men in the sky, standing side by side. They hovered in the air, looking at Xiaoqin coldly. When Xiaoqin saw these 3, he revealed a bitter smile. What a big move! Even the 3 holy masters appeared. There were 2 8th Heaven Emperor Wus in each direction. Furthermore, Xiaoqin could feel the aura of their holy beast martial spirits. 8th Heaven Emperor Wus and the 3 holy masters had personally arrived. That was to say, the 3 holy masters had sent out their peak combat power to surround and suppress him, the shadowless saber sovereign. A Holy Land sect leader was mostly the 9th Heavenly Layer Emperor Wu, and there were 2 or 3 8th Heavenly Layer Emperor Wu's supreme elders. If there were any more trump cards, they would only be used to deal with supreme martial artists. For example, the sacred beast totem of the land of the 3 holy masters, the poison cloud of the 5 venom sect, and the sun and Yin flame pools of the zodiac hall. Apart from the sacred beast totem, the 3 holy masters had gone all out to encircle him. This was simply inconceivable. Xiaoqin had just chopped down on Diwuk. If he really killed Diwuk, would Emperor Forsaken lead the deity Dao Union to kill him? Shadowless Saber Sovereign, Emperor Forsaken sees that you are a character. As long as you are willing to hand over the Saber Sovereign Medallion or submit to the deity Dao Union, you will be willing to help us. We can let bygones be bygones, and everything can be discussed. We can even give you the position of Vice Guild Leader. One of the 2 supreme elders of the Phoenix's Passion Palace, who were blocking in front, said. During the Golden Age, many outstanding talents joined the deity Dao Union. However, the deity sovereign never gave the position of Vice Guild Leader to the others. Aside from the 3 holy masters, the other Vice Guild leaders are all primes. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you know how much the deity sovereign thinks of you, right? Another person at the side took over the conversation and continued. As they spoke, the 2 felt somewhat jealous. Even their positions in the deity Dao Union were not as high as the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's. As long as the Shadowless Saber Sovereign was willing, he could immediately become their superior, his status on par with the 3 holy masters. Emperor Forsaken had never thought so highly of a person before. These words were indeed true. If possible, the 2 would not be willing to say this. However, the deity sovereign instructed them to say this, so they had no choice but to say it. On the throne, Xiaoqin smiled coldly to himself. Then, he said indifferently, Emperor Forsaken really thinks highly of me. What a joke! Xiaoqin had an irreconcilable grudge with Emperor Forsaken. If not for Xiaoqin's tough life, he would have died many times over because of Emperor Forsaken. If not for Emperor Forsaken, Xiaoqin would not have ended up like this. He clearly had the chance to kill Diwuk, but he could not. If not for Emperor Forsaken, how could there be a boundless blood grave in Meteor Trail City for 5,000 kilometers? All the tombstones used blood to outline Xiaoqin's name. He hid this hatred in his heart, never forgetting it in this life. Of course, this is a treatment that we cannot receive. Think about it. You even injured the Divine Son earlier. The deity sovereign's magnanimity is clear from this. Think about it. Even if you are not willing to join the deity Dao Union, as long as you hand over the Saber Sovereign Medallion, you can receive the deity Dao Union's treatment. The deity sovereign is already very polite to you. How you think about it is up to you. The 2 supreme elders spoke one after another. Their words could be described as extravagant. However, aside from smiling coldly in his heart, Xiaoqin did not do anything else. Did they take him for a fool? While the 2 supreme elders spoke, the old men in the other 3 directions silently shrank the encirclement. However, it did not matter. Xiaoqin was just stalling for time. He only had one chance to break out of this encirclement. If he missed this chance, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. It is impossible for me to join the deity Dao Union. However, I can consider handing over the Saber Sovereign Medallion. Seated on the throne, Xiaochen pretended to be deep in thought. Then, he continued, however, how can you guarantee that you will not let me off after you obtain the Saber Sovereign Medallion? Don't worry. If you are willing to hand over the Saber Sovereign Medallion, I swear that I will let you go. The three holy lords will not make things difficult for you either. One of the Phoenix's Passion Palace's old men said with a smile when he saw that there was hope. Emperor Forsaken probably knew the value of the Saber Sovereign Medallion as well. Hence, he could tolerate Xiaochen using the Saber Sovereign Medallion in exchange for his life. However, while Emperor Forsaken could tolerate it, Xiaochen could not bear to part with it. Putting aside the benefits of the Saber Sovereign Medallion, Wu Xiaoyan, who personally handed it over to Xiaochen, Xiaochen could not bear to do so. Very well, come over. Xiaochen twirled the Saber Sovereign Medallion in his hand and looked at this person. However, do you have the guts? Xiao! Suddenly, the White Tiger Holy Lord descended from the sky. He waved his hand to stop the Supreme Elder, who was about to step forward. He snorted coldly and said, "Stop playing tricks. I will use an oath stone to swear that as long as you are willing to hand over the Saber Sovereign Medallion, I will let you go." After saying that, he really took out an oath stone and used the White Tiger Holy Lord's name to swear that as long as Xiaochen was willing to hand over the Saber Sovereign Medallion, he would let him go. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat surprised. He had not expected the White Tiger Holy Lord to come down personally. Originally, Xiaochen thought that at most, only two Supreme Elders would come together. That way, the instant he handed over the Saber Sovereign Medallion, he would find an opportunity to kill his way out. However, he had not expected the White Tiger Holy Lord to come down himself, not giving him any chance at all. I'll risk it all. No matter what, there is only one chance. I have to risk it all. Xiaochen circulated 10 points of saber energy, preparing to gather them on the Saber Sovereign Medallion at any moment. At the same time, he secretly circulated the sharp spirit finger. When it was necessary, he would erupt out with 10 points of saber energy before using the sharp spirit finger. After the White Tiger Holy Lord made his oath, he glanced at Xiaochen, who was twirling the Saber Sovereign Medallion. Then he slowly walked over to Xiaochen. Xiaochen's thoughts were very simple. If the other party did not comply, he would directly smack him to death. If not for the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign's death order, the shadowless Saber Sovereign would not have come. The White Tiger Holy Lord walked in the air with a majestic gait. With every step he took, a tiger roar resounded. Winds blew and clouds scattered. Mysterious phenomena that only the Holy Lord could have appeared behind him. As the other party approached step by step, Xiaochen felt an increasingly heavy pressure. At this moment, Xiaochen clearly understood that there was a huge gap between him and these major characters of the Kunlun realm. However, if Xiaochen knew that the White Tiger Holy Lord was even more astonished, he would probably feel a little proud in his heart. The White Tiger Holy Lord was now in existence equal to a deep abyss demon monarch. In the entire Kunlun realm, only a handful of Emperor Wu could remain calm under his aura. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps, Xiaochen could already clearly see every detail of the White Tiger Holy Lord's face. The other party's figure slowly enlarged in his eyes. 3 steps. When the White Tiger Holy Lord was only 3 steps away from Xiaochen, he stopped. He stretched out his hand and said, "Take it out, and I'll let you go. Otherwise die." The White Tiger Holy Lord's words were cold and emotionless, containing a sharp and stern murderous intent that sent a chill down one's spine. Xiao! The Saber Sovereign Medallion stopped spinning. Then, Xiaochen grasped it tightly and slowly extended it, as though he had yielded to the other party's pressure. The gazes of the 8 Supreme Elders and the 2 Holy Lords in the air narrowed as they focused on Xiaochen's actions. Many gazes gathered together, giving off a formless pressure, as if they were shouldering a tall mountain. Xiaochen's heart tensed to the extreme. This time, when he stood up for Shui Lingling and the others, he nearly forced himself into a dead end. However, even if he had another chance, he would not regret his decision. There was only one reason. It was worth it. If Xiaochen felt that it was worth it, he would not regret it for the rest of his life. Even if the 3 holy masters gathered together, he would not regret it. Dream on. It would be strange if I gave the Saber Sovereign Medallion to you. When Shao Chen extended his hand halfway, he suddenly burst out, and the throne instantly merged into his clothes. The Saber Sovereign Medallion released a dazzling light and shot out with the horrifying explosive force of 10 points of saber energy. Xiu! At such a close distance, even if Shao Chen was the Holy Lord, he would not be able to dodge. There was a loud sound, and the berserk saber intent gave off a dense light before exploding. The entire sky began to tremble as if it was about to shatter. The might of the 10 points of saber energy that could instantly kill an 8th heaven martial technique when gathered in the Saber Sovereign Medallion was enough to make one's heart tremble. The 2 Holy Lords and the 8 Supreme Elders all felt their hearts in their throats. Will something happen to the White Tiger Holy Lord? When the light scattered, the situation before them was somewhat unexpected. Blood leaked out of the White Tiger Holy Lord's mouth, but he still had a faint smile on his face. He held the Saber Sovereign Medallion in front of his chest with 2 fingers. Do you think that I did not guard against you? This old man has experienced tens of thousands of battles, both big and small. How could I not see through your schemes? The White Tiger Holy Lord's lips curled up as he revealed a mocking expression. Heavy disdain flashed in his eyes. Sharp spirit finger. Shao Chen seemed to have expected this. The moment the light scattered, the sharp spirit finger happened to strike the Saber Sovereign Medallion. Pu Si. A scarlet light flashed, and the Saber Sovereign Medallion pierced through Shao Chen's heart. Shao Chen leaped into the air and stomped on the White Tiger Holy Lord, who had vomited a large mouthful of blood. Then he stepped forward to catch the Saber Sovereign Medallion and charged forward at lightning speed. Shao Chen sent the White Tiger Holy Lord flying with 1 kick. However, the situation was not very optimistic. There were 2 8th Heaven Supreme Elders blocking the way in front, and there were 2 Holy Lord charging over from behind. The Holy Lord's speed was very fast. As long as these 2 8th Heaven Supreme Elders blocked Shao Chen for even a moment, they would catch up to him in an instant. Go all out. Just as Shao Chen merged the 7 divine weapons and prepared to fight to the death, the 2 8th Heaven Emperor Wu blocking the way in front both cried out miserably and fell to the ground like meteors. This is? Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat. When the 2 8th Heaven Emperor Wu fell, he saw the figure behind him. It was the Iron Demon that sneak attacked him before. What's going on? Since when could the Iron Demon sneak attack so silently? Also, why did the Iron Demon make a move against the 2 Phoenix's Passion Palace Supreme Elders? Questions filled Shao Chen's mind, all of which he could not understand. When Shao Chen clearly saw the Iron Demon's eyes, he felt even more confused. That intense spiritual energy did not seem like something the Iron Demon should have. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you gave me, Su Erda, an opportunity. Today, I made a move to save you. From now on, we do not owe each other anything. The Iron Demon smiled and leaped into the air, moving past Shao Chen. Before his flabbergasted gaze, the Iron Demon flew towards the 2 Holy Lords. Although the Iron Demon was not a match for the Holy Lord, its strong physical body was sufficient for it to endure many blows and forcibly flee. This was something that Shao Chen could not compare to. The Iron Demon had this innate advantage. Shao Chen could not think too much. This was a rare opportunity, so he turned into a beam of rainbow light and quickly fled. Continue the chase. We absolutely cannot let this fellow escape the savage battlefield. The Vermilion Bird Holy Lord and the Black Tortoise Holy Lord were entangled by the Iron Demon. Rage filled their hearts, so they got the remaining 6 Supreme Elders to continue chasing Shao Chen. The Iron Demon Su Erda was in a sorry state. Facing the combined attacks of the 2 Holy Lords, he could not put up any resistance at all. He could only rely on his abnormally strong physical body to resist, without the slightest ability to retaliate. They wanted to fight the Iron Demon in one move, but the 2 Sacred Lords realized to their surprise that the Iron Demon wasn't able to defeat it in one move. However, the 2 Holy Lords were shocked to discover that the foolish Iron Demon in their original impression did not appear on this Iron Demon. As long as it was a killing move, the Iron Demon would not foolishly attack. It would either dodge or strengthen its physical body to defend with all its might. The more problematic thing was that this iron demon was determined to hold the two back. No matter who tried to escape, the iron demon would hold them back, preventing them from doing so. After 15 minutes, the iron demon Su-Erda thought to himself, "This is as far as I can help. If I continue, I will die here as well." Being able to hold out for 15 minutes for Xiaochen was already very benevolent, worthy of that opportunity. The human race's holy lord is only SOSO. I will seek guidance from the two of you half a year later. The iron demon laughed loudly and soared into the air, heading for the starry heavens. When the black tortoise holy lord saw that the iron demon was about to leave, he immediately wanted to give chase. However, the vermilion bird holy lord stopped him. "Go and check on the white tiger holy lord to see how his injuries are. I'll go and chase after the shadowless saber sovereign." The black tortoise holy lord nodded and said, "Right, I nearly forgot." After saying that, the two went their separate ways. One went to chase after the shadowless saber sovereign, and the other headed for where the white tiger holy lord landed. In a deep pit, the black tortoise holy lord found the white tiger holy lord, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, quickly treating his injuries. The white tiger holy lord saw a hole in the white tiger holy lord's chest. Blood flowed out continuously, not stopping even now. The white tiger holy lord's complexion was pale, and his entire body gave off a charred smell. Clearly, he was severely injured. "Brother White Tiger, how did you get so severely injured?" the black tortoise holy lord asked, frowning in confusion. A junior injured the bona fide holy lord. This was simply too inconceivable. The white tiger holy lord slowly opened his eyes and said, 10 points of saber energy and a sharp spirit finger can instantly shatter a heart. Do you think it is very easy? Saber energy? Sharp spirit finger? The black tortoise holy lord was greatly startled. That's impossible. This shadowless saber sovereign actually comprehended saber energy and the sharp spirit finger. In the entire world, there are only two people who know the sharp spirit finger. One is the flame rock sovereign, and the other is the blue dragon king. Could it be that this shadowless saber sovereign is the blue dragon king Xiaochen? The more he thought about it, the black tortoise holy lord suddenly had a bold and startling thought. The white tiger holy lord shook his head and said, "It can't be the blue dragon king Xiaochen. This fellow jumped off his emperor's road 5 years ago and suffered a backlash from his great tribulation of wind and fire. It is already pretty good that he managed to survive. How can it be possible for him to rise again? Furthermore, if he really is the blue dragon king, why would Emperor Forsaken invite him into the deity Dao Union? Then he is? The white tiger holy lord said after some thought, "It can only be said that he is a variable that suddenly rose up in the Golden Age. Otherwise, Emperor Forsaken would not have treated him differently." The two did not know that even the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign could not see through the shadowless saber sovereign. If they told the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign about the shadowless saber sovereign knowing the sharp spirit finger, the shadowless saber sovereign would not be able to see through him. If they told the Chityan about the shadowless saber sovereign, even if the Chityan could not guess it, he would be suspicious. However, the two both believed that since Emperor Forsaken did not find anything wrong with the shadowless saber sovereign, there was no need to worry about this matter. "Why you here? You did not chase after the shadowless saber sovereign?" The white tiger holy lord suddenly thought of this matter and asked, "You didn't let the shadowless saber sovereign escape, right?" The black tortoise Shengzhou shook his head and said, "He was delayed by an iron demon. However, the vermilion bird holy lord already gave chase. With him making a move, as long as the shadowless saber sovereign is still in the Tianwu domain, he will not be able to escape." Of the three, the vermilion bird holy lord was the strongest. If he used his full power, there was really nothing to worry about. In the sky, the vermilion bird holy lord closed his eyes. Fiery clouds churned behind him, stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and waved his right hand ferociously. The fiery clouds surged like waves, and thousands of small flaming birds shot out from them. They shot out in all directions like arrows. Upon closer inspection, each flaming bird was a miniature version of a vermilion bird. They were astonishingly fast. More importantly, they covered the sky and covered the ground, covering all directions. Xiao Chen, who had just flown out of the savage battlefield, suddenly saw the vermilion birds flying past him. His expression immediately changed. After much difficulty, he had managed to shake off the pursuit of the 6 supreme elders. However, the vermilion bird Holy Lord discovered him. Now that he had used his saber energy and sharp spirit finger, it would be very difficult for him to escape from the hands of the vermilion bird Holy Lord just by relying on the flawless saber technique. Quickly leave. I'll help you block the 3 holy masters. Brat, you really hid it from me. Live well. I will continue to help you hide the identity of the shadowless saber sovereign. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. Joy appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He knew that he was saved. That was right. The person who came was the Haotian sex Ying Zongtian. However, Ying Zongtian did not appear before Xiao Chen. He only sent a voice projection to prevent others from suspecting him. In the savage battlefield, the vermilion bird Holy Lord smiled faintly and waved his hand to scatter the thick fiery clouds. Let's see where you can run to. Ying Zongtian formed hand seals with both hands and gave off boundless holy light. The flames on his body started to burn. After Ying Zongtian finished forming the hand seals, his body turned into a huge vermilion bird. This vermilion bird was more than 3 kilometers long. When it spread its wings, they covered the sky and sun. Whoosh! The huge wings flapped ferociously, and the vermilion bird instantly flew over the savage battlefield. The vermilion bird moved incredibly fast. Everywhere it passed, it left behind a long flaming tail that traversed the entire sky. Dang! Just as this huge vermilion bird moved like it was teleporting, continuously accelerating at lightning speed, the vermilion bird crashed into an invisible wall. He crashed into an invisible wall, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. Boundless flames scattered from the vermilion bird's body, turning into a rain of fire that fell to the ground. Whoosh! The flaming bird appeared. The vermilion bird Holy Lord paled and said in an extremely furious tone, Ying Zongtian, don't stop me from doing proper business. A light flashed, and Ying Zongtian appeared expressionlessly. He said coldly, Vermilion bird Holy Lord, if you want to kill the shadowless saber sovereign, that is your problem. I don't care. Don't make a move in my Tianwu domain. This Tianwu domain belongs to the Bushin Palace, not your deity Dao Union. Give me a reason. Otherwise, the deity Dao Union will not let this matter rest. The vermilion bird Holy Lord said through clenched teeth. Ying Zongtian laughed loudly and said, I never need a reason to do things. You are not leaving? That's fine. I have not fought with you for 5 years, and my hands are itching. Seeing that Ying Zongtian was about to make a move, the vermilion bird Holy Lord retreated quickly. The 3 holy masters worked together and barely managed to fight to a draw with Ying Zongtian. How could the vermilion bird dare to fight Ying Zongtian alone? You want to leave? It's too late. Ying Zongtian smiled coldly and gave chase. He had already made up his mind to teach the 3 holy masters a lesson. At the same time, he could divert the deity Dao Union's attention from the shadowless saber sovereign to himself. Xiao Chen, who was fortunate enough to escape, still could not understand why the Iron Demon came to help him. If not for the Iron Demon's sudden appearance, Xiao Chen would not have been able to leave the savage battlefield unscathed. Could the fortuitous encounter that the Iron Demon spoke of be because of that mysterious lake? After thinking about it, Xiao Chen concluded that this was the only reason. However, this was not the time to think about this. He had to leave the Tianwu domain first. As long as he was in the Tianwu domain, he would not feel safe. The cycle throne turned into a war chariot and carried Xiao Chen forward. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chen thought about the earlier battle, feeling heavy pressure. When facing the Holy Lord, Xiao Chen was truly helpless. He could only use some of his trump cards and rely on luck to escape. If Xiao Chen faced the White Tiger Holy Lord again and the other party wanted to, he would find it hard to escape, not to mention injuring him. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen lacked a trump card that could threaten the Holy Lord or even a prime. Originally, Dermic World should have been a good trump card. However, once he used it, he would have to expose his identity. Using the sharp spirit finger was very risky. He did not know if he could hide it from the other party. Xiao Chen needed a new trump card. However, the Holy Lord was different from regular Ninth Heaven martial emperors. He was a peak existence like Emperor Wu, only a step away from Prime. Being a half-step Prime was already a major character at the peak of the Kunlun realm, standing at the peak. Only a few Primes could surpass them. Obtaining a trump card that could threaten the Holy Lord was easier said than done. Suddenly, Xiao Chen saw the cycle war chariot in a city below slowly turn around. That was Hunluo Province's Hunluo City. This was a city that Xiao Chen had a deep impression of when he came out of Heavenly Star Island 3 years ago. After making a trip to the Bloody Cemetery, Xiao Chen rushed to Hunluo Province's Eternal Heavenly Sword School. Unfortunately, he turned the Eternal Heavenly Sword School upside down. Although Xiao Chen found some clues, he could not find Xie Chang Tian, who sneak attacked the Thunder King Sang Mu back then. All the clues pointed to a place where Xie Chang Tian went, the Penglai Sea. Back then, a Penglai Sea immortal venerate helped Xie Chang Tian refine the medicinal pill that he used to extend his lifespan. This showed that this Xie Chang Tian had a deep relationship with the major characters of the Penglai Sea. However, Xiao Chen did not know if the Penglai Sea's people participated in the matter back then. Xiao Chen wanted to make a trip to the Penglai Sea. However, he did not know the right way and could not enter at all. Xiao Chen could only put this matter aside for now. However, putting it aside did not mean that Xiao Chen forgot about it. One day he would charge into the Penglai Sea and drag Xie Chang Tian out. Xiao Chen would not let off anyone who participated in the sneak attack on the Thunder King back then. Revisiting an old place, Xiao Chen paused for a moment before preparing to leave. He wanted to go to the oceanic world and enter the Mirage Immortal Palace, one of the 8 great forbidden lands, to search for the cycle arts. The Mirage Immortal Palace was the most mysterious forbidden land. Although it appeared during the Golden Age, it was still very difficult to enter. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly thought of something. Not far from the Fiend domain bordering Hunluo Province, there was also a forbidden land called Misleading Fog Lake. Back then, Xiao Chen comprehended his will of thunder there. The divine lightning talisman there had left an incredibly deep impression on him. Coincidentally, his will of thunder had broken through the restrictions and reached the level of the innate thunder crystal. Compared to back then, the difference was like heaven and earth. Could he subdue it? If he could, this divine lightning talisman would be a trump card to deal with the Holy Lord or even a prime. The more Xiao Chen thought about it, the more likely it seemed. So, Xiao Chen changed his direction and headed for the forbidden land of the Fiend domain outside Hunluo Province, Misleading Fog Lake. While Xiao Chen was in the Fiend domain, the storm caused by the evil Shadow Sword also came to an end. The battle between the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm and the 18 demon royal halls of the demonic world also came to an end. No one had expected the shadowless Saber Sovereign to suddenly appear and beat up the deity Dao Union and the Demon Crown Scions. Be it the Demon Crown Scions or the deity Dao Union's outstanding talents, they could not accept such a result. The stage that was originally prepared for them ended up being completely destroyed by the shadowless Saber Sovereign, who suddenly appeared. Furthermore, the destruction was so thorough, not playing by the rules, directly destroying the stage. The shattering of the ice sculpture and the appearance of the shadowless Saber Sovereign was even more dramatic, inconceivable. Although the storm had already come to an end, the lingering effects of this storm would not stop anytime soon. The deity Dao Union had already issued a kill order for the shadowless Saber Sovereign. After the divine Sun Di Wuk got knocked into the air with one saber strike, his prestige suffered significant damage. Some people already started to doubt whether the shadowless Saber Sovereign was the bearer of luck or not. Rumor had it that his power of faith had decreased by 30%. As for the celestial demon Crown Scion, who was believed to have obtained the evil Shadow Sword, he was in a difficult situation. It was easy to imagine that there would be a good show when he returned to the demonic world. However, these two were not the main characters. After the storm, another wave appeared in the Kunlun realm, a wave of people guessing who the shadowless saber sovereign was. In the past 3 years, the shadowless saber sovereign suddenly rose up. He did not touch a saber or leave a shadow, giving him a legendary air. Then he obtained the Saber Sovereign Medallion and beat up the deity Dao Union and the 18 demon crown scions, turning him into a mythical character. Who was the shadowless Saber Sovereign? From the Kunlun continent to the vast oceanic world, be it the strong or the weak, they all discussed this topic, the mysterious shadowless Saber Sovereign. The more they talked about it, the messier it became. Between the truth and the lies, there were all sorts of guesses. However, no one connected this shadowless saber sovereign to the Blue Dragon King from 5 years ago. The Blue Dragon King, the white-robed Shao Chen, seemed to have disappeared in the dust of history, drowned out by the surging waves. No one talked about it, and no one was willing to mention it. There were even several people who rose up who had no impression of him at all. For days later, Shao Chen followed the route in his memory and arrived at Misleading Fog Lake. Misleading Fog Lake was a famous forbidden land in the Fiend domain. However, it was shrouded in fog. Even primes did not dare to enter it. Furthermore, no one knew what was in there. Over the years, everyone was willing to come here and risk their lives. The effort was not proportional to the gain, so it was reasonable to have such an outcome. Returning to his old place, Shao Chen could not help taking out the lunar shadow saber and fiddling with it as he sat on the throne. When Shao Chen first came, it was little Ao Jiao who led the way. Now, he did not know when Ao Jiao would wake up. Or rather, when would Shao Chen remove his mask and walk out of the knot in his heart, letting the lunar shadow saber truly recognize him as the Blue Dragon King, Shao Chen, and not some shadowless saber sovereign? Memories always made one sigh. While Shao Chen cherished the past, he did not like to be sentimental. He was not willing to let these emotions linger for too long. After fiddling with it for a while, he put away the lunar shadow saber. With a thought, the innate thunder crystal on Shao Chen's forehead flew out. Shao Chen's innate thunder crystal still looked like a talisman, looking no different from before. However, when he held it in his hand, he could clearly feel that it was very different. This was a real thing, an object that truly existed in the world and not a talisman made of energy. The moment the talisman appeared, the lightning-attributed energy in the surrounding 50 kilometers started trembling for some reason. Sparks flickered endlessly in the air, crackling like they were bowing to the talisman. Shao Chen stretched out his hand and pointed. The lightning talisman entered the heavy fog above the lake. Shao Chen did not worry about getting lost. His talisman was a copy of the divine lightning at the bottom of the lake. There would always be an indistinct connection between the two. When Shao Chen arrived at the top of the lake, this feeling became even stronger and clearer. As long as he followed this feeling, he would be able to reach the center of the lake. After entering the depths of the lake, Shao Chen lost his 5 senses. Even his spiritual sense lost its function. What he thought was left was actually right. What he thought was left was actually right. What he thought was forward was actually backward. Even at his current cultivation, it could still affect his 5 senses. Shao Chen's interest in the divine lightning at the center of the lake intensified. Whoosh! After some time, the scene before Shao Chen suddenly changed, turning into a golden world. Not only was the lake water under his feet golden, but the surrounding air, the clouds, and the sky were also pure golden. Shao Chen remembered that when he first came here, he could not open his eyes. They were dazzled. This time, he could calmly take in his surroundings. However, Shao Chen did not look at that. He stared at the center of the lake, at that clump of golden electric light. This electric light contained the legendary divine lightning. Chapter 1438. There was a golden sea, a golden sky, and a clump of lightning flickering with a golden light. Everything was as familiar as it was in the past. Many years ago, Shao Chen obtained only a trace of lightning from the clump of lightning and comprehended the will of thunder. At that time, Shao Chen probably would not have imagined that he would stand here in his lifetime, thinking about how to subdue the divine lightning. 2,000 years ago, the Thunder King Sang Mu, who went even further on the Thunder Dao, failed to subdue this divine lightning. Now, Shao Chen was far from the Thunder King Sang Mu at his peak. However, He should be about the same as Sang Mu before he broke through to Sovereign Martial Emperor. Xiao Chen remembered Ao Jiao saying that the Thunder King was like Ying Zongtian, having undergone 3 lightning tribulations before gaining the strength of a prime. After that, Xiao Chen immediately went to challenge the Thunder King. Logically speaking, the Thunder King should not have come here when he was at his peak. That was to say, given the Thunder King Sang Mu's strength at his peak, he might have been able to subdue this divine lightning. He just did not come. This was good news. At the very least, it would not pressure Xiao Chen. If the Thunder King could not subdue this divine lightning even when he was at his peak, the pressure in his heart would be extraordinary. Compared to the Thunder King, Xiao Chen had 2 advantages. One was that he dual cultivated immortal cultivation and knew some immortal methods. Furthermore, this divine lightning was clearly left behind by a major character during the immortal epic. As for the second advantage, it was a passive one. In his previous life, he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. He was the strongest of the 3,000 immortal lords, the most mysterious immortal lord of the immortal epic. At the same time, he was the last immortal of the immortal epic. Even though those immortal kings and immortal ancestors all fell and disappeared, he still survived until the end. The second advantage sounded scary. However, in reality, Xiao Chen did not know whether it would be useful or not. Furthermore, he did not know how to use it. Hence, it could only be considered a passive advantage. Previously, Xiao Chen used his spiritual sense to enter this electric light. This time, if he wanted to completely subdue the divine lightning, he would not be able to rely on his spiritual sense alone. However, it was unavoidable to use his divine sense to explore the road first. Seated on the throne, Xiao Chen flicked his finger and tore a hole in the ball of lightning. As the hole closed, Xiao Chen's spiritual sense quickly entered it. Compared to the ball of light outside, which was only the size of a human head, the space inside was truly boundless, as if it was the size of a small world. Even at his current cultivation realm, Xiao Chen still could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He really wondered how powerful the master of the divine lightning was when he was alive. The center of this world was surrounded by countless golden lightning dragons. In the pitch-black space, the golden dragons were extremely dazzling. Lightning flashed in the air from time to time. Even though Xiao Chen's divine sense was very cautious, it still couldn't reach the depths before it was extinguished by the random lightning. After a few more attempts, Xiao Chen made up his mind to enter the world of lightning with his main body. The divine lightning formed a world of its own. It would be difficult for the main body to enter it. Looking at that human head-sized ball of lightning, Xiao Chen's main body would definitely not be able to enter. He had to think of a way. After circling the ball of lightning a few times, Xiao Chen was at his wit's end. If only Ao Jiao were here. She would definitely have a way, Xiao Chen thought to himself as he looked at the lunar shadow saber in his hand. Whoosh! As Xiao Chen thought this, the lunar shadow saber suddenly left his hand and flew towards the ball of lightning. Even with the scabbard attached, the might of the lunar shadow saber was still extraordinary. It shattered the ball of lightning with a loud boom. The instant the ball of lightning shattered, a void door appeared, looking like a screen of water. After the lunar shadow saber did all this, it returned to Xiao Chen's hand. He looked at this scene in disbelief. Xiao Chen had not expected the problem that plagued him to be so simple. Ao Jiao, since she understands me, why is she not willing to see me? Xiao Chen grasped the scabbard tightly. His heart ached slightly, not because of Ao Jiao but because of himself. However, this emotion only lasted for a moment before Xiao Chen forcefully interrupted it. Then he shifted his gaze to the void door. A rainbow light flashed, and the cycle throne turned into a beam of light and entered the door. Whoosh! The scene before Xiao Chen changed again. When his true body entered, the feeling was very different from when he entered with his spiritual sense. This was a pitch-black void world that was astonishingly vast. The pressure from the divine lightning in the center made breathing difficult. The might of the divine lightning suppressed the depths of Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. When facing that divine lightning, Xiao Chen felt a sense of inferiority in his heart and could not be profaned. The sudden pressure startled Xiao Chen. Before he even got close to the divine lightning, He already felt inferior. How could he subdue this divine lightning? I should not. Xiaochen closed his eyes tightly. His dermic incarnation stabbed its saber into the ground in the depths of Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. It knelt on one knee, enduring the huge pressure. Stand up, stand up. Xiaochen gathered all his willpower and drove the emperor's will in his entire body. Then he controlled the dermic incarnation to slowly resist the might of the divine lightning. Under Xiaochen's hard work, the dermic incarnation slowly stood up in the depths of Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. Finally, it roared ferociously and swung its saber. Kasi. Cracking sounds came from the void of Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. That was the formless might of the divine lightning. After the might of the divine lightning broke, Xiaochen immediately felt much better. As he sat on the throne, the might of a sovereign encircled his entire body. This allowed Xiaochen to maintain a neutral attitude before the divine lightning. His strong aura continuously clashed with the might of the divine lightning. Let's go! Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and controlled the throne to fly quickly towards the place where the thousands of golden lightning dragons circled. Xiaochen was clearly flying forward. However, it gave him the feeling that he was continuously falling. Pu Si. A bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere, charging at Xiaochen. Pride drew its scabbard and swung its saber, extinguishing this lightning bolt. As Xiaochen descended, the 7 divine weapons continuously drew out their scabbards and surrounded the cycle throne, protecting Xiaochen impenetrably. In the pitch-black world, Xiaochen slowly approached the center of the world of lightning with a boundless saber light. How foolish! This lightning is born from the divine lightning. My innate thunder crystal just condensed, and it has not even reached small perfection yet. It hasn't even reached the minor accomplishment realm, so it's the best time to absorb the lightning. Suddenly, Xiaochen thought of this and quickly removed the 7 divine weapons. His forehead flickered, and a purple talisman shot out. Another bolt of lightning flew over. Xiaochen did not block it. Instead, he held the talisman in front of him. The lightning entered the purple talisman with a whoosh. After a flash of light, the purple talisman darkened somewhat. There's hope. Upon seeing this faint change, Xiaochen rejoiced in his heart. For the rest of the journey, he let the innate thunder crystal absorb the lightning that flew around. For hours later, the originally plain purple talisman started to give off a faint light. The lightning patterns on the talisman were like flowing water, slowly rolling. Such a change was truly joyous. Xiaochen did not cultivate much with the innate thunder crystal. After wandering around in this space for a while, he had actually reached the minor accomplishment realm. At this speed, my innate thunder crystal will probably reach great perfection when I approach the central divine lightning. Xiaochen thought to himself, even if I cannot obtain the divine lightning on this trip, I will have profited greatly. Based on normal cultivation time, Xiaochen would need at least 2 years to cultivate the innate thunder crystal to great perfection. Time passed slowly. Xiaochen approached the center of the world of lightning. Tens of thousands of true dragons of thunder and lightning could be clearly seen with his naked eyes. There were simply too many golden lightning dragons. They layered over each other, preventing him from seeing the true appearance of the divine lightning. Could it be that I have to destroy all of these golden lightning dragons before I can see the divine lightning? With this thought, Xiaochen could not help feeling despair. Even if he had 100 years, he would not be able to destroy all of these thousands of golden lightning dragons. Whoosh! Just as Xiaochen despaired, the thousands of lightning dragons, which originally formed a sphere, flew out continuously. Like spinning silk from a cocoon, the lightning dragons opened layer by layer. With each layer opened, the golden light became increasingly dazzling. Boundless electric light flew over. Xiaochen had no choice but to use his sleeves to block his eyes. What's going on? While Xiaochen felt bewildered, he suddenly felt an incredibly intense light. It felt like the light penetrated his body. Xiaochen let go and pulled down his sleeves. Then he saw the most intense light he had ever seen in his life. Then he watched as the innate thunder crystal, which was almost at great perfection, melted like snow under this intense light. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, in the end, you still came. There was no time for Xiaochen to grieve. A sonorous and forceful voice came from the boundless light. As the voice spoke, the light flickered like a clump of fire. Before that intense light, the great perfection innate thunder crystal directly melted. In an instant, Xiaochen felt his sense of dominance over lightning vanish. Not only that, but even his will of thunder was gone, starting from zero. This was the feeling of his heart bleeding. One moment earlier, Xiaochen was still immersed in the joy of his great perfection will of thunder. In the next moment, he felt like he had fallen from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. It was not like he had fallen from the clouds into a deep pit, smashing his bones and scattering his ashes, leaving nothing behind. However, all this did not have time to shock Xiaochen. The words that came from that light completely stunned Xiaochen. Xiaochen wanted to look directly at that light. However, he discovered that his eyes could not accept this light at all. He could only turn his head. Even though he was looking at the side, he still felt a piercing pain in his eyes. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, why are you not speaking? 1 million years? 2 million years? How long? I can't even remember. A long time ago, when the Immortal King asked you if you had a way to save the Immortal Court, you were as silent as today. As the light flickered, Xiaochen had no choice but to close his eyes. However, he still felt the intense light piercing his eyes. Only then did Xiaochen understand that the reason he could not look directly at this light was not just a matter of strength. There was also a kind of might in this light, the might of someone in a superior position, preventing Xiaochen from looking directly at it. When the divine lightning appeared, Xiaochen could only see a flash of light, flashing here and there until he could not speak. Even though Xiaochen did not say anything, the mysterious existence in the light treated it as silence. The mysterious existence continued, "You are far stronger than an immortal king. However, you are not an immortal king or an immortal ancestor, just an insignificant immortal lord. I did not understand in the past, but I do now. You actually divined the end of the immortal epoch long ago, right? Right." When the mysterious existence in the light said the last 3 words, it appeared enraged. Xiaochen could hear thunder roaring endlessly, accompanied by the flashing light. Xiaochen, who had just prepared to say something, was forced to swallow back his words. This sound tortured him to the point of hovering between life and death. The flashing light made his entire body ache. "You are always so indifferent. It has been millions of years, but you are still the same. You have watched countless immortals fall, watched the heavenly court shatter, watched the 6 paths of reincarnation shatter, but you are still calm. You have watched me, the thunder immortal ancestor, in such a sorry state, yet you remain silent. Tell me, you have the ability to pluck the stars and the moon, to defy the heavens and change fate, to overturn the universe. Why are you not saying anything when an immortal king asks you?" After the mysterious existence in the light spoke excitedly for a while, it started coughing violently. The intense light gradually grew weaker. Xiaochen's heart pounded. He had long guessed that this divine lightning had something to do with the immortal epoch. However, he had not expected the master of the divine lightning to be the immortal ancestor of the immortal epoch. Below the immortal king were the 8 immortal ancestors. During the immortal epoch, this thunder immortal ancestor was definitely a supreme existence. This simply surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Earlier, he had been thinking about how to subdue this divine lightning. If he had known, he would not have had this thought. Given Xiaochen's strength, he could not even look directly at this divine lightning, much less subdue it. That's not right. Xiaochen discovered something strange. The light grew increasingly weaker. The mysterious existence's aura and might continuously declined. Slowly, Xiaochen discovered that he could open his eyes. However, when he turned his head, he still found it piercing. "Senior, I am not the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. More accurately, I am just the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation." After feeling that there was no pressure to speak, Xiaochen opened his eyes. Fearing that the mysterious existence would start talking again, he directly said what he wanted to say in one breath. "Reincarnation?" The mysterious existence in the light stopped coughing. Suddenly, its voice turned deep and sorrowful. "I thought that he could escape. It turns out that he died as well. Earlier, the mysterious existence's words had contained boundless resentment for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. However, when the mysterious existence heard that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was already dead, all its resentment vanished, turning into a kind of speechless sorrow. It turns out that you died as well. Xiao Chen's final hope was gone. There was no one left to complain about. After waiting for millions of years, this was the result he got. The immortal epic was truly over. There was no one left alive. The light slowly retracted, and the powerful divine lightning revealed itself. With a whoosh, it arrived before Xiaochen. Now, Xiaochen finally saw it clearly. It was a divine lightning talisman made from some unknown golden divine material. Only now did he discover that the talisman he copied did not resemble it at all. An illusory figure appeared behind the divine lightning talisman. This figure looked at Xiaochen and said indifferently, "In that case, why are you here? Do you know the consequences of me opening the 10,000 dragon cloud locking formation for you?" Xiaochen braced himself and answered honestly, "I came here many years ago. This time, I want to subdue the talisman in your hand. Previously, I thought that it was an ownerless item. Now that it has a master, naturally, I no longer have such thoughts." "With just you?" The illusory figure smiled coldly, his tone somewhat arrogant. "With just you, you want to subdue the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning?" During the immortal epic, this talisman was the master of all the tribulation lightning in the world. Even immortal kings could not grasp it. Xiaochen whispered, "Now it is the martial epic. This talisman's status as the master of tribulation lightning definitely no longer exists. Even so, you cannot subdue it." The Thunder Immortal Ancestor answered without even thinking, appearing very arrogant. Xiaochen no longer had such thoughts. He said directly, "Naturally, I have already given up on this thought. However, Senior, you destroyed my innate thunder crystal for no reason. You can't just let me go like that, right? Are you saying that you made a mistake with the talisman that copied the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning? I was not the one who destroyed it. It was you who was not skilled enough. The formation you copied was not stable and did not even have 30% of its charm. After you saw the true body, it disintegrated on its own. It has nothing to do with me." With just one sentence, the Thunder Immortal Ancestor pushed all responsibility away, showing no intention of taking responsibility at all. "Very well then. This junior will leave now." Xiaochen felt very depressed in his heart. However, he could only suffer in silence. "Who said you can leave? This immortal ancestor has not even subdued you yet. How can I let you go?" When Xiaochen heard that, his expression changed drastically. He quickly stepped back and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "Ha, brat, remember this. It was this immortal ancestor who used the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning to subdue you. It was not you who subdued me." A golden lightning dragon swam over and surrounded Xiaochen, preventing him from moving. The Thunder Immortal Ancestor laughed loudly. Then he tapped Xiaochen's forehead and a drop of blood dripped out. Using the blood as a medium, the Thunder Immortal Ancestor quickly drew out a talisman and stuck it on Xiaochen's body. Buzz. Immediately, Xiaochen's body solidified. He felt like he had turned into a metal statue. "Brat, you are really bold. You want to subdue the divine lightning with such a weak body? Even if I am not here, the divine lightning can instantly blast you into ashes when it enters your body." At this moment, Xiaochen felt like his blood had stopped flowing. His body had strengthened countless times. "Remember, it was this immortal ancestor who subdued you. It was not you who subdued this immortal ancestor." The Thunder Immortal Ancestor emphasized once more. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his hand flashed and entered Xiaochen's sea of consciousness. The Thunder Immortal Ancestor spun rapidly as boundless lightning power spread out and entered every cell in his body. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of Xiaochen's body as if it was about to shatter. Fortunately, this did not last for long before it stabilized. As that talisman spun continuously, Xiaochen's Thunder Dao soared. From nothing to something. State of thunder, will of thunder, innate thunder crystal. Innate thunder crystal small perfection, innate thunder crystal great perfection, innate thunder crystal consummation, all the way until Shao Chun comprehended the thunder domain before stopping. How unfortunate. This is a great treasure, but your physical body cannot bring out its full potential. Never mind. I will teach you a supreme magic skill, the divine lightning eye. With just one glance, you can send down a lightning tribulation and decide your life and death. The thunder immortal ancestor tapped Shao Chen's forehead with his finger, and boundless information poured into Shao Chen's mind. The thunder immortal ancestor's figure grew increasingly weaker. However, the smile on his face grew wider. Being able to subdue the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation before my death is something to be happy about. Brat, I subdued you. The thunder immortal ancestor laughed loudly, feeling incredibly carefree. However, Shao Chun only saw grief in this laughter. But what he saw was only sorrow, a sorrow that had remained for millions of years without dissolving. The thunder immortal ancestor's figure grew increasingly weaker until it vanished completely. However, the thousands of golden lightning-attributed dragons still remained, as if they were maintaining a certain formation, moving about in the pitch-black space. The scarlet talisman on Shao Chen's forehead scattered, and he regained control of his body. He no longer felt like a metal statue. After Shao Chen's numb body recovered, all sorts of pain surged into his head like thousands of ants. Indeed, it was as the thunder immortal ancestor said. With him making a move, this pain was still unforgettable. If the thunder immortal ancestor had not made a move, the consequences would have been dire. Shao Chen's previous thoughts were still somewhat lacking. Saying that it was lacking was just to console himself. More accurately, it was somewhat delusional. After the pain passed, Shao Chun felt fatigued, his mind fatigued as well. The thunder immortal ancestor's final smile kept appearing in his mind. The thunder immortal ancestor was clearly smiling, but his smile was so sorrowful that even Shao Chen's mood sank. Most of the time, Shao Chen and the thunder immortal ancestor were very similar. The thunder immortal ancestor rarely smiled, always so calm and collected. He gave off a feeling of neither joy nor sorrow, unfathomable and unapproachable. Shao Chun could not be blamed. This world was too hypocritical. Only those who knew how to smile would live to the end. However, Shao Chun really did not. Even if he occasionally smiled, it could not dispel the sorrow on his face. No matter how gentle a heart was, it would only give others a cold mask, unapproachable. Shao Chun thought back to the past. The time when he felt the least apprehensive was where his dream began, that small city called Mo. However, the happiest time of his life was when he learned the saber at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. There was also the person who taught him the saber. Now, Shao Chun finally understood why Pan Huang gave him a different feeling among the many saber sovereign statues in Pan Huang Hall. It was the smile on Pan Huang's face. That was a smile that came from his heart, an unbridled and unruly smile. As Shao Chen's thoughts ran wild, he became increasingly sleepy and fatigued. As he thought about it, he fell into a deep sleep. While Shao Chen slept, misleading Fog Lake underwent a startling change. The fog that had been lingering above the lake for a long time actually scattered. Once this matter was discovered, it spread like wildfire throughout the entire Fiend domain. Even a supreme martial artist like the Spirit Fox King was alarmed. The clan leaders of the various demon clans all came over one after another. Unexpectedly, there was nothing in misleading Fog Lake. Even the Fox King wandered around. He used his mental energy, not even letting go of a single speck of sand. Even so, he did not find anything strange. The more this was so, the stranger it was. There had to be a supreme treasure in misleading Fog Lake. Why was nothing to be found even after the fog scattered? It could only be that the supreme treasure had already been snatched away by someone else. There were also some fiend race powerhouses who did not give up and wandered around the lake endlessly. After a long time, no one discovered anything, so the commotion died down. This matter was treated as a strange thing, spreading everywhere in the Fiend domain. When the news reached the oceanic world and the heavenly starry ocean, the mysterious treasure masters soon learned of it. Speaking of this treasure master, he was truly mysterious and unfathomable, even stranger than the shadowless saber sovereign. The treasure master controlled all the sea markets of the heavenly starry ocean. Every sea market was built around a huge immortal statue. He was the wealthiest person in the heavenly starry ocean. Many people were envious, but the treasure master was still alive and well. Even after offending Emperor Forsaken 5 years ago, he still lived a free and unfettered life. According to rumor, Emperor Forsaken's true body once descended into the heavenly starry ocean and fought a huge battle with the treasure master. Only a few peak Emperor Wu knew about that battle. The results were unknown. It was only known that after that, Emperor Forsaken never came to the heavenly starry ocean again. As for the treasure master, he continued to live in a low-profile manner. Interesting. I thought that he could hold on for a while longer. That's not right. Logically speaking, it should not have scattered so quickly. When the treasure master obtained the news, he muttered to himself, not understanding what was going on. Black fog surrounded the treasure master, and a black lotus flower flickered under his feet, looking extremely strange. There was a terrifying and sinister saber scar on his aged face, looking like a centipede lying there. Logically speaking, Emperor Wu should have been able to think of ways to erase all the scars, no matter what they were. However, the saber scar on the treasure master's face felt like it had been there for a long time, like it would remain there forever. It looks like I have to make a trip to the Penglai Sea. The black lotus under Xiao Chen's feet bloomed, giving off a bright light. When the light faded, the treasure master vanished from where he was. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not know about all this. He had just woken up. The instant he opened his eyes, he felt refreshed and indescribably comfortable. Indeed, I feel much better after I wake up. Xiao Chen mocked himself. Then, he started to check the divine lightning talisman in his sea of consciousness. The Thunder Immortal Ancestor was known as the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning, the ancestor of all lightning tribulations. This divine lightning talisman hovered quietly in the air in his sea of consciousness. It replaced the original position of the innate thunder crystal, dyeing the entire sea of consciousness golden. Xiao Chen felt that the magic energy in his sea of consciousness had become denser and denser under the cleansing of this talisman. This is good. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen discovered something sorrowful. He could not control this divine lightning talisman at all. In fact, he could not even move it. In the past, he could control the innate thunder crystal as he pleased. When Xiao Chen spread out his thunder domain, he felt the energy in the talisman continuously draining. However, that feeling was like taking water from the sea. Xiao Chen did his best to expand the thunder domain continuously. Even so, he could not use even 1,000th or even 1/10,000th of the divine lightning's power. As Xiao Chen looked at the thunder domain spanning 10 kilometers, he felt somewhat conflicted. This was the limit of what he could do now. It was not just his physical body. Xiao Chen's cultivation and experience all limited him from bringing out the might of the divine lightning. Divine lightning eye. Suddenly, Xiao Chen recalled that before the Thunder Immortal Ancestor died, he left behind a supreme magic skill for Xiao Chen to bring out the might of the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning. The Immortal Epic used immortal arts as its foundation. Above immortal arts were magic skills. Magic skills were divided into minor magic skills, major magic skills, and supreme magic skills. The Dharmic world that the Mahasvara Buddha gave Xiao Chen was one of the major magic skills of the Buddhist school. The moment Xiao Chen thought of the divine lightning eye, a lot of information poured into his mind. It was like someone was whispering in his ear, explaining the various mysteries of the divine lightning eye. Xiao Chen quickly closed his eyes and listened carefully, experiencing it bit by bit. The divine lightning eye was one of the Thunder Immortal Ancestor's supreme magic skills. The core was the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning. Without the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning or a comparable divine lightning, one would not be able to successfully execute it. It was like how even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. No matter how skilled one was, one would not be able to execute it. The 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning was just the most basic step. There were still many mysteries after that. During the Immortal Epic, Immortal cultivators had to experience the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. After that, there were also heavenly tribulations. Furthermore, all the lightning tribulations came from the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning. The lightning tribulation ancestral talisman was not an exaggeration at all. The divine lightning eye was such a supreme magic skill that sent down lightning tribulations. It was activated with the naked eye. The process was similar to an eye technique. After one cultivated it, one's eyes flickered, and they could send down the might of a lightning tribulation. There was no chance to dodge within one's vision. It was extremely horrifying. The divine lightning eye had a total of 10 layers. The first layer could send down only 1 lightning tribulation. The second layer could send down 2 lightning tribulations at the same time. The third layer could stack the first 2 layers, sending down 3 lightning tribulations. It did not look like much of a change. However, the fourth layer was heaven-defying. It could stack the first 3 layers, sending down 6 lightning tribulations. The fifth layer had 12 lightning tribulations. At the 9th layer, it could stack layers, sending down 182 lightning tribulations at the same time. As for the 10th layer, it could completely unleash the might of the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning without holding anything back. After Xiaochen finished comprehending, he opened his eyes, which filled with shock. He finally knew what a supreme magic skill was. Supreme was something that could not be surpassed. Emperor Wu had 9 layers of heaven. With each breakthrough, he had to undergo a lightning tribulation. However, this lightning tribulation had blocked countless people. If Xiaochen cultivated this divine lightning eye, he would be able to send down a lightning tribulation himself. Just thinking about it filled him with anticipation. The divine lightning eye could determine life and death with one look. This was not a lie. However, Xiaochen did not know if there would be any problems cultivating it. Given his current cultivation, how many layers could he cultivate it to? After comprehending for a while, Xiaochen started to try cultivating this supreme magic skill, the divine lightning eye. After trying it out, he discovered that it was exceptionally smooth, much smoother than cultivating Dermic World. On further thought, the reason might be that the Thunder Immortal Ancestor directly imparted this magic skill to Xiaochen. Not only did the Thunder Immortal Ancestor teach Xiaochen the method to cultivate the magic skill, but he also completely passed on his magic skill to Xiaochen. Even so, as for how many layers he could cultivate it to, it still depended on Xiaochen in the end. The Thunder Immortal Ancestor only allowed Xiaochen to get started, reducing the hurdle and not making any detours. After all, even if one knew the method to cultivate a regular supreme magic skill, it would take at least 10 years to cultivate it. Of course, to immortals with long lifespans who had jumped out of the cycle of reincarnation, 10 years was just a flick of a finger. After cultivating in seclusion for half a month in the pitch-black space, Xiaochen was finally confident of successfully executing this supreme magic skill after a few experiments. I wonder how strong it is. With some anticipation, Xiaochen formed hand seals with both hands, and magic energy surged in his sea of consciousness, condensing into flickering talisman seals that filled the sky like snow and entered the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning. When Xiaochen finished forming the final hand seal, all the talisman seals in his sea of consciousness entered the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning. Immediately, the originally motionless 10,000 tribulation divine lightning started spinning, radiating a boundless light. Xiaochen's right eye felt like it was swelling up intensely. He saw countless flickering lightning bolts of all sorts, shocking lightning tribulations. Thousands of lightning tribulations appeared before Xiaochen's eyes before he could react. A lightning tribulation turned into a seed and fell into his eye. The seed sprouted and buried itself deep in his eye. The boundless magic energy in his sea of consciousness was like nourishment, gathering in his eye. It was like a huge whirlpool instantly sucking up all of Xiaochen's magic energy. That was not enough. The 1,000 strands of primordial energy in his heart of an emperor turned into beams of light that flowed into his eye. After consuming another 300 strands of primordial energy, Xiaochen heard a crisp sound as though something was breaking out of the ground. Whoosh! The lightning tribulation seed broke out of the ground and bloomed. In the instant that the flower bloomed, a black flower with 9 petals could be seen spinning rapidly in the naked eye. On the throne, Xiao Chen's clothes fluttered without any wind. His black hair fluttered. At this moment he merged with the sky. Xiao Chen turned into the lightning immortal ancestor. A strong aura surged out, making one feel suffocated and painful. Behind the suffocating aura, the seed of fear sprouted in one's heart. Lightning tribulations symbolized the punishment of the heavenly Tao. All cultivators instinctively feared lightning tribulations. After the flower bloomed and bore fruit, the 9 petals merged and turned into a spot of cold light that merged into the depths of his eye. In that instant, Xiao Chen felt a horrifying energy in his right eye. If he were not careful, this energy would explode and shatter all his bones. I need to vent this energy. Otherwise, I will be the one to die. A wild beast roared in Xiao Chen's heart. He locked on to the space in front of him, and there was a loud rumble. That spot burst out with intense electric light, looking resplendent and dazzling in the pitch-black space. The golden lightning dragons in the surroundings all felt fear spreading out, causing them to tremble. Bang! 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 A huge bolt of electric light struck that spot in the air. Explosions rang out continuously. The might of the lightning tribulation kicked up a strong wind. The cycle throne was blown back continuously. Space shattered, turning into countless cracks that extended out continuously. The entire world of thunder seemed to start crumbling. In the next moment, the spot that the lightning tribulation struck could not vent its energy. Boom! It turned into a bright electric light radiating throughout the entire world of thunder. The small world, which was on the verge of collapse, completely crumbled under such a strike. This triggered an intense chain reaction. Thousands of golden lightning dragons exploded one after another. Golden electric light soared up from the bottom of the lake, vaporizing the lake water like sharp swords stabbing into the sky. At this moment, it was night time. The electric light shooting out from the bottom of the lake could be seen even from millions of kilometers away. This was just the beginning. Following that, all the lightning dragons exploded. The entire vast misleading fog lake and the ground within 500,000 kilometers instantly collapsed, sinking in. The bewilderment fog lake had disappeared, and the ground was split into pieces. The entire landscape had been completely changed, and everything was desolate. After getting knocked back, Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. His eardrums buzzed, and he went temporarily deaf, unable to hear anything. Cracks appeared in Xiao Chen's internal organs from the thunder, inflicting incredible pain. The faint might of the lightning tribulation had yet to fade, spreading out in the air, crackling endlessly. Xiao Chen felt some lingering fear in his heart. Without even thinking, he quickly left. Soon afterwards, there would be supreme beings who would be alarmed, hurrying over. Xiao Chen simply had not expected such a huge commotion. The might of the divine lightning eye was even more startlingly strong. This was Xiao Chen's first time executing it. There were many areas for improvement. Furthermore, this was just the might of the first layer. If he cultivated it to the second layer would have many lightning tribulations layered over each other. Xiao Chen did not dare to imagine how strong the might that would be. However, a supreme magic skill was a supreme magic skill. After Xiao Chen drained all his magic energy, he still could not execute it. Even a third of his primordial energy was drained. Although this drained a lot of energy, he was satisfied. Compared to some great killing moves, this magic skill was much more powerful. Compared to some great killing moves, the drain was still within a bearable range. At the very least, he could still fight after using it. However, Xiao Chen did not know if there were any other repercussions. As Xiao Chen thought, he suddenly felt some pain in his right eye. He felt some tears coming out. He took off his mask and wiped them away. When he looked, he was greatly startled. How were these tears? They were clearly black blood. Xiao Chen felt somewhat puzzled. However, this was not the time to think about this. He wiped away the blood and put on his mask again, turning into a beam of rainbow light and leaving. After Xiao Chen left, the Fox King's true body rushed to misleading Fog Lake. The area within 500,000 kilometers had changed beyond recognition. Misleading Fog Lake's water had all evaporated, no longer existing. Even an existence like the Fox King felt startled, not knowing what happened. The Fox King, what's going on? I feel the entire fiend domain shaking. Whoosh! Whoosh! The major characters of the fiend race rushed over one after another. When they saw this scene, they all showed shock on their faces as they asked the Fox King about it. The Fox King said sullenly, "It should be a certain forbidden item suppressed in Misleading Fog Lake coming out. However, I did not feel the aura of a prime. There is no need to panic. What's going on with the lightning in the sky? Indeed. To think that there is so much lightning coming from the bottom of the lake. Earlier, we turned this Misleading Fog Lake upside down and did not discover anything." The Fox King seemed to have a lot on his mind. He waved his hand and said, "I will personally investigate this matter. There is no need for you all to interfere." Seeing that the Fox King was taking responsibility for this matter, the other fiend race powerhouses did not say anything more. When only the Fox King and the Peacock King remained, the Fox King sighed softly, "Before I came, I saw the Shadowless Saber Sovereign leave the fiend domain." What? The Shadowless Saber Sovereign? The Fox King nodded and said, "It is indeed the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. However, Ing Zongtian told me earlier to take care of this person, so I did not make a move against him." What exactly is his identity? The Saber Sovereign Wu Xiaotian gave up his Saber Sovereign medallion for him. Now, even Ing Zongtian wants to protect him. The Fox King replied softly, "I don't know." Ing Zongtian did not say. However, since Ing Zongtian spoke, he is a friend and not an enemy. Although I do not know what happened in Misleading Fog Lake, many people are paying attention. I am not the only one who discovered the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. After thinking for a while, the Fox King said, "Do something to create some chaos and illusions to draw attention away from the Shadowless Saber Sovereign." "Leave that to me," the Peacock King answered with a smile. Xiao Chen, who was quickly leaving, did not know that the Fox King had already discovered his existence and helped him hide some of the commotion. The Fox King paused for a while at the ruins of Misleading Fog Lake before leaving. The Mirage Immortal Palace was the most mysterious forbidden land of the 8 great forbidden lands. Normally, one would not be able to find any traces of it, and it rarely appeared. There were simply too many legends about it. Since the ancient era, people had continuously explored this forbidden land. However, the information they obtained was still very little. They only knew that this place should have been a remnant of the immortal epic. Later, during the immemorial era of the martial epic, a strong sect occupied this place and established it. After that, this sect got destroyed for some unknown reason. Everything turned to dust, leaving only this Mirage Immortal Palace in the world. Aside from the inheritance of the immemorial era sect, everything from the immortal epic was perfectly preserved. Immortal pills, profound beasts, immortal arts, magic skills, all sorts of restrictions, and countless fortuitous encounters tempted the cultivators of the later generations to explore this immortal palace. However, not just anyone could explore this ethereal immortal palace. Even if a greater heavenly martial emperor went in, he might be trapped to death. There were too many examples of people never returning, adding a ferocious name to this mysterious immortal palace. After Xiao Chen spent 2 months, he finally rushed over from the Fiend Domain and saw this famous Mirage Immortal Palace. The Immortal Palace was in the depths of the ocean, at the end of the sea. One could see it when one raised their head. The sea was very vast. To ordinary people, Qiongqi might not be able to cross it in his lifetime. However, to Emperor Wu, especially someone of Xiao Chen's level, the sea had its end. The end of the sea was the border of the Kunlun continent. The scenery here was very special, the sun never set. When Xiao Chen arrived, he looked up and did indeed see this mysterious Mirage Immortal Palace. At the end of the sea was a dense mist. Amid the mist was a majestic mountain range with an immortal palace hovering in the air. There were towering trees, waterfalls, and flying profound beasts on the mountain range. There were also countless pavilions, terraces, and buildings. One could even see some blurry figures of immortals. As these immortals flew around, they looked like immortals, free and unfettered, showing off their immortal beauty. It was to the extent where one could even smell the immortal energy that was wafting over, and see the strange flowers and fruits that flashed by. However, everyone knew that this was just an illusion, like a mirage. It looked like it was right in front of them, but in reality, they were very far away. Once, Emperor Wu could not resist the temptation and chased after it. In the end, he got lost at the end of the sea, vanishing just like that. Before coming, Xiaochen had heard a lot about the Mirage Immortal Palace from various sources. He knew that this illusion would descend once every half a year. After descending 3 times, who knew when it would appear again? Perhaps it would be 100 years, perhaps it would be 20 years. This was the 3rd descent. After this, no one knew when it would descend again. Xiaochen estimated that the number of Emperor Wu who came to explore the Immortal Palace would be the largest. Just as Xiaochen saw, there were many Emperor Wu of factions on the surrounding islands. Greater Heavenly Emperor Wu and even Sovereign Emperor Wu from the Heavenly Starry Ocean, the Storm Sea, the Ice Sea, the Dark Sea, the Human Demon Sea, and many other holy lands of the oceanic worlds had come. Among them, the ones that Xiaochen was familiar with included the elders of the 5 Poison Sect, the Heavenly Province Academy, the Yin-Yang Paradise, and other holy lands. These holy lands' elders mostly surrounded the Emperor Wu of their respective sects, huddling together. Might I ask if you are the shadowless Saber Sovereign? Just as Xiaochen was looking around, a hemp-robed old man came over and greeted Xiaochen. This old man was very old, at least 1,000 years old. His cultivation was very high, an 8th Heaven Emperor Wu. This old man's clothes did not have the insignia of a sect. It looked like he was a sectless loose cultivator. Most loose cultivators did not have a good reputation. However, after advancing to Martial Emperor, they could be considered to have made a name for themselves. However, some would still retain the bad habits from before advancing to Martial Emperor. The throne rotated, and Xiaochen turned his head back and said, "That is me. Is there something I can help you with?" The hemp-robed old man smiled and said, "This old man is Mu Yong, a loose cultivator of the Ice Sea. This time, I have gathered some people of the same path and are preparing to barge into the Mirage Immortal Palace together. It looks like the shadowless Saber Sovereign is alone. How about you join our team? We can take care of each other." Xiaochen thought to himself, not in a rush to agree. It would be good to have more people to take care of each other. However, there was also a disadvantage to having more people. This was especially so for loose cultivators. Their characters were all over the place, and there were too many unknowns. Seeing Xiaochen hesitate, the hemp-robed old man answered, "Although our small team is small in number, we have a peak geomaster. This old man is untalented, but he has been to the Mirage Immortal Palace 3 times and returned safely." When Xiaochen heard this, he narrowed his eyes. This hemp-robed old man could not be underestimated. To think that he came out alive after entering the Mirage Immortal Palace 3 times. His strength was probably at the peak of the 8th Heaven Emperor Wu. If it were before, without the Divine Lightning Eye, Xiaochen would have felt some fear. However, now that he had cultivated the Divine Lightning Eye for half a month, he could already familiarize himself with it. Before the Holy Lord, Xiaochen was confident that he could escape unscathed. What more an 8th Heaven Emperor Wu? Since he did not have to worry about protecting himself, and the other party was so experienced, it was not out of the question to travel with him. In that case, let's travel together. "Senior Mu, you can just call me Shadowless," Xiaochen said as he raised his head. Under the mask, no one could see his expression. The hemp-robed old man smiled joyfully and said, "Good. With the Shadowless Saber Sovereign holding down the fort, we are more confident. Come, I'll bring you to meet the other companions of the others." After saying that, the hemp-robed old man led Xiaochen to a nameless island. When the other holy lands saw this scene, they all felt some regret. The arrival of the shadowless Saber Sovereign had attracted their attention long ago, and their gazes never left him. However, there were too many legends about the shadowless Saber Sovereign, which made people feel that it was not easy to get close to him. Unexpectedly, the hemp-robed old man's words moved Xiaochen. This was truly somewhat surprising, making the people who wanted to rope in Xiaochen feel regret. When the two landed on the small island, 5 people immediately stood up to welcome them. 2 were a middle-aged couple with similar cultivations, both 7th Heaven Emperor Wu. Of course, they only looked middle-aged. No one knew how old they were. There was also a fiend race woman. Based on her aura, she should be of the blood shark fiend race bloodline. As Xiao Chen had seen the blood shark sovereign of the 13 great bandits before, he was very familiar with the aura of the blood shark fiend race bloodline. With one glance, Xiao Chen could tell that the other 2 were a swordsman and a bladesman. The 5 were very respectful to Xiao Chen. This was especially so for that bladesman martial emperor. When he saw Xiao Chen, he was exceptionally excited. Xiao Chen returned the greeting. He did not put on any airs, giving the bladesman a good impression of him. The hemp-robed old man introduced everyone with a smile, increasing the trust between them. This group of people should be taking him as the leader. Unexpectedly, right after Xiao Chen had this thought, he saw the hemp-robed old man respectfully say to a black-clad old man, "Senior Jiang, this is the shadowless saber sovereign, the most famous saber sovereign in recent years. Even when the 3 holy masters worked together, they could not kill him." The matter of the shadowless saber sovereign escaping the 3 holy masters' encirclement in the savage battlefield had already spread, making him even more famous. However, this black-clad old man did not seem to buy it. He did not even turn around. He only said indifferently, "It is just luck. What is there to brag about? Ask him if he can defeat any of the Holy Lord Martial Emperors." When Xiao Chen heard this voice, he found it somewhat familiar. He recalled that the hemp-robed old man said that there was a geomaster in the group. Could it be this person? The hemp-robed old man smiled awkwardly and said, "This is Senior Jiang, a famous geomaster of the oceanic world. The geomancy of the Mirage Immortal Palace is very strange. There are many ominous places, so we need to invite a geomaster along." Senior Jiang? Could it be that Jiang Tian who once gave me the spirit vein map of the oceanic world? As Xiao Chen thought, he answered, "It's fine. I am indeed not a match for any geomaster. Senior Jiang is right." Upon hearing Xiao Chen's reply, the indifferent hemp-robed old man could not figure it out. However, it was good that he was not angry. At least you know your limits. Otherwise, if you really went to the Mirage Immortal Palace, you would not even know how you died, Senior Jiang said expressionlessly as he stood up and turned around. When Xiao Chen saw the other party's appearance, his expression did not change. However, he smiled in his heart. Really was Jiang Tian, that powerful geomaster. Chapter 1439. Xiao Chen did not respond to Elder Jiang's words, but the hemp-clothed old man was startled. It looked like this Senior Jiang had not traveled much in the past few years and did not know the shadowless saber sovereign's name. Fearing that Xiao Chen would get angry, the hemp-robed old man quickly explained, "Brother Shadowless, don't get angry. Senior Jiang's character is like this. However, this trip to the Mirage Immortal Palace cannot go without him." Who knew? Xiao Chen did not get angry as Xiao Chen expected. He said calmly, "Master Jiang, don't I know? Senior Mu, there is no need to be so polite. I do indeed have to rely on Senior Jiang for the trip to the Mirage Immortal Palace." Jiang Tian smiled when he heard this. "Good. It's best to know when to yield and when to stand tall. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, if you don't want to listen to this old man, you can scram as far as you can. I was just testing you just now. Since you've heard of me and know my background, I won't waste any more time." Jiang Tian's tone was very arrogant, but no one present was dissatisfied. Firstly, there were very few geomasters. Secondly, Jiang Tian's strength spoke for itself. Everyone here was a 7th heaven or 8th heaven sovereign martial emperor. They understood this principle and would not be as reckless and ignorant as the youths. Xiao Chen thought to himself, this old Jiang's temper is still the same as before. However, this kind of person is quite easy to get along with. At the very least, he wouldn't have to worry about anyone scheming behind his back. Presumably, this was one of the reasons why everyone trusted him so much. Xiao Chen did not want to expose too much, fearing that the other party would recognize him. The throne flew up and landed on a remote mountain rock. Then, it closed its eyes and rested, continuing to derive the divine lightning eye. In half a month, Xiao Chen had already comprehended the first layer of the divine lightning eye. Without even needing to make hand seals, Xiao Chen could execute them at an extremely fast speed. The consumption of primordial energy was also reduced to a quarter. The only drawback was that it hurt his eyes. Every time he used it, black blood would flow out of his eyes. His eyeballs would be damaged, and if he used it for a long time, his eyes would be completely destroyed. He guessed that the divine lightning eye had another accompanying eye protection technique to protect the naked eye. But in reality, he had guessed wrong. The body of an immortal didn't have the slightest bit of worldly aura. The body of an immortal wouldn't have such a side effect at all. If there really was a matching eye protection technique, Thunder Immortal Ancestor would have definitely passed it on to him. However, Thunder Immortal Ancestor didn't think of this at all. As a result, Xiao Chen suffered. No matter how powerful the divine eye of thunder and lightning was, he didn't dare to use it too much unless he could make up for the damage to his eyes. Otherwise, if he really became blind, the loss would outweigh the gain. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt someone approaching. He opened his eyes and saw that the bladesman from his team was walking over. Sorry for interrupting Senior Saber Sovereign's meditation. I am Feng Xiao. I have long heard of the Saber Sovereign's name, the bladesman said politely with cupped hands. As the saying goes, one does not slap a smiling person. This person was Xiao Chen's companion and was also a bladesman. His strength was extraordinary as well. Hence, even though this person interrupted him, Xiao Chen did not get angry. He nodded and said, "You are too polite. The title of Saber Sovereign is an exaggeration. Brother Feng, you can just call me Shadowless." Feng Xiao smiled and said, "In that case, I'll address you as Brother Shadowless. Although I have been wandering around the 4 seas, making a mess of the seas, I have heard of your great name in the past few years. I am very happy to meet you today." Feng Xiao, this name was very familiar. Xiao Chen thought for a while and recalled. Then, his eyes lit up as he said, "Brother Feng, are you the 4 Seas Berserk Saber, Feng Xiao?" Unexpectedly, the Shadowless Saber Sovereign has heard of me. That's right. That's what people called me many years ago. However, in recent years, geniuses have risen up too quickly in the Golden Age. I no longer dare to call myself that. Feng Xiao did not refute the title of the 4 Seas Berserk Saber, nor did he think much of it. He just casually mocked Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen understood what Feng Xiao meant. After many new stars rose up in the Golden Age, they especially liked to challenge those famous seniors. They wanted to become famous in one battle and trample on the other party ruthlessly. The more they trampled, the happier they would be. 3 years ago, when I was traveling the world, I wanted to seek out the 4 Seas Berserk Saber for advice. Unexpectedly, I met you here today. Xiao Chen explained why he remembered Feng Xiao. However, your whereabouts are uncertain. I have not been able to find a suitable opportunity. Feng Xiao smiled and said, "I've heard of your experiences. Your perseverance and breadth of mind are truly admirable. If it were me, I would not have the patience to seek advice one by one." They were both bladesmen and had common topics to talk about. After getting to know each other, the two started to talk more. "Brother Xiao, what are you going to the Mirage Immortal Palace for?" Feng Xiao asked directly, no longer having any reservations. Xiao Chen did not mind. He answered honestly, "The cycle arts." "The cycle arts?" Feng Xiao thought for a while before saying, "In that case, you have to be careful of that group of people from the Zodiac Hall. They already said that they are here for the cycle arts." Xiao Chen's heart sank. He recalled that the cyclic astral lord once sought out the Jadeite sovereign for the destruction throne and felt that this was somewhat strange. "The cyclic astral lord is here?" Xiao Chen asked. "He is not here. In the past 5 years, the cyclic astral lord has rarely shown himself. I wonder what he is up to. However, the Sun Palace's palace master is here. This is Emperor Wu, who is a 9th heaven martial emperor." The Zodiac Hall had 72 palaces based on the constellations. The Sun Palace was ranked first, and its palace master was also the strongest. Although this person was not on the same level as the Holy Lord, he was still a 9th heaven martial emperor. It would not be easy to deal with him. However, Since the cyclic astral lord was not here, there was still a chance. Feeling confident, Xiaochen asked casually, "Brother Feng, why are you here?" "I am here to comprehend the Tao. There are many murals and sculptures from the immemorial era in the Mirage Immortal Palace. They all contain the Tao. If I can gain even a little bit, I will have profited greatly," Feng Xiao said seriously, a hopeful look flashing in his eyes. After all, not everyone was like Xiaochen, who had extremely high comprehension ability and could carve out his own Tao. In that case, he could only walk the Tao of his predecessors. The world changed in the Golden Age. One could raise their cultivation very quickly. However, one could only think of their own Tao. As the two chatted, a scarlet cloud suddenly flew over from the distance. Immediately, the expressions of the people from the Holy Lands and some loose cultivators on the various islands changed. Xiaochen was no stranger to this scarlet cloud. It was the blood-clad sect, a mysterious faction that rose up in the oceanic world in the past 5 years. The blood-clad sect wore scarlet clothes and exuded a sinister air. No one knew how it rose up. However, in the past 5 years, this faction had already spread to the various sea domains. Its sect master was also a mysterious person. Even now, no one knew who he was. However, the few vice sect masters that appeared were all extremely strong. No one dared to underestimate this mysterious sect master. That group of madmen from the blood-clad sect is here as well. It looks like this trip to the Mirage Immortal Palace is not going to be peaceful, Feng Xiao muttered with a grave expression. Xiaochen did not say anything. He also felt some fear for this blood-clad sect. Back then, when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation, the group of scarlet-clad people who came to cause trouble were of the same origin as this blood-clad sect. The group of scarlet-clad people who came to cause trouble were of the same lineage as this blood-clad sect. However, Xiaochen had not expected this faction to grow so quickly in a short 5 years. As the day of the Mirage Immortal Palace's descent approached, more and more experts arrived. No one wanted to miss out on the third descent of the Mirage Immortal Palace. At the end of the sea, amid the boundless fog and mountains, the ethereal scene of the Mirage Immortal Palace slowly became clearer. The dense immortal chi made people feel more and more real. Even the naked eye could see it. One could see the silhouette of the palace in the mountains. The floating Mirage Immortal Palace was even more vivid, appearing in detail. Xiaochen's originally calm heart stirred. He had to obtain the cycle arts. He had comprehended all 7 states from the 7 thrones. Everything was ready. The cycle was complete. All that was left was the east wind. On this particular day, just as the Mirage Immortal Palace was about to descend, immortal music suddenly rang out in the distance. An immortal ship traveled through the clouds, surrounded by a faint, colorful light. The people of the Penglai Sea. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. This was truly unexpected. To think that the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea came to join in on the excitement. Chapter 1440. For the past 1,000 years, the Penglai Sea had been in a state of seclusion. Very few people came out. Many people had already forgotten about the Penglai Sea. They did not know that such a place existed. This was the martial epoch. Forcefully cultivating was definitely not the right path. Not only was it incomparably difficult, but there was also no hope of becoming an immortal. It could be said to be extremely tragic. However, no one would underestimate the strength of these cultivators. There were all kinds of strange immortal techniques, powerful divine abilities, and sharp and ever-changing magic treasures. When warriors fought with these immortal cultivators, it was very difficult. If they could not get close, they might be played to death. After living in seclusion for 1,000 years, they suddenly appeared in the Golden Age. It was really hard to understand the origins of this group of immortal cultivators. Furthermore, he had not seen them for 1,000 years, and he did not know how strong these cultivators were. It was not easy to make a judgment. Perhaps he had improved, or perhaps he had regressed. Interesting. Looks like this group of immortal cultivators really can't live any longer. 2 of the 3 great celestial sovereigns have actually come. Jiang Tian seemed to understand this group of immortal cultivators very well. He casually commented without the slightest bit of respect. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat as he asked, "Elder Jiang, why do you say that?" "You don't know? That makes sense. Aside from some old antiques, there aren't many who know about this secret," Jiang Tian said coolly. The hemp-robed elder, Mu Yong, said, "I know a little about this. The immortal qi in the Penglai Sea has been decreasing. Therefore, 1,000 years ago, they sealed the small world in the Penglai Sea. From the looks of it now, it seems like he has reached a dead end and has to fight to the death." Feng Xiao asked, "Are cultivators very strong?" The old man in sackcloth thought that he might have to deal with this group of cultivators along the way, so he explained, "They are very strong. Venerable immortal strength is comparable to the ninth heaven Emperor Wu, and he can fight against the Holy Lord. However, once they get close to you, even you can easily kill an immortal venerate. Without an immortal body, unable to jump out of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and without any truly powerful divine arts, these immortal cultivators simply cannot compare to the immortal cultivators of the immortal epic." However, Xiao Chun vaguely felt that something was wrong. Things were probably not that simple. The Penglai Sea was not as weak as the two made it out to be. Otherwise, where would they find the courage to take in Xie Chang Tian, who had killed the Thunder King Sang Mu? However, these questions were all secrets, so he couldn't say much. For the time being, he could only take it one step at a time. "Look, there's another woman on the mountain." Just at this moment, someone suddenly arrived on a mountain below the Mirage Immortal Palace in the nearby sea region. Xiao Chen's 6 senses were sharp. Upon hearing this, he immediately looked over. Sure enough, there was indeed a woman on the mountain. She was dressed in white and had long hair. She held a long sword in her hand and floated like a fairy. His appearance was refined, untainted by the aura of the mortal world. His eyes were like stars and gems, embellished within. As the saying goes, a woman's beauty is dazzling and can turn all living things upside down. At this moment, the Mirage Immortal Palace had yet to descend. How could there be anyone on this mountain? This question appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He looked at the old man in linen clothes, but he found that the old man's face was calm. "Is she a fairy?" Feng Xiao asked in a daze. The middle-aged couple and that swordsman felt suspicious as well. At the same time, they were impressed by this woman's appearance and aura. She is not an immortal. She is the female sect master of that sect from the immemorial era. This is the 3rd time I've seen her. The hemp-robed old man said calmly, "She appears in a different place every time. However, after entering, I have never seen this woman before. She is extremely mysterious." The instant this woman appeared, the 2 immortal venerates on the immortal ship opened their eyes at the same time. The Penglai Sea's 3 immortal venerates were Immortal Venerate Yunqin, Immortal Venerate Mingyu, and the strongest, Immortal Venerate Tianyi. Immortal Venerate Yunqin was famous for his alchemy. His combat prowess was slightly inferior, so he did not come along. Instead, it was Mingyu and Tianyi, the 2 immortal venerates. As the 2 immortal venerates looked at the ethereal woman on the mountain, they revealed complicated expressions. They seemed to understand this woman's origins. At the same time, the blood-clad sect's vice-sect master, Xia Chu, also stared at the white-clad woman. After understanding the situation, the many sovereign martial emperors who came here for the first time no longer found the white-clad woman strange. They only thought that she was an ordinary illusion. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was extraordinary. As he looked at the white-clad woman, a strange feeling welled up in his heart for some reason. Transcendental, able to captivate the masses. Since she was not an immortal, she could only be a fiend. However, this was just Xiao Chen's opinion. Furthermore, the hemp-robed old man said that they would not run into this woman, so there was no need to overthink it. Suddenly, the thick fog spreading at the end of the sea vanished. The mountains and rivers where the Mirage Immortal Palace was appeared clearly before everyone's eyes. This feeling was very miraculous. It was like the Mirage Immortal Palace had always been there, just shrouded in fog. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The people of the Holy Lands gathered together and took the lead, flying towards the Mirage Immortal Palace. When they approached the mountains, their figures suddenly vanished, vanishing without a trace. The hemp-robed old man did not find this strange. He explained that they had already entered the Mirage Immortal Palace. This is the jade strip that old Jiang refined. Refine it on your own. Otherwise, after we enter, we will be sent to random places. Only with this jade strip can we stay together. That is what the various holy lands do. Xiao Chen received the jade strip and did as instructed. After refining it, he felt the auras of the six merge tightly together. Let's go! When everyone finished refining the jade strip, the hemp-robed old man took the lead, and the others followed closely behind. Xiao Chen was the last to follow unhurriedly. As the mountains and rivers approached, the scene suddenly vanished. The world spun around as the cycle throne landed on the ground with a buzz. Strong winds blew in Xiao Chen's ears. After looking around, he discovered that he was at the summit of a mountain. Mountains surrounded him, and some people stood at the summit of each mountain. However, there were also people who did not get sent to the summit. Instead, they landed at the bottom of the valley. The valley surrounded by mountains was incredibly vast, and the terrain was very complicated. Furthermore, it seemed like there were mysteries here, not as simple as what one saw at the summit. The Mirage Immortal Palace remained quietly in the center of the valley. The hemp-robed old man said indifferently, "You are pretty lucky. You did not get sent to the bottom of the valley." He was extremely proficient in the yin-yang illusory technique. Every restriction was fused with the yin-yang illusory technique. The real fakes are hard to guard against. It's very strange. If one is directly transported to the bottom of the valley, an inexperienced person would very quickly touch the restriction and die. Mu Yang's words sent chills down people's spines, and they were somewhat skeptical. Right at this moment, a series of miserable screams came from the bottom of the valley, causing one's heart to palpitate. In an instant, no one dared to look down on Mu Yong anymore. They all stepped back and stood behind old Jiang. Jiang Tian smiled and said, "Don't listen to old man Mu's lies. I can still protect you before we enter the Immortal Palace. Let's go down the mountain first." The Immortal Palace at the bottom of the valley seemed very close, but with some bloody examples, no one foolishly suggested flying over. On the way down the mountain, Jiang Tian was unusually cautious, stopping every 3 steps. The black-clothed swordsman in the team kept muttering to himself. Clearly, he was not satisfied with this speed. "I say, Senior Jiang, can we go faster? At this speed, we will take 1 month to reach the Mirage Immortal Palace. Before we reach the foot of the mountain, we will be sent out." After walking for a while, the black-clothed swordsman's dissatisfaction finally erupted. This place would only be open for 1 month. As long as one did not die within 1 month, they would be sent out. Although the black-clothed swordsman's words were exaggerated, this Jiang Tian's speed was indeed somewhat slow. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He vaguely sensed that along the way, they had already passed at least 6 illusion formations. Furthermore, with every step they took, the surrounding geomancy and geography changed. This gave Xiao Chen the feeling that the mountain under his feet was alive. In geomancy terms, this was called a spirit-connecting mountain. If it were naturally formed, that would be fine. However, it would be an immortal mountain. However, if it were man-made, it would be a bona fide ghost mountain. Hence, no matter how dissatisfied Xiao Chen was with Jiang Tian's speed, he would not have any objections. At the very least, he was half a geomaster and understood the depth of this. In that case, please go ahead, Jiang Tian said with a shrug, not getting angry. The black-clothed swordsman seemed to be dissatisfied with Jiang Tian's attitude long ago. He said angrily, "I'll go then. I am a 7th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor. Could it be that I can't walk on a mountain path?" "Brother Wen, don't be rash." The hemp-robed old man tried to smooth things over. However, the black-clothed swordsman had already moved past Jiang Tian and continued forward. The hemp-robed swordsman could not stop him in time. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 10 steps. Soon, the black-clothed swordsman had taken 10 steps. He turned his head back and smiled. "I already said that it will be fine. Why are you acting so mysterious? How is it?" However, The black-clothed swordsman saw the expressions of Jiang Tian, Feng Shao, the hemp-robed old man, and the others. They all showed extreme horror and grave expressions. He immediately felt that something was wrong. Actually, the black-clothed swordsman was just angry and would not go far. He just wanted to prove that he could go down the mountain faster. When the black-clothed swordsman looked down,